student voice. Both principals gave examples of that. Every school sought out student voice in many different ways last school year, which they will do again this school year. In addition to the site-based school voice, we also have our Student Advisory Council, which is actually meeting tomorrow night, and they will be discussing this and providing more voice around this celebration. Thank you.
I get so excited listening about that. Thank you, girls. So the timeline is tonight is our presentation and approval of our superintendent's recommendation by the school board. Tomorrow night, like Lauren said, is our student voice and input. And then in April and May, high schools will develop their diploma distribution plans with their community, and the final approval will be by the area superintendent. And then in May, the final plans will be provided to the school board of trustees with the superintendent's highlights. And then finally in June, we will have our diploma distribution at our high schools.
So if we can forward the slide to the superintendent's recommendation. And the board can enjoy reading our recommendation here, as far as that we will be putting together individual plans, and each school, as has been so beautifully articulated by our principals, a plan that is really unique to their parents and to their students' community, which is so important. And I just want to compliment, as a parent myself with the 2020 graduate, I know that the McNeils and the Schroeders were entirely just with what our schools were able to do in a very short period of time. I want to compliment not only AACT and McQueen, but all of our high schools under the extraordinary circumstances of last year and coming into this year, and really talking about putting on a quality presentation, a quality program that is really going to celebrate all of the work that our seniors have done over their years, and all of the work that their teachers, counselors, principals, support staff have been able to do to support them and their parents. So again, I just want to commend each of one of our high school principals and all of your committees to getting that student voice input, to getting the parent community input, because that is so important in order to make these unique plans. And so with that, I will turn it over to you, President Taylor.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil, and our principals and area superintendents. This, as you know, this is of great interest to the community, as well as to those of us as members of the Board of Trustees. I'm going to go to Trustee Thigpen, and then just as a heads up, Student Trustee Victoria as our student trustee and as a senior. No, junior, that's right, you have one more year. But because you're involved in the Student Advisory Board, and I know you'll be meeting tomorrow, would love to, and you saw last year versus this year, and I would love to just, certainly, I think all of us would benefit from hearing from you as well. So that's just kind of a little heads up, get ready, I'm coming back your way, okay? All right, Trustee Thigpen, and I see Dr. Nicolette this way as well.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is a really great presentation. I loved hearing from our principals and understanding last year's experiences, and really helps us with thinking about how we move forward. I just have a question. With the way that this recommendation is written, does it leave the room or the opportunity for our principals, especially with the way our COVID rates are trending in Washoe County? You know, we're going in a good direction, and that may continue up until June. So I'm curious if this recommendation allows for some flexibility for our schools, a level of autonomy for them to, if they don't want to do a caravan type graduation ceremony, if they may do something to where they have something in their auditorium, however that may look like for them. So I'm curious if this recommendation is kind of positioned in that way so we have that flexibility.
If I may, I'll take that just because I had the opportunity to speak with Dr. McNeil about it today. And it kind of goes back to some of the same understanding we had last year for those of us that were on the board then, is really what the recommendation does is set what the the guardrails are, to use the term that we often use. Right now, the caravan needs to happen because of the parameters that are in place, the guidelines from the governor's office. If those guidelines change, or as those guidelines change, is probably a better way to put it, because as you said, as long as people don't go crazy over spring break, we continue to move in the positive trend, in the positive direction, with cases as well as with vaccination numbers, right, around the community. I believe that there'll be more leeway given, and then schools will have an opportunity to amend the plans that they've put forth based upon new guidelines. Of course, all the plans that we submit, just as a reminder, I know you know this, but for the public, have to be approved by the Washoe Health District, as well as submitted to NDE, the Nevada Department of Education. So there'll be some timelines involved in that to allow for approvals. But as more room is given, the opportunities to amend those plans are also available to them. But I know the superintendent's going to ask, and the area superintendents have already done this, is the principals. They've both talked about getting, Tiffany McMaster, Principal McMaster and Principal Maribel talked about getting their communities involved and letting the communities be involved in the part of that. So I know that's always going to be a part of, as they amend, if they can do more things, so that the guardrails are able to be moved out as state guidelines allow for that. Very good question. We've gotten a lot of emails on that. And so for those that have a lot of different ideas that they would like to do, those can only occur if they fit within the guidelines of the governor's mandates. Did I answer that? Okay, I wanted to answer that because I had a really long conversation about that with some of the same concerns. And that was basically that, although last year we didn't have guidelines that were moving, we had one guideline, and that was it. This year we're able to at least do that, but otherwise I think those same considerations that we wanted in place last year apply as well. Students involved, parents involved, get the communities involved, and go from there. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. Three quick statements. Do with them what you will. Thank goodness this year is not last year, and so I would prefer that we think about things differently. Number two, the innovative activities that were conducted last year were absolutely amazing, and I watched many of the school graduations on TV, and that was fun. I suggest that we can still do many of those without doing something so discreet as diploma dispersal, distribution. And number three, I think what's most important to me is I would really like to wait and hear what a group that I respect so highly and our key stakeholders, I'd like to see what happens in their meeting before I make a decision. That's the Student Advisory Council.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. We'll go to Vice President Caldwell, and then we'll go down to our student trustee.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for the presentation. And we heard a lot of great stories from individuals last year with the circumstances about their experience. And I have the feeling that there may be a voice that tells us we don't ever want to go back to Lawler, and we want to continue to do unique things at each site. And so I appreciate Trustee Thigpen's question. That was my main one. I would like us to allow some flexibility within the rules that we have to follow, just because every single site is so unique, and it's important for every single site to feel that their ceremony is theirs and not necessarily being dictated to by somebody else. Obviously, that has to happen to some respect. But any leeway or flexibility that we can provide, I do think in this instance is absolutely appropriate. So I'm glad that we can allow that as much as it's allowed to us by others. So thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Sounds like a lot of us were thinking of the same thing, and I think we're on the same page, and that would be appreciated. We're going to go to our student trustee, and then I see you, Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam
Victoria.
President. We all as students, everyone saw last year how the pandemic hit all of us. And I think seniors, that we were all expecting their graduation. And I just want to applaud all the principals, all the schools, because they did such great way in being able to continue with graduations. I went to the Worcester graduation because my cousin graduated, and the schools were able to plan it very well. Everyone was very safe and following the guidelines. I love how this year we're able to have more flexibility, as you have said. But as students, I think we've been able to collect more information from students on how they want to see their graduations. So I think tomorrow, those who attend the SAC meeting will learn a little bit about how students want their graduation. But I think schools being able to bring that information and having those students bring communication on how they want their graduations this year, creating those councils and like a committee for graduation would be a great idea to be able to bring that student voice in when it comes to planning each individual school. As you said, they're all different. But I just want to say congratulations on continuing to plan this and how you did last year and continuing it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Number one, I want to echo the other two comments from the esteemed trustees on flexibility. Strongly endorse that. Another comment, pardon me, if the host, I assume there's a plan for any car caravan for people that don't have cars. I'm a classic car nut, have a couple of them. Maybe even we could get some of the classic car people in the community to, offer their little convertible T-Birds as, for the kids or whatever going through. But I just assume there's a plan for those that don't have cars. And then I want to thank the members of the public that are texting me and emailing me. And I want to point out something a little embarrassing. The presentation that you have, the governor's directive, is a 6-foot social distancing coupled with masks. Repeatedly in here, we have people that are not social distancing, standing right next to each other, standing by signs, 2 of them shaking hands. So unless I'm missing something, the governor's going to shake his finger at us. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. If you're talking about the pictures in here from last year,
I just know they're in the presentation and they send a wrong message.
I'm sorry, say again?
The presentation that we have here,
With the pictures,
yeah, I don't know when they were taken. I think they send the wrong message.
Okay, these were pictures from last year?
I still think it sends the wrong message.
Okay, I don't think I think the only guideline we had at that point last year was masks. So that isn't the same as what we have this year. So, but something certainly to be mindful of. Certainly. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. I think it seems like we're all on the same page with this motion, and I think with this recommendation. I really like the way it's written. I don't see anything that would prohibit us from moving forward with this because we do have that availability of flexibility down the road, so I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I'll come back to you. We do have public comment. We want to get to that first, and then I'll come back to you for a motion.
Allison?
Well, would you want to read the names of some public?
I will,
Thank you.
after Allison. I didn't want to try her last
Okay.
name, though.
All right.
Good evening. As a student, a part of the 2021 graduate class, thank you guys for being open-minded and aware to the events that took place last year. As stated earlier, there is opportunity for growth as graduation approaches, and the COVID vaccine is being distributed. There's more hope for a semi-formal graduation rather than a drive-through one. If you guys could consider hearing from the senior 2021 class along with staff, it would send a good message to not only the students from the start of freshman year, students, teachers, and staff. We all know we've all dedicated time and hard work to get to graduation. but the virus should not be an excuse to throw away that dedication. If you guys would, please consider the upward trend in the vaccine and, I'm sorry, and the, sorry.
That's okay. You're doing good. You're doing good.
The cases that have been recovered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. JJ?
Ariana Medina. The board received emails from Madeline Romero, Megan Zerline, Lisa Aland, Julie Cortez, Jill and Ryan Jensen, Michelle Rutherford, Julie Brown, Renee Martin, Cassandra Palacios.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Ariana Medina, and I'm a student here at Proctor R. Hug High School. I am here on behalf of the graduating class of 2021. As we get closer to our graduation date, my classmates have been expressing their wishes for the diploma distribution and how it is to be executed. As their senior class president, I believe it is only fitting to ensure that each and every one of their voices are heard. Last year, everyone was working and planning for graduation based off of uncertainty. This year, we're able to use our knowledge and experiences from last year to develop a plan unique to each school. With that being said, I ask that you consider allowing each school to make their decision on how graduation is to be executed as long as they follow Governor Steve Sisolak's mandates. This is our last chance to experience a traditional senior event as prior memorable events have been taken. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Elizabeth Lopez.
Ms. Lopez?
The board also received emails from Sierra and Andrew Durling, Gabriela Lopez, Jewel Zakarada, Megan Mahanian, Camilla Lazardo, Anonymous, and Victoria Rodriguez.
Thank you, JJ. Ms. Lopez?
Good evening. I am a current student athlete here at Hug High School. I am indeed a senior this year. As we all know, it's coming close to nearly a year since this pandemic has started, and it's made our everyday lives difficult, from our families to friends and workers to students. Class of 2020 had a pretty rough ending, but as for my class of 2021, we had a really tough journey from beginning to end. We've managed to hold it together and make it through all the way. Yes, many of us have had the opportunity to make great memories with our friends, but what about the ones we all look forward to making our senior year? The thrill and excitement. Unfortunately, we aren't able to celebrate many traditions such as homecoming or senior nights for our athletes, or senior sunrise. I, for example, as not only a student, but as a friend to some of the students here as well, decided to plan out something small, of course, following COVID guidelines. I had the idea of being able to go over to a park and, as a class, watch the sunrise together. That unfortunately didn't go as well planned for many reasons, but it was all worth the effort. Prom, we can't forget about that, a night that we all look forward to, but most important, graduation. 12 years of hard working for us to have a simple drive-by. What if we make it big? Now, I'm not saying we break rules and not follow COVID guidelines, but what if instead of a drive-by, we have a traditional ceremony? I'm hoping we have the possibility to walk and over at the Lawlor Event Center. And if we don't get that opportunity, it wouldn't be such a bad idea of having a ceremony out on our football field. And I understand not all our families will be able to join us, but I personally think We could do some sort of live stream where our friends and families can watch us, and us seniors get the opportunity to walk the stage and hear the speeches our school staff members have to say. I'm hoping we can make the best of graduation despite this chaos. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Kristen DeHaan.
Mr. Hahn? Thank you for being here, Mr. Hahn.
Hi, so I have a graduating senior at AACT this year, and I have been a member of the AACT Parent Boosters for the past 7 years. I was lucky enough to be there at the graduation last year, and I was one of the people holding up the last balloon arch just before the students got to leave. And I had the opportunity to talk to almost every single student and family to hear just how much they loved it. And it made me think, I don't ever want to go back to Lawler. It was exactly as the principals were talking about it. You got a chance to talk to the families. The families had the opportunity to show their pride in their kids, and everybody got to see that. And the students were all grinning ear to ear. It was very touching, and a lot of people cried a lot because it was so special. I'm really hoping for something like that for my son, because as much as last year was awful for the seniors, this year it's been even worse. They haven't gotten to do any of the normal things. No dances, no senior sunrise, all of the things that they look forward to at AACT. It's being at the top of the campus and getting to look down during the campus ceremony. As silly as it sounds, that's something that my son is missing this year. So I'm wondering about the time constraints and the 8 a.m. schedule for AACT, and I'm sure other schools have that as well. I know how long it took to set everything up last year, and I'm happy to be there at 4 in the morning if that's what it takes to make it awesome for all of those kids. But it will be a challenge to have the amazingness that we had last year if we have that early 8 a.m. start to set everything up. And I'm trying to think, what else was I going to say? With the time restraints, I believe it's 4 hours, and I appreciate that the board members and Dr. McNeil, that you want to be at every single graduation, but I'm just trying to figure out how we'll fit everything into that short amount of time and have those kids be able to have the amazing experience that I know they will get to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you, JJ. We'll bring it back. Before we make a motion, I think Dr. McNeil wanted to address a comment.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, President Taylor. So once again, just thank you very much for all of your work and support, and I want to thank all of our students for making beautiful statements as far as why this is so important to you. I absolutely understand, Trustee Nicolette, as far as your concern for Student Advisory Council. One of our main concerns right now is to make sure that we can put these plans in place, but allow for that flexibility to make sure that we have all the safety practices in place, and to allow for the expansion of a governor's directives if that actually happens between now and June when these graduations start. And to Trustee Church, I'm just going to say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so as a parent of a senior last year, I absolutely stand behind what these presentations are and what the photographs are, because really at the end of the day, it's about what's important to each and one of our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I said I'd go back to you, Trustee Thigpen. Yes, sir, you said you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and I really appreciate our students being here. And I'll say I'm going to be at the Student Advisory Council meeting tomorrow, and I'll be there to all of our students who want to ask questions, and I think Superintendent McNeil is going to be there for a period of time too. So this will be a great chance after this meeting to really get that input, so thank you. I motion that the Board of Trustees provides the superintendent direction to move forward with the planning and conducting of diploma distribution for the class of 2021 within the parameters of following all of Governor Sisolak's directives to include the priorities of social distancing, safety, and health of students, families, and employees, and staying within budgeted amount currently set for graduation.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I see a finger up right here. Vice President Cottle. There's a motion and a second. Open for discussion. I'll go to you first, Dr. Nicolette.
Please excuse me if I'm slow, which I am. Can I add a friendly amendment at this point? Let me just state that what I believe is missing is that we pay respect to student voice in all forms, and that we include that in our diploma distribution planning. I think it's really important. I want students to be recognized in their voice. I want them to know that we care about their voice.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. What I would say, and it's certainly up to the motioner and the seconder, and I see your mic, Trustee Church. In terms of accepting a friendly, one thing as I would say is in the presentation, the discussion was about including the school communities, and so I would say that if that change is accepted by the motion or the second one, I would broaden it. Certainly a student voice, but you still want the school community to be involved. So if you want that, in my mind, if we want to, I think it's implied, and maybe that's not strong enough, and that's okay. But so if I would point it, if we were going to point it out, let's point out the school community piece. That's the students, that's the school community, those are the parents. It's the piece that they do when they put these plans together. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I can see where it could fit in. It would be before, within the parameters of following all Governor Sisolak's directives. It would read a brief statement as to, let me read. The Board of Trustees provides the superintendent direction to move forward with the planning and conducting of diploma distribution for the class of 2021, while continuing to seek individual school key stakeholder input, or just student and teacher input?
Involving the input of the school community.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Perhaps it may be including the input, including the involvement of the school community.
A school student, the school's students and community. I want the word students in there.
It's your friendly, you say it whatever way you'd like to, and then it's up to the motioner to accept it or not. Trustee Thigpen?
I want to get it clear because I agree with you, well, I agree with both of you. I think, I just want it to be clean, so I think including something that says, while including the students and school communities. Is that fine, probably?
It's whatever her recommendation
to me,
is.
isn't it? I'm just trying to figure out where it fits best. Class of 2021 to include students and school community, and I have to change within, and the parameters of following all of Governor Sisolak's directives. Does that sound clean? And I can read it all out loud.
We certainly have your intention. Let's see if your seconder is in alignment with that. He is. And I want to go to JJ and see JJ. I saw your writing rep. You have. Would you mind reading that for us, please? And I haven't forgotten about you, Trustee Church.
So the Board of Trustees provides the superintendent direction to move forward with the planning and conducting of diploma distribution for the class of 2021, to include students and the school community, and within the parameters of following all of Governor Sisolak's directives, to include the priorities of social distancing, safety and health of students, families and employees, and staying within budgeted amounts currently set for graduation.
I see some nodding here. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor It was seconded. It has the friendly amendment has been proposed and seconded, and now we're for discussion. I'll go to you, Trustee Church.
No need. I was telepathically able to send the comment about the community to you, and you said it very well. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that the board will provide. I'm not going to read the exact promotion, but the motion, JJ's done that. The board provides direction to the superintendent to move forward with planning and conducting the distribution, making sure student voice is included as well as the voice of the community implied in this, and this is particularly for our students, hearing the voices of the students that we've heard tonight, that allows the flexibility for things to evolve as guidelines evolve, should they evolve, right? But those plans still have to be submitted based upon the criteria that you put together, Superintendent McNeil, for you and your team. Okay, other discussion, questions? You're good?
I just want to say that I know that you've already sought the input of students in your school communities. I know that. I just want to continue to ensure that our students know that we're still going to talk to them and listen as we plan and all this evolves. Because I know you've done that, and I appreciate that.
I think Dr. Nicolette, I think it's easy for me to kind of shortcut it because I know that's what was done last year, and I know that's what they're presenting. You weren't here last year. And so it's nothing wrong with making sure that piece, because that's an important piece. The student voice, the community voice, the school community, we want them involved as well. So all good. Okay, motions on the floor has been seconded. It took a long time to get there, but the amendment was friendly because we just really added that piece. So all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you to our principals. Thank you to our area superintendents. Thank you to our students that have been involved and will continue to be involved. And we just look forward to getting out there and celebrating as much as we can in the way that we're allowed to based upon the guidelines. There'll be 14 of them? All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 5.03. I see Dr. Parks getting into position. This presentation and discussion regarding on the Department of the Gifted and Talented Education, or GATE programs, Gifted and Talented Education programs. Proposed changes to programming including the GT itinerant teachers, school within the school SWAS, middle school magnet GT Institute at Proctor R. Hug High School, the GT department, and feedback from stakeholders as requested by the Board of Trustees, and possible action to approve the proposed changes, and this is indeed for possible action. Dr. Parks, I'll turn it over to you, and then you can introduce the team that's with you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good evening, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, President Taylor. Yes, tonight we are back, and we are very thankful for the direction we were given by the board. We have learned a lot, and so tonight you're going to hear our updated proposal. And with me, I have our GATE director, Dr. Vicki Westfall, and we also brought Rhonda Turnipseed, our Clayton Middle School principal, and she's going to talk about an update we have to our proposal as well. All right, so as we get started, very important that we send a sincere thank you to our teammates in business. Mark Mathers, our CFO, and Jeff Bazzo, our budget director. Instrumental in all of our meetings, attended every single one, and did an exceptional job at fielding questions around pupil-centered funding. Also want to thank Office of Accountability. They were there to help us with surveys, to interpret data, and provide us with research. And especially want to acknowledge our teachers and principals, stakeholders who took time out of their evenings usually to meet with us and be very frank with us about their perspective from the jobs that they do. And that's why we're very confident today that we're bringing forward a much more informed proposal. So as we go through the evening, our first focus is going to be the feedback that we received from our stakeholders. Dr. Westphal will talk about all of our focus groups as well as the survey information we received. We're going to provide you our revised GATE programming proposal. And again, similar to our last presentation, we have proposals around our administration, the school within a school at the elementary, our middle school magnet programs, our itinerants, the GATE Institute here at Proctor Hug High School, and then we'll have the superintendent's recommendation and an opportunity for questions and answers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Westphal, and she's going to take you through the rest of the presentation.
Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board. To reiterate what Dr. Parks just said, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come back to the table with a new presentation. And as he said, we're excited about some of the possibilities in this proposal. So first we'll talk about our stakeholder input meetings. Following our last board meeting, we scheduled meetings with administrators in our program, with teachers in our program, and we also conducted a survey with our families. Each one of these meetings was attended by Dr. Parks and myself, as well as either Jeff Bazo or Mr. Mathers, as he explained. So we went over in each one of those meetings the actual budget ramifications in more detail that we discussed, and what the new per pupil centered funding model meant and what that looked like, and kind of what our realities really are. And then we also went over the original proposal, and then we basically sat back and listened and took notes and just kind of really took in what we were told at each of these meetings. We also offered the opportunity to process on it and then send us more emails with more thoughts and information as they had an opportunity to think about it and discuss it amongst themselves. And then the new proposal was crafted based on that input that we received from stakeholders. So this is just a list of our stakeholder meetings. We held administrators separately, and then we held a meeting with our magnet teachers, one with Institute, one with SWAS, and itinerants. And then those members of the GATE office administrative staff were invited to attend whatever meeting or meetings they would wanted to participate in. Furthermore, we developed, again with the help of the Accountability Office, a comprehensive survey that we sent to all of our families that receive GATE services. And this survey was designed so that when they answered about what program their child's in, it branched to questions specific to that program, and then came back to some questions that we asked all of them. We did ask families to answer more than once if they had students in more than one program, so that we would have information for each of those programs. I was proud that we had 626 responses in the course of that week. We have amazing families that really are invested in providing us with input, and we had 983 separate comments that we read and went through and culled for this presentation and took into account. So key findings from the focus groups that we held with staff. From the administrator, our key findings, Collin Ranch Elementary School discussed how hard they'd worked for about building a culture around the SWAS. And so they've had it for 9 years with the same principal, and have really, really worked hard to build that culture where the students and the staff are all part of that school, and the whole community, it's all one community. We talked with the Clayton administration about the possibility of allowing high-achieving students into some of those magnet classes so that they would have that opportunity, and we would also be able to fill those classes and maintain programming at Clayton. Our middle school principals had questions about whether the itinerant model is our most effective means of serving students, with the teachers having to come in and serve for 150 minutes and figuring out scheduling, and is that the most effective model we could be using? The administrators were in support of increasing the number of GT-endorsed teachers, and we were able to present to them a comprehensive plan that we won't go into tonight because of time, but that we have to really ramp up our endorsement programs and processes and ongoing professional development. And we did explain it to them, and they were very supportive of that. And then we also heard from the high school that high schools should all be offering the same level of services and support to our GT students. It shouldn't just be at one school. When we talked to the teacher groups, what we learned from the SWAS teachers, essentially, and we actually met with them over 2 separate meetings because we felt like we needed more time to hear their voice, but it really all kind of came down to a few key elements in the end, that one of the options could be blending more GT students in. As you may recall, the SWAS program is for our highly gifted and profoundly gifted students, so it's very specialized. But we did have a couple instances due to the pandemic this year at schools where some other GT students were incorporated into SWAS classrooms, and they felt like that was actually very effective and served the needs of both sets of students very well. So they talked about that possibility of filling programs a little bit more by opening it up to more GT students. They did discuss at length the special needs our SWAS students have, especially highly gifted students with the characteristics that they portray and the need of extra time and attention by the teacher. So those smaller class sizes were very important. And right now we have a model in which we have 3rd and 4th, or 4th and 5th mixed, and they talked about the possibility of having separate grade levels, so a 3rd, a 4th grade, a 5th grade separately. So those were some of the things that they discussed. Our magnet teachers are a wonderful and passionate group, and they had some great suggestions for us as well. They talked about, they reminded us that they often teach general education electives in some of the schools. So they're not just teaching their 4 core, but if there's room in their schedule, they are serving students outside of the gifted population. Or in some of our magnet schools, we have some GT-specific electives, which kind of relieve the pressure a little bit from, the site schedules and the allocations for general education. They did discuss that most GT students do need more time and support than the general education peers. And we also discussed the concern that if Clayton does not have the magnet program next year, as we kind of mentioned in January, many of those families may end up opting out of the magnet simply because of logistical issues or because they love it at Clayton and they love the community there, and they figured they may end up opting out rather than staying in the magnet. There were questions about whether we could look at students doing part-time magnet. Right now, if you're in the magnet program, you do all 4 core classes and you work together as a group. So would there be an option to have students just play to their strengths, if you will? And then they also asked at that meeting whether we could consider allowing non-GT students that are high achieving into magnet classes through some sort of an application system. And then for the GATE Institute, we met with those teachers, and they discussed that they felt like some of these other options that we've proposed that can serve high-achieving students, such as advanced placement, the diploma program or the career program at Worcester, the IB program, and dual credit may not fully address the needs that our gifted learners have, because they do have some different needs. They did discuss also how the Institute here at HUG offers a unique accelerated pathway. We have an AP capstone class. Our students at HUG High School, as they reminded us, do AP literature as freshmen so that they can progress through that more rapidly. Also, our math pathways here at HUG High School are more accelerated. We have sophomores in AP calculus, so they have further math classes to continue. They asked us if we could offer access, again, to some non-GT students who are high achieving based on an application system and open up some opportunities for those students. And they also expressed concern that removing the Institute from HUG could cause some inequities. Our last focus group was with our itinerant teachers, and they expressed concern with our proposal if we cut back on itinerant teachers, that they might have to serve more schools, and how does that work how does that impact their efficacy? Because they do, in a normal year, have to travel from school to school, and so they have to calculate time in to get to those schools and to serve those students. sometimes it's a challenge because we do have schools in our district that may have only 1 or 2 students, and it's important that we serve those students, and we do that through our itinerant services. But in terms again of efficiency, they wanted us to continue to keep that in mind. They asked if we could work with principals to cluster students to make their efficacy higher. And then also if we as a department, when we assign sites to them, can be really intentional about how we cluster those so that they aren't spending all their time traveling from north to south and are really, just being as efficient as possible.
If I may, Dr. Westphal?
Yes.
I'm sorry, quick question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, by the way, and thank you for doing all of the focus groups. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Parks. There's a lot to learn from that. So would you talk just a little bit about, I understand what you mean by the gate department clustering sites that may reduce some of that transportation time, travel time. Talk a little bit about when you say can principals cluster students, what would that look like?
So when you have students that are in, especially I think these were referring to, well, actually any school, if you've got our gifted students are spread out over different teachers' classrooms, then it makes it a little like, 3 fifth graders and they're in 2 or 3 different 5th grade classrooms, which some, at some sites happens, then that teacher has to pull kids from 3 different rooms and impact 3 different sets of learning, or work with 3 different teachers, because part of our model is also a co-teaching at the middle school, so it's harder to co-teach with 3 different teachers than 1, for example.
Absolutely makes sense. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, and so for our surveys, I like pictures, so we did graphs in this as much as we could. If you answered that you were a SWAS, you had a SWAS student, then it took you to some questions, and I didn't put all the questions in here. I do have them all if anybody's interested in seeing all the data. But we asked what would our SWAS family's willingness or ability be to commit to a new location if the SWAS program was moved. And when you look at this graph, you can see that we have 24% said they'll commit regardless of location, but we had 61% said that would really depend on where it landed, and then 15% said they would not move. That was a total of 80 responses, so it was the majority of our SWAS families responded to that question. And then just so that we would kind of know what their preferences were, we asked, where would you want the SWAS site to be? And you see the data there as to where families would like for it to land. And I'll just let you look at that. And then again, we asked some open-ended questions of our families, about whether they, what their thoughts were on the proposal as it stood. And again, I had, I think, 66 responses just to the SWAS one, and these are some representative comments. And again, I won't read them all to you, but there was concern about making sure that we're geographically centralized if possible. And there were a lot that had concerns about how do you reduce it to one site. And so they wanted us to really look at that. They also were concerned about stability. Students had moved maybe last year from 2nd grade to a SWAS 3rd grade, and now we're talking about moving them again this year. So families had concerns about that as well. Our key findings for the magnet survey, I asked a question about what magnet school our students attended, and if they answered Clayton, they were taken to a question about whether if we disbanded the Clayton program, what would be their ability or willingness to transport their students to another magnet site, keeping in mind that we do not provide transportation to magnet schools. And we had 58 responses there from Clayton families, so that was a great response rate from our families. And nearly half said they would not leave Clayton and move to another magnet school, or either would not be able to or willing to. So 31% said they might, and only 22% said they would definitely move. So we thought that was very telling. And then we asked all of our magnet families if a magnet school retains its magnet curriculum, So not changing the rigor and the coursework that the students are going through, but we invite, through an intentional process, high-achieving students that have the opportunity of being successful in this framework to participate. Would that be a concern to magnet parents? And you can see here that the majority of our parents, 66%, said they'd be fine with that. They'd keep their students enrolled, and 27% said they might, and then 7% said they would not want their child enrolled in the magnet in that kind of a system. And then the next slide are some of our representative comments from magnet, the next two slides actually, from magnet families. I had 221 comments on those, and many of them were discussed the lack of ability to transport their kids to another site. So in the magnet program, because we don't provide transportation, one of the things that we do when a student qualifies for magnet services is parents are given a choice to rank, what school they prefer their kids to go to. And we have families that responded back and said, well, I work near Clayton, so that's the school I can take my child to. So sometimes those things factor in. And so they don't always go to the one closest to their home, but it might be more close to where they need to be all day and can drop off their child and pick them up. So there were a lot of comments about ability to transport. Some appreciated the diversity that Clayton has that they felt was lacking in some of our other programs, and they wanted to make sure they had that opportunity. And then there's one more slide of comments here that you can see as well. And again, they asked that we please not ignore this group of students, because sometimes, unfortunately, people believe because students are gifted, then they'll be fine, and we all know that we serve a special group of students that do need our supports. For the Gate Institute, we had 46 responses on our open-ended comments, and we had 45 respondents overall. So they made, a couple of them made extra comments, and so they again, discussed that we're serving a unique group of students and we're offering some different pathways to our institute students. The deepest concern is making sure their high school students will be able to get the support they need to stay engaged and successful. So those are the comments there. And Dr. Parks is going to discuss this slide.
Thank you. And on this slide, we just wanted to clear up some misconceptions. While our Nevada Administrative Code is very clear about our ratio for gifted and talented at 22:1, there's further NRS that goes on to clarify that giftedness is not equal to special education. Just to point out a few key things here, NAC 388.093 specifically states that the definition does not include pupils who are gifted and talented, and that furthermore, the giftedness is not a disabling condition that meets IDEA. So it was very clear through our meetings that there are many challenges we know our GATE teachers face in meeting the needs of students who receive gifted and talented services. We acknowledge that, we honor that, but wanted to go on record stating that it's not the equivalent of a student on a individualized education plan, unless, and this does happen, we have gifted children who are what we call twice exceptional, and they may qualify in some other area for a special education plan. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, so now we're going to talk to you about the exciting part, our revised proposals that we're all here for today. And this again is based very heavily on the feedback that we received from our administrators, our teachers, and our families. So the proposal related to the administrative staff to eliminate one of our administrative positions, 0.4 of our school psychologist out of our assessment department, the clerical aide job that's actually already been vacated and we've absorbed into another role. Reduction of two of our facilitators, and reorganization then of how we support our programs, as well as reducing our counselors over 2 years down to 1, and the elimination of a half SWAS music teacher. We are not making any changes to that proposal at this time. And while I recognize that all of those positions are important positions and have played a very important role in serving our students, we also recognize that the most important thing is to have our teachers in front of our students. And so we will work hard as a GATE administrative staff to really absorb those roles and kind of readjust and make sure we're still continuing to serve our students at a very high level. It's not an easy thing to propose, but we believe we can still continue to serve our students well. And then we wanted to discuss the SWAS program, and I will confess I have no idea how to click on the PDF here, so somebody else will have to do that. So I guess you guys can see it, but I don't think we can.
Yeah, I think if you just double click on the PDF, it should come up.
Yeah, that's easier.
So again, thank you to our Capital Projects Department. Brett Rodella made these heat maps for us, and what we are seeing here is where our SWAS students actually come from to go to the various schools. And this also was utilized in forming our proposal on where we thought the SWAS program should be. You can see, interestingly, there is what a heat map would suggest, a high number of students in kind of the southwest area who attend SWAS programs.
And if we can go back to the presentation, please. Thank you. Oh, too far. Too far. Okay, I'm clicking too hard. So our original proposal when we came to you in January was to reduce the number of SWAS schools from 3 down to 1, with the location of that one school to be determined. Our revised proposal, as Dr. Parks will discuss in a minute, is to maintain the 3 current schools and not make a change during this school year, and maintain our current level of staffing. And this is based on a previous motion of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Parks will discuss that.
Thank you, Dr. Westphal. And on the front end of this, I want to offer to Superintendent McNeil and President Taylor, members of the board, my apologies. The focus that we had on getting input from our stakeholders, as the Chief Academic Officer, it was my responsibility to look into, possible past board motions. Fortunately, before this meeting, we did some digger deeping and realized that there was a previous board motion that, as you can see, clearly articulated from the Board of Trustees at that time, that their direction was to staff to continue to work to implement a regional approach for the program, but that the locations for the 2022 school year is when that might occur. So we have transparently amended our proposal, and so wanted to just acknowledge that apologies from me, and sorry for any confusion that created with last moment changes. But as Dr. Westphal said, our recommendation in our proposal is going to be that the programs for SWAS remain at Collin Ranch, Roy Gom, and Hunsberger.
And so the next slide actually contains that revised proposal, and actually our projected number to serve students to serve has actually gone up a little bit. So So that's good. So we are revising our proposal to maintain the 3 SWAS sites at their current sites for this school year, and then we'll work on an approach for program locations for the following school year.
It's also important to note that in the proposal, we're remaining that the number of teachers remains the same for the 21-22 school year.
That's correct, thank you. So our next part of our programming proposal is our magnet program. Again, we're projected to serve about 463 students in the next school year. And I wanted to really take a minute to discuss the curriculum for the magnet model. It is an accelerated instructional pace. You'll see here that our students are completing high school formal geometry while in middle school, honors biology, and it's really appropriate for students who can work independently and are achieving at high academic levels in the 4 content areas. And when we have a student that's achieving maybe more effectively at 3 levels than the 4th, and we go in and provide supports to help them be successful in that 4th area so that we're continuing to provide differentiated services. Completion of coursework in this program really prepares our students well for high school, for those advanced placement classes, for the IB, for whatever direction they want to go. And anecdotally, they come back and we learn that when they get to college, they still think about the magnet program and how that really prepared them for the college coursework. So while we were looking at the magnet program, we did look at the heat maps as well for this program to see where our magnet students reside.
And with this particular map, I believe it was Trustee Cottle who had some concerns that if the program at Clayton were to be closed, that the North Valleys would be forced to transport quite a bit ways longer to the other magnet programs. So just by looking at the colors, you can see where the condensed amount of students are coming from. And yes, it came up in our survey as well that the North Valleys area would be impacted if we were to close the Clayton magnet.
Okay, thank you. If we can go back to the slides. Okay, so here's our revised proposal for the Clayton magnet program. We're proposing that we implement what we call an advanced academic placement model at Clayton Magnet. So this would mean that we would be inviting to apply some students who are not identified as gifted and talented, but are high achieving students, and we'll share with you in a minute kind of what that could look like, that they could apply to an AAP magnet at Clayton Middle School. And if they're not zoned for Clayton, they would be able to receive a variance for that school. So these students would participate in the same coursework. The magnet curriculum would not be changed, the rigors, the pathways would not be changed, but these students would be invited to participate in it. This will allow us to fill the classes to the level of the 22-to-1 so that we could then be allocating more of our cost to base funding and meeting that need. Plus it provides some opportunities for students who otherwise wouldn't have this opportunity, which we find very exciting because we know we have students out there who are ready for this level of rigor but maybe didn't qualify for gifted services. And anecdotally, in some of our elementary schools where we have placed high achieving students with classes where gifted learners were involved, some of those students then ended up getting identified as gifted later on. So there are some real possibilities for that as well. So it increases equity and access for more students, not just our gifted learners. This would be a pilot program if this is approved, for us to fine tune it and then determine if this might be something we can expand out to either our other magnets or potentially through our endorsement program be able to create some more magnets at more schools and still be serving them through our base funding models.
You know what?
Yes.
I'm going to jump in, just if I may, Dr. Westfall. Thank you. This is really good information. The work that you've done and the different ways you've come up with looking at things, and Principal Turner, see the ideas of saying maybe there's a way that we can pilot this thing and do it differently. What I think might be more helpful for us as a board is if we take this level by level. I know it's one big recommendation, but instead of looking at one bigger recommendation for elementary and the middle and high, let's take the elementary part first, and then we can take the middle part. Then you can give us a little bit of review of what you just did, right? And then we can take the institute part.
Sure.
If we can look at this in three different, do my colleagues follow me on that? If we look at them, then it won't be one big piece. And it's, I don't know about you, but I was starting to get a little lost. And then the way we can just, we can get our arms around it a little bit better.
Right.
So if I may direct my colleagues to the first part of this, which has to do with our SWAS programming, our school within the school. I'm going to ask you, Superintendent McNeil, if you just kind of talk through, just as you'll see, as you'll recall what Dr. Parks talked about is the first piece of the recommendation, if we go to superintendent recommendation, has already been done by board action. Okay, the piece that we maintain current SWAS programs at Collin Ranch Elementary School, Huntsberger Elementary, and Gom Elementary for the 21-22 school year, that is already board action. Board action that was taken in January of last year. 10 minutes before we shut down. No wonder it got lost. I mean, everything broke loose after that, right? Pretty much. So we do not, that's already a motion. I mean, that's already an action, so a motion does not need to be made for that. However, the additional part of that comes to and ask staff to develop a plan for the 22-23 school year that's based on a regional approach, which is also already there in the previous board action. However, the addition is based on, that takes into consideration enrollment and base funding models, period. That's where that piece is. So what we are considering, if you turn to the last page of this slide before questions, is that staff develop a plan that for the SWAS program, that staff develop a plan for the 22-23 school year that is based on a regional approach for a program location that takes into consideration enrollment and base funding models. That's what we're considering. Is that clear? The regional approach is very important, as we discussed it. You may recall that, Vice President Caldwell, as we discussed, not leaving out the students that were further north and that were in Sparks because there are no locations there, and we wanted them to look at a regional approach. So that's the piece we're considering now. The regional approach is already there, but we're asking them to take into consideration the funding models, right? Based upon we know the funding models for the state are changing, and enrollment. So now that's open for discussion if I didn't completely confuse everybody. Vice President Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam President, and I, Dr. Parks, appreciate you finding what we did back in January, because speaking as somebody who was there, I forgot we did that. But the same concerns I had then apply now to the regional imbalance that we have. Mainly to the people that I represent in the northern part of the county, but also to Sparks. And so I definitely support this to continue to look at a regional approach. We do want to make sure we have supports where the programs currently are, but we have students, I mean, the heat map says it all. I mean, Van Gorder Elementary School is a long ways from southwest Reno and way down south. So I absolutely support this. And so I know there's other questions, but this one's an easy one for me. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I see Trustee Thigpen?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I echo that sentiment from Vice President Caudill. I think that I'm kind of glad. I think this is a happy surprise that we found this, because it will and we kind of talked about this in our last board meeting, giving people a year to, right, to before we make any adjustments. So keeping the current schools going into this next school year, I think is great. I like that we were able to keep Collin Ranch Elementary School, having gone and met with both principals at GOM and Collin. Those two schools being 3 miles apart from each other just makes no sense to have two that close together. I think I would like to see us open up, just looking at the heat map again, really looking at what we could do to continue investing in this to make it more equitable for our students. So I'm really glad we have a little bit more time on this. My only question would be on the proposed admin changes. Are those going to be immediate changes going into this next school year, or will those be on hold until the year after?
Those are proposed for the upcoming school year.
So with that in mind, do we foresee any sort of hiccups now that we've learned about this past motion in regards to support or anything like that for our teachers and students?
No, I think we'll still be able to craft a plan together that will make sure we're providing adequate supports.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I think that kind of takes care of my biggest concerns. I think that I really appreciate the work that you all have done here on getting the input from our community stakeholders, and I'm very supportive of this direction.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I'm glad you brought up the administrative piece, because although we didn't ask for changes in that area, we still need to we still need to take board action one way or another. So that will be our fourth action we will take on this. So thank you. I was just saying, did we approve that last time? We did, but we left it the same. But we do need to take board action one way or another on the administrative piece, and we'll do that after we do the GT, the Gate Institute. Okay, so right now our attention is on the SWAS, and I see student trustee. Just turn your light on, Trustee Church. I'll get you. Go ahead, student trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Trustee Thigpen brought up a good point where he said that the schools were 3 miles apart. I didn't know that. I think that those are very close, and I want to see if we could put them farther apart, because as we see in the map, Lemon Valley, the Stead area, does not have any students a part of this SWAS program. So I think it's very important to see that it's really far away from those houses. So what the difference would be if we were to create a SWAS school closer to them.
Thank you, student trustee Victoria. Trustee Church, were you?
Yes, I too. I'm trying to digest everything and stay focused here. I think I want to echo what Vice President Cottle said, but it does seem that with the massive growth in North County, even though they don't have as many members of SWAS, that they're kind of getting shortchanged. Is that kind of what I think I heard?
If I may, right, just to throw in, that was part of the conversation we had January a year ago, was the same conversation about not having it spread, them being so close together, and expressing concerns that there was not the same opportunity to serve those students in the North Valleys nor in Sparks. And that's why the motion that the board action we took over a year ago asked for the staff to look at a more regional approach. So what you're saying is, yes, that was part of that conversation, and that's why that board action to try to balance it out.
Okay, and just one other thing. When we use the term regional, do we ever partner with, for example, Carson City School District and overlap or share things? I'm seeing a head shaking no, but why not?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Church. It has to do with our student funding, and it's different for each one of our school districts. So it would not be something that we would look to. Obviously, we partner with our partner school, our next door neighbors when we can, but this would not be something. And that's important too with the change of the per pupil centered funding formula.
That's it for you, Trustee Church? Okay, I don't see any more. It looks like we do have some public comment on this. JJ, thank you.
Crystal Hicks.
Welcome, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. I actually had an entirely different statement prepared, but I just want to thank you after hearing this for your consideration in honoring the commitment to our kids from last year and not moving the program this following year. We're grateful, and it impacts the children greatly, and this program has changed our daughter's scholastic life, and socially it has helped her and so many kids to thrive. So we really appreciate all that you're doing for these kids, and especially in keeping that program in place so that they have that consistency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would say we try really hard to get it right, and sometimes when we don't, we have to fix it. So thank you. Other public comment, JJ?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, oh yeah, we had some that emailed in, exactly, please. We'll do both of those.
Kristen DeHaan.
Dahan, you're good, thumbs up? Okay, ditto, like she said, that's what I'm hearing, okay?
Eliana Murray.
I'm sorry, I missed her name?
Eliana Murray. The board also received emails from Amy Quigley, John and Alicia Michaela, Dr. Tamara Wall, Dr. Jenny Salas.
Welcome, thank you for being here.
Good evening. I'm Eliana Murray, a current freshman at Hug High and part of the Gate Institute. One of the reasons I chose the Gate Institute was there were so many opportunities, and I didn't have to choose a signature high school to go to. One of the options for us if the Gate Institute were to close would be to choose a signature high school, meaning you'd have to choose what you wanted to be. And for me personally, I have no clue. I wanted the opportunity to try a bunch of different things before I decided what I wanted to do with my life. And at the Gate Institute, with the individualized programming, I was allowed to do that. The teachers here are amazing. I love them. They support me through all of my issues with the classes. And the community is amazing too. In fact, during our lunch breaks, me and a bunch of other students from all varying grades will be in the lunch area, and we will enact Hamlet, which is just, who does that? And our teachers don't do just GT kids. A lot of my science teachers also teach honors and AP classes to not just GT, but the normal population. My bio teacher and my chemistry teacher, they both teach honors classes for most of their classes, I believe 4 out of the 6. If the Gate Institute is cut, we may lose these amazing teachers. And of course, this isn't for myself. If the Gate Institute phases, I am a freshman and I won't really be affected. However, I'm thinking about the people that come after me. I know a lot of people at Clayton's magnet program and SWAS kids, and a lot of them want to come here for the Gate Institute. I know that 7th graders that want to come here will be denied. There is one kid in particular that has his heart set on coming to the Gate Institute, but he is a 7th grader, meaning he will be cut. And of course, I have siblings. I have 3 of them. They all mean the world to me, and their futures are my top priority. At the Gate Institute, they can have the opportunities to do what they want to do without any issue, I guess. But we get all of this support in elementary and middle school with the SWAS and magnet programs. I don't see a reason why it should stop at high school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Kennedy McAleese. The board received emails from Bill Schollenberger, Don Martins, Donna Gaspare, Shelley Buchanan, Lola Scrotch, Melissa Prin, Arabella Murray, Herschel Murray, Ariane Soretta, Jen Stewart Stuart Van.
Welcome, Ms. McAleese. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Kennedy McAleese. I'm speaking about the decision of cutting or not cutting my GT program at Clayton. When I heard that you might keep it, I was really happy, and I really hope that you do keep it. It's one of the most important things to me, and it's not just me, but also for my friends, my classmates, and my teachers. I sincerely appreciate how the board listened to all the people that spoke against cutting the GT program last time, and that you might have found a possible solution that might be able to keep it. I also heard that Hug High's GT program may be cut, and my teacher this year taught at Hug, and our entire class has heard lots of stories like about this place and how great it is. And I just want all of the programs not to be cut, and I want opportunities for everyone in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McAleese.
Jeremy Murray. The board received emails from Deanna Logatetta, Robert Shader, Marilyn Bennett, Jonathan Chatham, and Riley Gillis.
Welcome, Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jeremy Murray. I'm a parent of 3 G2 students in the Washoe County School District. I spoke at a previous meeting about the importance of GATE education to our family, but I'm just here tonight to talk about the GATE Institute. First of all, thanks very much for having this discussion here at HUG, where it matters for this. And also thank you for changing course last time in that discussion right before the snowstorm and going back and finding more input about this. I thought that was really necessary. I'm really glad that it happened. In my opinion, closing the
I hate to interrupt, but can you speak closer to the microphone? I can't hear.
Sorry, better?
No, not at all. If you would, Mr. Murray, can you just come a little closer, lean into the mic a little bit?
Right here, okay.
Thank you.
Feel free to take over.
Yeah, no worries, thank you. In my opinion, closing the Institute is either a money issue or a performance issue. And if it's a performance issue, I'd hope we'd be discussing what metrics are not performing. How does the GATE Institute student experience compare to other GT students at other schools? Are the students graduating? How are they doing in college? Before closing any program, I'd want to hear about how it failed and why. And why are we avoiding talking about how the Institute's failed? And why are we not talking about how it succeeded? Performance changes should be based on measuring performance, and that doesn't seem to be a consideration at all here. Instead, I feel this is solely a money issue, and as such, I would hope the presentation would discuss exactly how much money is being spent, how much will be saved by this change. It also doesn't discuss the benefit of housing this program at HUG as a Title I school. That was a primary consideration when it was founded, and it's been omitted in all of the discussion of its closing. I want to hear about how the Institute's benefited HUG. I want to hear about what the loss will be to the school. Most classes taught by Institute teachers are made of both Institute and high-achieving non-Institute HUG students, an environment very similar to what we're proposing for Clayton Magnet. All high schools should be offering the same level of services and support as the Institute. That presentation's discussion of administrators at other schools didn't ask to close the Institute. They're saying they need more GT teachers to support their own students, just like HUG is supporting theirs. That's no cost savings. It shows how important and unique this program is, and it shows the unfulfilled need across the whole district. Finally, the U.S. House will shortly be voting on a stimulus bill, has money designated, not just for schools, but specifically keeping teachers in jobs and keeping existing classroom experiences stable. There's also money in there for EL, which is coming up in the next item. I'd advise any decision to close the Institute delay until after the budget impacts of that stimulus have been evaluated. Overall, this move feels like a GT headcount reduction, targeted at the Institute because of the convenience of the staff size. It doesn't seem based on the performance of the program or the needs of the district population. The financial benefit and the impact to HUG don't seem to be well analyzed or communicated. HUG's moving to a new building shortly. Now's the time to invest in the program, get more students in it. Make it the exemplary program that was promised when it was opened. No other school in the district provides what this program does. So I'd advise, please don't close the GATE Institute. Also, I have 18 seconds. Itinerant teachers travel way too far. We're cutting them. That's going to make their job even harder. They're already up against a lot of stuff at the schools they go to. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Beth Martin.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Hi, thank you. Beth Martin for the record, mother of 3 wonderful Washoe County School District children. I appreciate the revised recommendation from the district regarding the SWAS program location for the upcoming school year. My son experienced a significant change this school year transitioning to a new school so that he could attend the appropriate SWAS program at GOM. The positive changes I have seen in him this year have been life-changing for him and my family. Extremely gifted children are wonderful, beautiful humans, but they also can present with other behaviors. The inability for my son to regulate and control his emotions before enrolling and attending at SWAS was sad to watch, and many days and nights of uncontrollable tears with no way to soothe or understand how to help him was really hard. Getting kids into correct programs can change lives, and that's what SWAS has done for him and my family. I was fearful of a change of location this upcoming school year, and I thank you for recommending pushing this back for just one more year. In a year of so many changes, it will be nice to have as little as possible change this school year, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you, JJ. And thanks for all that made public comment and that sent in their comments via email. I kind of left you hanging, Clerk Minetto.
On slide 19, you have the little hot spots. And are those the kids that currently go? My question is, see, being a Sparks person, I'm thinking we need something out there, just like the North Valleys. When we had didn't we have a SWAS at Whitehead a few years ago? Were the hotspots different? I mean, who remembers? But I'm thinking they probably were, because if people can't get their kids there, that's why we need more central. We need more, and I get that we can't now, and we're not going to, and that's good, not now. So that's, I guess, what I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. I think hopefully in the motion that was passed last year, that we asked for them to take a look at the more regional approach, which should include Sparks as well as North Valley. So certainly point well taken. Any additional discussion? If not, I am prepared, if that is the board's pleasure, to receive a motion. And we're just talking about the SWAS part of the program that was not approved in the motion dated January 28th on 2020, and that includes for SWAS programming that the staff develop a plan for the 22-23 school year that is based on a regional approach for program location that takes into consideration enrollment and base funding models. That's what we're considering at this point. So if it is
so moved. Second.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Caldwell, for the motion, and thank you, Trustee Thigpen, for the second. Any further discussion?
I just have a question. So I want to make positive, I understand. We're not making any cuts. We're sending it back to staff for the 2022-2023 year to bring it back to us. Do I basically have that?
Yes, let me just clarify a little bit. Staff was already asked to come back for the 22-23 school year for SWAS, as is. And so this is just affirming that when they do come back for a plan, that they should consider the regional locations as well as base funding models, which we know is coming out of the legislature. That clear?
We're not voting on any cuts, or just bringing it back to us. Thank you.
Yes, because that's already been determined. Now, all right, Trustee Church, you know how you are at motions now. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is your light on for discussion, Trustee Thigpen?
I just wonder if Trustee Church is maybe thinking about the admin part we discussed, which is going to be completely separate from this motion.
That is completely separate. That's not a part. That's not a part of this motion. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Everybody's clear. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Now we will go on to middle school, and we can jump back. site principal,
Here we are.
Turnip Seed, and Dr. Westfall. We're back to you for a quick little review of where we are in terms of magnets, and we're talking about a pilot program is where we left off.
Yes, and so quick recap is right here on the slide that we're looking at right now. That non-GT high-achieving students through an application process may be identified to join the magnet. We will not be changing the curriculum. It will keep the rigor and the pathways that we have, allowing us to fill the classes up to the 22-to-1 ratio and providing opportunities and equity for students that right now don't have an opportunity. So this next slide then actually just gives you an example. We actually had an AAP model in our district up until this year. And so we do have a base of precedents that we can follow that was used in the general ed classroom. So we're proposing this again for the magnet classroom. But we do have already some criteria in place related to what may identify a student as high achieving. So it's all about being intentional and making sure that we're setting students up for success and to help them grow academically. So selection of students for placed into one of these classrooms would be that they're either identified as gifted or identified as high academic ability via at least 3 of the following data points. And we always look at many data points even when we identify students for GT. So this is an example of some of those assessment scores, grades, authentic task samples, other site-specific data sources that we may have, teacher recommendations, student applications, essays, and letters. And part of this identification process, just so you know, in our department already, in the assessment department division within our department, we keep a watch list of students that didn't quite qualify for gifted services through our universal screener. And our assessment department actually tracks them over the course of the next few years, watching to see if maybe something triggers another look at them. We also have a talent search that we conduct. We also work closely with schools, multi-tiered system of support committees, for when teachers see a student that they wonder if they might be gifted. So we have some already in place, some things we can go to look at and look to see who we might invite to apply, in addition to which families might look at it themselves or staffs and say, hey, you might want to apply for this program. So what we would require is the application, because we do want our families to understand what they're going to be, what kind of program they'll be putting their students in and committing to that level of rigor that they'll be going through. And as a note, student behavior or past discipline cannot exclude students, GATE students from being included in the AAP classroom, because we do recognize that sometimes, as the parent mentioned, there are behaviors that come from, frustration or not being challenged, what have you. So we don't count that against a student. It's our job to make sure we're serving that student well so that we can help them work past that. And now we're going to get to hear from our special guest, our Clayton principal, Mrs. Rhonda Turnipseed.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. McNeil, President Taylor, and Board of Trustees. I just want to thank the trustees that made a visit and have made a visit to Clayton. I appreciate you and your efforts to get to know and to get out there and to see the schools. And I'm the brand new principal at Clayton this year, so I'm taking over the esteemed Mr. Miser, who retired, and I got the pleasure of being hired during a pandemic. Yes. I also spent a couple years as an assistant principal at HUG, and I was the evaluator over the GATE Institute, so I do know what it means to talent search, to include children that are high achieving into this program. We all know what it's like when somebody believes in you and says that you can do something, even if you didn't quite make the mark with tests or whatnot. I do know and I believe in the community at Clayton that we will embrace and can provide a wonderful pilot to show you that it can be successful, to blend high achieving students with students in the gifted magnet program already. It's an opportunity for me to build unity in our school and not just have a school within a school that's very separate too, both sides benefit. Students in the gifted program, when they are just isolated and kept separate, it's a different feel than when there's more inclusivity. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm committed. I have years of experience in gifted schools from Washington State and with the Institute to know what it can be, and work with Dr. Westphal to be able to have the right, what is it? Not parameters, the right, what's the word? Yeah, the right guidelines for us to look at that would make a child appropriate for this program. It also makes more of a family at Clayton so that our teachers can provide opportunities for students not only that are in the mainstream Clayton, but also for students in the GATE program that might be doing very well in 3 of the subject areas, but maybe they can be in the regular population for English or, say, math. It's just more flexibility, and with more flexibility, I believe that it's going to be more inclusive. I just want to thank you for your time and let you know that the students that are zoned for Clayton, they love Clayton, and a lot of them don't have, and they will not be able to have transportation to go elsewhere. So I have to meet their needs anyway, and I'm committed to do that. But I know that with this model, it'll serve them the best. Thank you for your time.
One other thing to add with this model is it does help our gifted students then integrate more with the general ed population, because we would have some of those students in these core classes in addition to just their electives. So that's another positive. So again, our original proposal was to reduce the number of magnet schools from 4 to 3, leaving the schools or the magnet program at Pine, Sky Ranch, and Swope. Our revised proposal is not to reduce the number of schools. We'll maintain the magnet at Pine, Sky Ranch, and Swope Middle School, and we will introduce a pilot advanced academic placement magnet model at Clayton Middle School as a pilot program. And I'll stop there so we can discuss that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to you both, and thank you, Principal Turnipseed. I was one of the trustees that got to visit, and it's great to be there, and the potential to have the pilot is really intriguing, and the way to increase participation, especially for a demographic of students that would be left out there otherwise. So I'm going to open this up. I see Vice President Caldwell with your light on already. Please, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the staff. I'm really impressed with this proposal. I'm excited about the possibilities of this pilot program, and hopefully we learn something from it, and it's something that we can do throughout our district. And I know I expressed concern at the last meeting because I heard loud and clear from North Valleys and Cold Springs that Clayton was their only option. If there wasn't Clayton, they would just have to go back to their zone school. And so I appreciate that we looked ahead and found a way to do it different, not just do it the same and just kind of say, okay, we'll just do it the same. And so I appreciate that. The other thing that I would say about the middle schools, I'm not advocating for anything, but just something to keep in mind, the dynamic in Spanish Springs, when I look at the heat map and the disparity between the enrollment numbers of Sky Ranch Middle School and the other middle schools in that area is growing. And Sky Ranch has the magnet program, but they also have a very big zone, and they're up over 1,200 now, while other middle schools in the area are 800, 900. So it might be something to take a look at down the road on, is there a different middle school in that area that would be a better fit, just because the space, they're starting to run out of space at Sky Ranch. But overall, I think this is tremendous. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. And I saw you, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just am really impressed with this change, this presentation. And I know in the last board meeting we spoke about how can we invest more in this? How can we get more students into our magnet programs? And I think you've done just that. So I'm really appreciative, and I know that there are going to be a lot of parents and families, students who are really going to be delighted by this news. So job well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. In reference to Jeremy Mary, I believe that was his last name, Dad, he asked a really good question that I'm continuing to think about. You know, is it a matter of money or a matter of performance? And money aside, right now everything is a question about money because we have to make some cuts. Having said that, would you please address the concept of performance and where we're at in this particular case, our magnet schools and our performance? How are our students doing?
Yes, absolutely, Trustee Nicolette, and I do appreciate that, that question. Our magnet model is an incredibly strong model, and our students that move on to high school are accessing advanced placement classes. They are, again, in advanced placement calculus as sophomores, and in some cases where that's an offering that they can access. And just in terms of just hearing from students and from parents of students, the level of preparedness our magnet students have and the confidence they have when they arrive in high school is absolutely huge. Social emotional learning is addressed very well in our magnet schools also. Our students are really, they feel like they're part of a community, and they feel like they're with students that understand them. And in middle school, we know that that's, a really huge deal for students to feel like they're included somewhere and part of a group. So that's another area as well. So we are working on building, just so you know, with our accountability department, some measures to be able to more easily track the students' progress over the next few years. That work started about 1.5 years ago, and we're continuing that so that we can easily come in front of you and say, this is exactly, how many of our kids are getting, national merit scholars and what have you. So anecdotally, though, they're doing very, very well. And I'm super proud of the magnet teachers and administrators and students and families because they work very hard. And it's our biggest program and one of our most successful.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. For the students that went to Clayton and were in the magnet program, will they still be able to receive a variance to attend the pilot program?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. That's a good question. And thank you for that, too, by the way, of saying the variance would be allowed for those that want to be involved in that program, because part of the idea is to increase the participation in the program. So thank you for making that commitment. Madam Principal? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we're looking for a motion. This is a motion just targeting the magnet program at Clayton. And if you look at the long list of motion, what we're really looking at is a motion to, and staff, please let me know if I leave something out, right? A motion to implement a pilot program. We don't have to make a motion to not change anything because it's already there. We don't have to not do something. But make a motion to implement a pilot program at Clayton Middle School to increase enrollment of the magnet program.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Trustee Thigpen. I think you guys are just making me make the motions. Vice President Carlo is the second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Any opposition?
Aye.
Okay, there's opposition by Trustee Church. Oh. The motion is, Trustee Church, you know what motions. Let's make it clear. What's your vote?
I was an aye. I just rang in
Just
too
a
late.
little slow. Okay, got you. So the motion passes unanimously. All right, unanimously, 7-0. Let the record show it's 7-0. Okay, and we'll move on. We have really 3 other motions on this. One is to talk about the GT Institute. One is to talk about the proposed administrative changes. And the 5th is to talk about the reduction in the itinerant staff. 2 1 year and then 2 the next year. Okay, we'll just again continue. And we've gotten all the public comment on this item, so we can keep moving through. Let's go to the GT Institute now. If you would, Dr. Westphal.
Okay, yeah, we had itinerant next, but we could do institute and come back.
Thank you.
That's fine. So if we can pull up the heat map then, please, for the institute. So this is our map, of course, showing where our current institute students, I know that question came up, where those students are currently residing so that you can see that. And then if we can go back to the presentation, please. Okay, so again, our projected enrollment for Hug High School is 99 students for next year. And the proposal does remain to phase out the program beginning in 2022-2023, which is a year from now, with the understanding that students will have opportunities to participate in other rigorous programs around our district, including dual credit, advanced placement, IB, et cetera. Just to clarify, when we're phasing out a program, every freshman that enters Hug High School this coming year would get full 4 years of the program and would get those rigorous classes and that accelerated pathway, but we are not proposing a change to the Hug High School program.
Okay, so we've seen the heat map, and the proposal is to phase out, correct, is to phase out the GT Institute at Hug High School. And then we can see here on page, I can't see where our slides are. Oh, page 33 of the presentation, how the program would phase out and which students will be served each year between 2022 and 2025. Also, that includes a reduction in staff and so on. And the whole idea will be the opportunities for the GATE Institute, for opportunities for GATE students to get involved when the Debbie Smith CTE opens and other signature programs. That's the proposal from staff. So we're open for some discussion. We'll start with Vice President Caudle.
Thank you, Madam President. Prior to this meeting, I had asked staff to provide the board with some data on where magnet students went this year for their freshman year of high school. And the information that we received struck me because out of the 161 students, only 11 elected to come to the GATE Institute, which is about 6.8%. So 11 out of 161 is a very small number. And I've been thinking a lot about this over the last day since I got these numbers, is that these numbers are telling us something. I just don't think we really know what they're telling us. Why are students in the magnet program electing to not attend the institute? And there could be a variety of reasons. This is a tough one for me. I can see the district's perspective on this. I get nervous cutting without understanding why. I get nervous cutting without a global perspective on what our students need. And so this is a tough one. I just want to throw that out there, that the numbers are telling us that the students are electing to do other things, and that's fine. That may just be the way it is. But if we think about the math, if only 11 students are coming in and that kind of trend would continue, in 4 years, the enrollment of 99 would be 44. And so it is on its own phasing itself out. And I think that we just have to ask why. I don't want to be too quick to cut without having more of a perspective, so I think we just need to talk about this for a bit. So thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, can I answer one part of that really quickly? It's Dr. Westphal.
Okay, your mask is on. I'm like, where is that voice coming from?
Talking, huh?
Yes, please. Thank you, Vice President Caudle. Dr. Westphal?
Absolutely. So in our survey, Trustee Caudle, we did ask if, for our high school families, if their student did not apply to the Institute, what their reason was. And we had 45 respondents, so it wasn't a huge amount. 16% said because transportation was not provided. 33% said their student wanted to remain at their zoned school. 29% said they were just happy with the programming that they were receiving at their zone school. 2% felt the curriculum and pacing is too rigorous. 4% didn't feel like they had enough of an option to have their student just attend parts of the program, where that played to their strength. And 16% just listed other as their reason. So,
please.
That's very helpful. Thank you. It does almost back up the proposal or the request in the survey information that many of the rigorous curriculum and the things that they get in the Institute should be widely available across our district. And I believe that too. Where my hesitation is, can the district commit to that in the time that this program is being phased out, so that when it's gone, these requests are in place, and so that the transition is seamless and not it's gone, now what do we do? I hope that makes sense. But that information is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Can you talk a little bit about, we see the years in front of us from the phase-out standpoint, and I know earlier, Dr. Westphal, in the presentation, you spoke of, and I think in your conversations with others with some of the other team that work in GATE, is building the capacity of other teachers and in terms of them getting the learning opportunities. Can you talk a little bit to that? That might address, I think, a very good question from Vice President Cottle.
I would love to. Thank you for the opportunity. One of the things that we've been working on this spring especially that we're very excited about is a partnership with the Northwest Regional Professional Development and Carson City School District's Gifted and Talented program to build a new GATE endorsement, GT endorsement program just specific to Northern Nevada. So it's at a much reduced cost for the program that teachers can go through at this point to receive a GT endorsement. And we're developing classes that will be taught by our teachers and our facilitators in Carson Cities and Douglas County, our own folks, to provide coursework that will be highly relevant to our teachers, that will allow them to then turn around and implement in the classroom and just continue to improve their craft just in general. Because what we do know about the coursework to get a GT endorsement is it provides teachers with excellent strategies that really support all students and really help all students grow. And then continuing beyond that to work with administrators, and I've talked to some high school administrators already about developing, some of their teachers and being really intentional about getting some of our teachers through that program so that they can start really serving gifted students at those high levels. In addition, with ongoing professional development from our department throughout, the school year, so it's not a one and done. So it's our goal to get more teachers endorsed and able to provide those services at the high school level, at all levels.
I see Vice President Cole. I also see Deputy Barisdorf. You want to hear from her first and then jump back in?
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Deborah Bayersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. And if I could kind of add on to what Dr. Westphal has shared. First of all, I think it may be important to keep in mind that the Magnet program is not a required program for our gifted students. They can choose to stay at their zoned middle school and elect to receive GATE services as well, which could be through the itinerant model or the GEMS model we've talked about before, where the teacher teaching the student has their GT endorsement. Other really exciting work that's happening now that I think could help with a potential phase out of the Institute is just yesterday, Dr. McNeil and I were on a phone call with our partners at NSHE, TMCC, and the university, talking about improved opportunities for dual credit. And often when we've come before you in the past and have talked about dual credit, it tends to be more in the career and technical education, the CTE area. But we also have students that are co-enrolled up at the university taking high-level math courses and sciences, engineering, etc. And a number of those students actually are our GT Institute students. Often a barrier for these courses has been, quite frankly, the cost, and especially at the university. However, the good news is there's a task force or a committee that has been established at the state level, and our school district does have representation on that committee to look at ways statewide, so not just in the northern part of the state, throughout the state, where high school students can take dual credit courses at the university level at a reduced cost. So we're trying to reduce the barriers, not only in the cost for the credit, but the materials and any other associated fees that quite honestly have been a barrier for our students in the past. And we have students at our comprehensive high schools that are enrolled in some of these courses as well. So that's exciting. It's long overdue in my opinion, and I think that's something that could also bolster increased opportunities for our students. And a highlight of that program too is looking to get our own teachers certified to be able to offer college level credit as well. So we're excited about that work. We've known that it's been kind of moving through the ranks, so we're watching it closely.
Thank you, Deputy Byersdorf. Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, just got one more point on this. That all sounds really good to me, and I appreciate that. I've always been a big believer in trying to expand what we're doing across our district, because there's quite a few barriers on why somebody maybe can't travel to a school way outside their zone. So that sounds good. I think the concern I have, or we just have to be mindful, is that if that's our intent, we just got to make sure that we don't find ourselves in the same position to where the teachers that are going through this, or the emphasis is only at a few schools. So right back where we started, we only have a few opportunities in our district, and now it's not widely available. So what I would like to see us commit to today is that if we are to phase this out, at the same time we are to phase this new idea in. And so once 24-25 rolls around, this is all in our schools across the board as this program gets phased out, so it's a seamless transition of opportunity. So, but thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I saw Trustee Thigpen first, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with Vice President Cottle, and I mean, I will say it's hard to argue with the data that you've presented, that we're seeing students going and doing other things. I do think that we should look at phasing in other options to our students as early as middle school, of course, and we've talked a lot about the pathway to graduation doesn't start in high school, it starts way earlier. So with our GT students, ensuring that they know what their options are. It is really unfortunate the direction that enrollment is showing in the Institute. I think it's great, and we've heard so many success stories here. I certainly hate to see it go away as an option, but I do see the problems. I mean, it's transportation. It's one location in our school district. It's not something that is accessible for so many people. So I see the issues, but I also see the benefits of its existence. But yeah, I think if we have to phase it out, then I think we need to do a good job of working with our middle school students and making sure the pathways are known early on for our students. And I've talked to a lot of high school principals that have had great success of working with, and we saw this presented in the last board meeting, working with their elementary, middle, high school. They all work very well together in understanding the students that are coming up in their verticals. So definitely would like to see more of that, and appreciate the information.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Nicolette?
Thank you. And Vice President Cottle, I'm totally on board with your thinking, and I appreciate the way you said it so succinctly. We're going to be hearing about the English language department concepts in our next item, and something that I've heard said many times, and in person and in reading, is that every teacher should be an EL teacher. And there's complexities with that. I don't need to go into that with you, but I kind of agree with that same thinking for gifted and talented. Every teacher, no matter what student is in their classroom, should be able to address their needs. Having said that, of course, certifications are important, and support is important, and family engagement is important, but I think there's a duality in the concepts of every teacher should at least be able to help a child, you know, reach their, to use a term, full potential with support that they need. So I like the thought of us moving toward every school being able to offer on some level support for gifted and talented students. That then we have dual credits and AP and IB along the way, but initially, yeah, we need to recognize and be able to support gifted and talented in every school.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I made a few notes here. My kind of style, I like to regurgitate what I think I heard, because a lot of times I do get it wrong, I admit that. I'm leaning strongly towards opposing this, no cuts at this point, and I want to explain why. On the one other side, we know we're facing a potential fiscal tsunami, so that can't be ignored. But as I believe I said at the last meeting, we need to look at cutting elsewhere. It seems to me we're concentrating, okay, we've got this GATE program, we've got gifted and talented, what can we cut? Well, let's look at what can we cut elsewhere in the school district to fund this essential program. And I've recommended before, and I'll say it again, an emergency fiscal committee, possibly an offshoot of the audit committee. We have approximately 12 committees, but we have no committee on fiscal responsibility. We have no committee on quality of education. The other thing that occurs to me is all the unknowns. This post-COVID world we're about to enter, hopefully soon, has so many unknowns. We don't know who's coming back. We don't know who's going to opt out. We don't know who's going to distance learn until we try it, which segues into the fact that we have the committees that was mentioned, we have the legislature, we have the federal government adding more unknowns. And as somebody said at one of the meetings, one of the public speakers previously, when you got a program, you can't ungut it. You can't put it back together. And then I like to draw an analogy, and I'm stealing from a person that wrote me. I'm not smart enough to think about this on my own. Think of it as a private industry. And number one, if we don't meet the needs of the students at the gate, then they might not just go back to another school. They might go to a private school or homeschooling. We lose the funding, we lose them, we lose their high achievement. And my emails are running overwhelmingly opposed, and they're very well written and very detailed, and obviously we've all seen them. And I think the biggest thing out of that last meeting we had on this, with these wonderful kids that came up and spoke so eloquently. I mean, these young kids, and they're up there, you know, when I first spoke, my legs were shaking. They're up there, and they spoke so well. And the one thing I took away from it was that these are our leaders of the future. These kids aren't just gifted and GATE attendees. They go back to their fellow kids and mentor them. They're role models, they're leaders. And I just can't lose that. So and I haven't heard anything to change my mind, so I'm just leaning strongly to no, because we need to look at cuts elsewhere in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. I am curious, you know, in all the conversations you've had, and I know you've had a lot of them, which I appreciate, all of the stakeholders that you've taken the time to meet with, was there any ideas that seemed feasible that could help promote more utilization of this program, like we've seen with the magnet, of course? Is there anything that we could look at doing to just encourage more students to adopt this program?
Yeah, if one of the things that we have done, but we haven't necessarily reached out and advertised, is sort of the AAP kind of model, you know, including some high achieving students. We have a teacher here at the Institute that is phenomenal at looking at the data of every kid on campus and really kind of inviting kids in. But we haven't expanded that to inviting, students from other schools like we plan to do with the Clayton Magnet.
Do we think that's a feasible, doable option from the district's angle?
I would have to defer that to Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf of the business office to be able to answer that.
Thank you, Dr. Westfall. I think, Trustee Thigpen, it goes back to the whole premise or the plan behind the AAP model or the GEMS model with getting more and more teachers that are GT certified. I think, Dr. Nicolette, kind of your point, it's good for all students. So that's what our high schools, including this school as well, working very hard to get more and more teachers GT endorsed so we can provide the required services. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, Vicki, 150 minutes per week is what we need to be providing to our GT students. So I think, in my opinion, that's where the growth and the improvement of GT programming, we can reach more and more students when we're able to come from that angle, I guess.
So what you're saying, and to what Trustee Nicolette's point earlier was every teacher being more of a GT teacher versus having one central location to where they're getting these services, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much for both of the explanations.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. We have the superintendent, and then we'll go to, we just had Trustee Church, so we'll go to Vice President Caldwell and then Trustee Church.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. And I just want to thank the staff. I know how much work, it is a very quick period of time, but the detailed analysis that you all have done. And, as far as with the HUG, Institute, I mean, it's our responsibility, my direct responsibility as a superintendent, to bring back recommendations to this board, which have been well researched, but also bring to bear the issues around the board's policy on having a structurally sound budget. And these are extremely difficult, extremely challenging conversations for our staff to have with our teachers. And I also just want to say that the GEMS model is actually a very cost-efficient model run within our school district. And so to that point, as far as expanding the opportunities for our teachers to be able to have that GT endorsement, but then also being able to pass these programs onto other sites. So whether it's through a CTE program, whether it is through an advanced placement course, whether it is through dual enrollment, it actually is a more equitable service model to be able to have these opportunities throughout our school district.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Vice President Caldwell and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. Through your outreach, was there any indication that when the new HUG was built, that this program would maybe gain more interest just because of the interest in attending a brand new school and all that it offers? Any indication of that?
Yeah, anecdotally, there were definitely some families and through our facilitator and her recruitment efforts that were very, very excited about the new school. And so we do anticipate that if the Institute were to remain in place, that the enrollment would probably go up because of it being at the new school.
Thank you. Yeah, this is still a really tough one. I think it was Trustee Thigpen that asked about of the pilot program similar to Clayton. If a program like this can be revived for the best interest of our students, if there's any hope of that, I do think that we should take a look at that very seriously. Generally, for me, you phase out a program if it's there's just something internally wrong, and there's just something better that you're going to introduce instead. And I do think we have definitely a ton of opportunities we could introduce. I just don't know if there's anything that we can clear-cut point to right now that's in place to do that. I think it may be something to think about, some sort of pilot program to revive this program and get the excitement back, and it could be part of the reopening of the new building. So kind of where my mind is right now. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think once again my telepathic powers are working, because the last two trustees said kind of what I was thinking about marketing, reaching out. And it's the one comment I had written down and I just forgot to mention when I went through my notes, and I mentioned the reference to private industry. They advertise, you see commercials, and so maybe we need to market this program if it's a matter of increasing the students attending. And what a great thought, I hadn't thought of it, about the brand new high school. I think is kind of going to invigorate the concept too as we market it. So yeah, I agree with that, and I think we maybe just need to market and recruit.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Thigpen?
One idea I had is I think maybe looking at an AAP model at a new school could be very attractive to a lot of families. And also, if this is about money, maybe this is one of those programs we look at using some of those federal dollars for to help us get more into that direction of a AAP model, just like with Clayton, and promoting this, going to a new school, reinvigorating this program, and hopefully encouraging utilization. So I wonder if that's a feasible model. I'm not a numbers person. I don't know if Mr. Mark Mathers wants to speak to this, but that's kind of an idea.
If Mr. Mathers is here, we certainly like you to weigh in on that a little bit more. And as he comes, because we know we have a lot going on here, if you would mind, Trustee Thigpen, as he comes, and Jen makes preparation for him, will you kind of just restate the question for him to make sure that he understands what you're looking for?
Yes, and I'm sorry for catching you off guard.
That's okay.
So my thought is, can we put in place an AAP model like what's being put in place at Clayton into the Hug Institute, and then possibly use any federal dollars to help bridge this along if needed financially, if there are financial gaps?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. I guess, I'd respond that the federal funds that we will receive, at least currently, have to be spent by 2023. So they're here. We have a relatively short period of time to spend those on academic recovery, emotional supports, mental health supports, and so forth. So those monies won't be available in 2024 or 2025. I guess just to put some a framework of finance to this a little bit, we go back to the pupil-centered funding plan a little bit. And if we can remember that in fiscal year 20, we received $1.8 million in state funding for GT, and the general fund subsidized GT costs to the tune of $4.9 million. So roughly 2/3, 3/4 of the total GT cost of all these GT programs is coming from our general fund. And then now we're converting to the pupil-centered funding plan. And there are a lot of unknowns, but one known that we do have is that the studies that the state is relying upon to provide or to calculate target weights actually indicates that a target weight that's lower than the current weight. So the state's not going to increase GT funding anymore in the future based on those studies. And so we are limited in our GT funding. It actually, more likely than not, will go down. And what we're doing currently, if we do nothing, is using base funding, which is supposed to go to every child, i.e. non-GT students, to subsidize the GT program. And that does concern me to some degree, that we're using this funding for every student, i.e. non-GT students, to continue to support GT programs. This proposal that you've heard tonight does realize some efficiencies, and we are reducing that subsidy from 4.9 and cutting it by a little bit more than $1 million. And I know life's full of compromises, so that's fine. I think that's a fair position for the board to be. And so under the proposal that you've heard tonight, we will continue to subsidize the GT programs. But again, in the interest of providing a sustainable path forward that doesn't include limited term federal funding, I think, what you've heard here is a very reasonable approach. I think we can look at alternative programs in the future. But again, going back to what Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf said, we in business are also firm believers in that GEMS model. We really think it's cost effective. There are ideas we have to encourage and promote greater GEMS participation by our teachers that I think will be a win-win. So I think that's where business would advise you to pursue, if that's a long answer to your short question.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So if I understand what you're telling me, even if we did get more enrollment, even if we put in this AAP model, we're still not getting the funding we need for each GT student under the funding formula from the state, right?
That's absolutely right. It's unfortunate, but it's a fact. And again, unlike the other weighted categories that show a target weight above the current weight, here it's the reverse. What the consultants are saying that the state has used is that the state's spending more on GT than what is warranted. Now, I don't believe that personally, but that's what the studies show. So funding will not increase for GT in the future if those consultant recommendations are followed by the state, which I think they will be.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. It sounds like even if we did take the federal money, bridge this gap, we're going to be in the same place in a very short amount of time. So
that's right.
I appreciate that explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers, and thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mathers. I really appreciate that. Deep dive into dollar information is very important for my thinking. I think I would like to take a little different approach because I'm still thinking about students and families. And so how do I want to put this? So the Hug Institute programming as it exists now, and then I look here at opportunities for GATE students with the CTA opening in 2023, signature, dual, etc. Will those specific programs be filling in the gaps for our institute students? I mean, what will they be missing? Thank you.
I think potentially what they'll be missing is maybe some of the accelerated coursework because our institute students are accessing advanced placement classes as freshmen that most high schools, it's juniors and seniors. We offer the AP capstone classes here that wouldn't likely be offered, it might be, wouldn't likely be offered at other schools. I think one thing that the Institute does provide, again, is that sense of community for the kids. They're with like-minded peers, and just depending on how they landed, I don't know if that would happen. I would expect that social emotional needs would still be addressed if we have, highly qualified GATE-endorsed teachers in those schools. But there would be some things that they would be losing for sure because of, not every school can offer the math pathways that we offer here at the Institute, for example, because they need to be able to fill their classes as well. So that could potentially be a concern, I would think.
Thank you. I think that's a concern too. And even if it's a small number, and thank you, Trustee Cadil, for asking for that information, even if it's a small number and we're assuming it's dwindling and going to continue to dwindle, it's so important to take every student and help them reach that full potential, and we know that's individualized. And so it really worries me that even if it's a handful of students are not going to be able to have their life enriched like it is right now. And I guess I'm troubled by that. Maybe you can't help me with that.
I'd like to share a little bit for the record. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, building on what Superintendent McNeil mentioned and Mr. Mathers, I completely empathize with the board that this is a tough one, and there's a lot of factors, and especially as an educator, I hear you, Dr. Nicolette, that we want the very best for our students, and we want to be able to offer them anything that they desire. As Mr. Mathers mentioned, we were faced with the pupil-centered funding formula, which really required us to look at where can we be more efficient. And we heard from many stakeholders that wanted to keep it in place as well. But it really came down to when we looked at the amount of funding we were going to be able to have in that pupil-centered funding. It wasn't anything about performance. It was there was inefficiencies there in the number of students we were getting to there. So I want you to know that Dr. Westfall and I had many conversations about where do we go with this, and part of our responsibility to Dr. McNeil is to be able to go, here's the best we can do with the funding sources that we have access to. And as Mr. Mathers said, at some point, we have to live within our means that we have. We can't be everything to everybody all the time. We'll run ourselves out of money. So I just wanted you to know that it really was, this case was a funding, and we had to look at all of the data to suggest where we could be more efficient, and that's why we came up with phasing out.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Something I was throwing a couple things around with the superintendent. I think one, as trustees, especially when it comes down to students, it's cutting anything is always going to be hard. It's just the way it is, because we're here, we're doing what we're doing because we care about students and want to give them the best opportunity that we can. At the same time, as trustees, I know everybody on, at the table, we understand the fiscal situation that we're in, and some of those are realities, and sometimes those conflict with each other. That's just too bad, but that's the situation that we know we find ourselves. So something I want to throw out for consideration for my colleagues is when it comes down to the GATE Institute. And just as many have said, we've all gotten a lot of the same emails. I'm sure we've all gotten different emails. We've all visited schools during this time to talk to the schools that have some of our GATE programming in place at various levels to learn as much as we could about this. I'm thinking, what if we were, this is the harder of the decisions in terms of the programming that we're making tonight. And part of it is certainly things I've mentioned, but also there's still some unknowns that might make such a step something that we may not have to do. Some of the unknowns are where we're going to land in terms of the legislature, where we're going to land in terms of the pupil-centered funding, even though we know that isn't going to necessarily be a great lifeline because the number's going backwards, but at least it might put us in a better position than we sit right here today in terms of how that's implemented. We do anticipate, and anecdotally, Dr. Westfall shared that there's always excitement when there's a new building. And so certainly you understand that there's going to be some excitement because it's a new building and so on. And so what if we, and I'm looking at the budget numbers that we were provided, what if we, just in terms of the institute, which is, a small budget number, but it's a budget number. What if we waited on that for those unknowns? I'm talking like a 1 year. By then the legislature obviously has ended. By then we'll know if there's any opportunity to get any help federally at all, based upon other things that we know we need to do, right, that are directly related to the impact from the pandemic. We'll know about any advances in terms of dual credit. We'll have a better idea in terms of the training program. for the teachers that can get more of a GT certification and how fast that might be able to turn across the district. Because I do think, regardless of what happens at GATE, we want more teachers to be able to serve our GATE students. I think part of the numbers going down in terms of going to the GT is sometimes high school students want more of a traditional high school experience. Not all, but some of them do, but that will give them a chance to balance that as well. You know, and in that time, there's a push, there's a marketing that everyone's going to be excited about the new school anyway, and taking a look at those kids that are coming from Magnet and those other high-achieving students that are going to be involved in our pilot program and otherwise. And so you come back to us in a year, so we delay this institute decision for 1 year so we can solve some of those unknowns, fill in some of that blank, if you will, and then decide from there, because our fiscal realities are still our fiscal realities, and we can't just ignore those. But there's some other things that we can do, even in terms of the proposal before us tonight, to mitigate some of it, to still make some advances, but hold on to this piece for those students. And if there's more of an opportunity to serve more of those kids in this environment and keep it going successfully, then that gives us a chance to do that before we close the door. And if it isn't moving, if the trend doesn't change and it doesn't adjust, then we know that we've done everything that we could. I mean, that's something I throw out there for my colleagues. Give me some feedback. What do you think? I was hoping for something on the record other than the thumbs up, Vice President Cottle.
Yeah, I think that I like that plan because it puts it out there that this is a decision we're considering, but it gives it time, and then it also gives the district time to start putting other things in place in the event that we do decide to either close, or those other opportunities can enhance everything around it. More is still good here, so even if we keep it, other things happening is good for students. So yeah, I think that's good, and then we can see how this year goes, because we also got to remember that the 2020-2021 enrollment numbers may be skewed because of COVID, and maybe that's why it looks like everything fell, because it was the zone school is just easier for this year. But maybe next year it gets to be more traditional in what we would normally expect. So I definitely am all in on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Student Trustee Victoria?
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with Vice President Cottle, because those students that are in the GT program right now will not get to graduate by the time you guys would be able to take away this program. So I feel like giving them other opportunities, as he said, would be a good decision, so they can understand what other opportunities they have other than GT.
Thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. Trustee Thigpen, and then the superintendent wants to weigh in as well.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in agreement. I think waiting a year on this to hopefully gain some renewed interest, and kind of the phrase "use it or lose it" comes to mind. It's one of those, we need to promote it, get interest in it, hopefully get students more enrolled in it. And I think there are a lot of unknowns that we don't know about still. So this gives an opportunity to let the community know, like Vice President Cottle said, we are considering making changes to this in a year. So I think that'll give the community time to hopefully opt into this really great program. So, and if we go in this direction, I really hope that people seriously consider it.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I think another thing to really take the emphasis really on it is about the viability of the program and serving those students in the best possible way. It's difficult when we have an institute, but we have such a small number of students. They don't really get the full experience that we would want them to have in an institute. So it's really becomes so much more about the program, right? And the quality of it and the viability of it, and takes any of the consideration away. Well, they're just trying to save money. Well, no, not really. We're looking at what's best for those kids, those students, and then it may be better to serve them in a different environment if this. If we aren't able to really, garner some more interest and so on around this. So, Superintendent McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor, and I truly appreciate the careful consideration the board is giving as we have to contemplate this decision. So what I would ask in the creation of a motion, though, as you all are looking to put, as we've discussed in our budget work sessions, a multi-year budget together that's all in the best interest of our school district to provide sustainability, that we look to have the motion perhaps include the verbiage that staff would bring back before December of 2021, because it's March of 2020, okay, right now, 2021, and so we want to make sure that we are able to bring that back as we are building the F23 budget. So I would just ask that the board consider to have that included within the motion, that staff would bring back the next suggestion for the HUG Institute before December of 2021 in that consideration.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Trustee Church?
Yeah, just not as a motion, but just a clarification. Could you give me a 20-second version of what I think I heard we're going to propose here? Not a proposal, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
No, I appreciate that, Trustee Church. What I ask for my colleagues to consider is delaying the decision on the Gate Institute for 1 year to allow the time for those unknowns, legislature, the impact of the new building, to market and promote the program, et cetera, and that a recommendation come back to us after those efforts, right? Some of the knowns, some of the marketing, and according to what the superintendent just said, a recommendation come back to us by December of 2021, because that's when the work is being done to, for the budget for the following school year.
Love it.
Okay, this is when somebody makes a motion.
I'm prepared. Oh, sorry.
Trustee Thigpen.
I spoke out of turn. I apologize.
It's okay.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm just trying to visualize how this would be worded. So we would say you come back in a year with a plan on the Institute, or you come back in December 2021.
My recommendation is that we just delay the decision on this for a year. And in that time, in that time, resolve some of the unknowns. We'll know what the budget looks like, the new funding formula looks like, and some more outreach that may be impacted by the opening of the building. So it's more of a delay the decision until then.
So I would say I would motion to direct the superintendent to delay the decision on any changes to the Hug High GT Institute for 1 year, and to come back to the board in December 2021 with updates.
Does that give the clarity in the spirit of the conversation, or would you need more from that, Dr. McNeil?
I heard the intent from Superintendent McNeil loud and clear. I think a year puts us too far into planning that should already be taking place. And so I understand, and December 2021 is not very much time. Having said that, it allows more time. So if we say 1 year, I mean, that's really next March.
No, it will be December. It will be, but by December 2021 was his motion. To come back to us by December 2021, I believe. Does that resolve what you're saying?
I think it needs to be rearranged to be cleaner. Yeah, I agree. So I can take another stab at it.
So delay the decision until December 2021?
I think that's what's needed. So I'll reword it. So I would say I motion that the board directs the superintendent to, actually, let me try this again. I motion that the Board of Trustees delays any decision on the Hug High GT Institute until December 2021, which the district can come back with an updated plan.
Perhaps I might say maybe the board delay the decision on the Hug High School Gate Institute, and that and direct the superintendent to come back And that way we don't say what we delay it to. We just direct her to come back to us with a plan by December 2021.
I think that works. As long as it's not like next month, right, that they come back.
No, by December. So that if they get finished and it's November, it's okay. We just say by December 2021.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so it looks like we have a motion on the floor to delay this decision and direct the superintendent to come back to us with a plan that addresses those unknowns by December of 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
I see a second I see Trustee Manetto waved her hand, so we have a motion by Trustee Thigpen and a second by Clerk Manetto. Any further discussion? Yes, Student Trustee Victoria?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one last question. Since we're planning on doing this December 2021, then does that affect how the students that are going to be joining the that plan to be joining the GT program at the new high school? Or do we have that information already by the time you guys make the decision?
It should be, they should have reached out to those students because the new high school opens in 2022.
All right, thank you.
Very good question. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. It is unanimous. Don't go away. We have two more motions on this item to take, and then we'll take a quick break before we get into our last two items. The next has to do with GT administration. Those recommendations regarding changes in the administration of the GATE program. Please, Dr. Westphal.
Do you want the itinerant first and then administration?
It's whichever way you want to go.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that because that covers all programming.
Okay.
Okay, so our programming proposal for the itinerant, again, we were projected to serve 485 students in the next school year, and this is before our universal assessment, at which point we usually identify another 100 or so kids and usually land somewhere around 650 students that are served. Our proposal would be to reduce the staffing from 14 to 12 teachers in this coming school year, 21-22, and down to 10 teachers in 22-23, provided that we can still meet the 65-to-1 student-teacher ratio, caseload ratio that's mandated by the state. And we have not made a change to that original proposal, taking into consideration, however, the feedback from our itinerants and the work we're doing to build capacity in schools to deliver through the GEMS model. I am confident that we can arrange schedules to where the itinerants are not having to serve, schools like, across the region and waste a lot of time in travel, which I know is a concern. And I've been working very hard at collaborating with administrators at the schools as well. And so having collaborative discussions with them in terms of how our students are scheduled to make that more accessible for itinerants is something that I'm also confident we can do. So at this point, we have no change to our proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Westphal. I turn it to the table for consideration of the motion. The motion is in response to the reduction in projected number of students that will be served and the changes to the program that Dr. Westphal, the itinerant program in terms of their scheduling and whatnot, that she's making in response to the input she got from the itinerants and school administrators, then she believes that this reduction will allow us to still meet the 65-to-1 ratio, which is what we currently have. And then if not, it will adjust because there's kind of an automatic swing in there, if you will. Looking for discussion? Yes, Dr. Nicolette?
I will ask the same question as far as performance. Just generally speaking, not about teachers or students, just the program. Is it effective? Is it working for students and teachers?
Yes, I can't say that I can, it might not be as consistent because we are in every school, so how it impacts one school and how it impacts another is a little bit different. But we do definitely have a very positive impact on our students. Again, we're bringing them together, so it might be the only time our gifted students are brought together in a group in a school, and so they are working with like-minded students and kids that they can identify with. Our itinerants work very hard on social emotional learning with our students, but our models are different depending on the school's needs. We try to be very responsive to the school's needs. So
that would ask another question. Thank you. How do I want to say this? Will there be enough teachers by the time this is fully implemented?
So you mean with this model, with this number? There will be, because as Dr. Taylor just mentioned, that if our allocations will automatically have to adjust if we've got more students that need to be served to where we can't meet that caseload requirement, because that is state mandate.
Thank you.
Any discussion or looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board? Vice President Cotto?
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent's recommendation of staffing reductions in the itinerant staffers in school year 21-22 and school year 22-23 as outlined.
Thank you, Vice President Cotto. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
I see a second by Clerk Manetto. Motion on the floor is second. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, I saw you leaning in. I didn't know what you were going. Okay, the motion carries 6-1. 6-1. Let the record show 6-1. Now we move on to administrative recommendations. Dr. Westphal?
Okay, so I'll just go back to that slide so it's easier to review. There it is. Okay, so the administration proposal, as it stands, again, we did not make any changes to the original proposal, would be to eliminate the GT coordinator position. That's the second administrative position, with job duties absorbed by the GT director. Reducing in our assessment division from 1.4 school psychologists funded by our department to 1 full-time school psychologist. To eliminate the GT clerical aid position that has handled our inventory. That job duty has already been absorbed by our GT secretary. To reduce the total of 4 facilitators to 2 facilitators to support our programs. To reorganize those duties of those facilitators to make sure we're supporting all programs. Right now they're divided. We have 1 for SWAS, 1 for Magnet, 1 for Itinerant, 1 for Institute, and then GEMS is covered by 2 of those. So we would work as a team to figure out what's the best model moving forward so that we can continue to provide a high level of services to our teachers and our programs and our families there within that group of people. Reducing a total of 3 counselors down to 2 counselors for the next school year, 21-22, and then down to 1 for the 22-23 school year. We did hear feedback from administrators that their counselors are doing a good job of handling a lot of the needs of our students, and as the students are already there on site, it's a little bit more convenient. However, there is still a need for GT specialists in counseling to really help address students and with the school psych, so we would want to hold on to a counselor. And then again, to eliminate the 0.5 SWAS music teacher, those students would still receive music through just the general music program, but it wouldn't be through our department. And there's no change to their original proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Westphal. Trustee Thigpen and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one question. Thank you for addressing the music teacher portion, because that was one. The other question is, for school psychologists and counselors, they'll still have access to those outside of the GT programs, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think I'm looking at, up until now, we're working towards keeping cuts outside of the classroom as much as we can. I think that aligns with that, even though it is tough decisions that we have to make.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
So as far as music, I think it's really important. So will our music teachers or general education music teachers, will they be provided with GEMS training? Because I mean, I think that they would appreciate that.
That's a very good suggestion, and we would absolutely love to offer them our GT endorsement program, as well as to participate in some of our professional development that we do for our GT department. And I'm happy to work with Amy Barthel on making that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Sounds like a good suggestion. Vice President Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion if we're good. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the superintendent's recommendation for staffing reductions in the gate administration as outlined.
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. There's a motion and a second on the floor by Trustee Thigpen. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is 7-0. That motion carries. Thank you so much to all of you who came and waited tonight and made the presentation, to Dr. Westfall and Principal Turnipseed and Dr. Parks. We appreciate your work. We appreciate you going back and getting some feedback and some input from those stakeholders that are involved. I think it seems like you got some good ideas from them along the way, and we're able to still make some good strides and allow us to balance some things, which is part of our responsibility as a board. So thank you. We really appreciate it. Okay, we have two more agenda items. Both of them are pretty big, so we're going to take a little break. We've been at it for about 3 hours, so it's time to take a break. And we'll come back, and I'm going to say 10 minutes because I know it's going to take 15. Let's go ahead and get started once again. That was actually pretty close to 15 minutes. Thank you, JJ. Okay, we're going to continue on our agenda to agenda item 5.04. This is our presentation and discussion regarding proposed changes to services for students receiving English Language Development, or ELD, services, including continued transition to the English Language Site Facilitator model, proposed changes to the ELD department, and feedback from stakeholders as requested by the Board of Trustees, and possible action to provide direction regarding the proposed changes. This is for possible action. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Parks, and I see he has friends with him on tonight. Thank you all for being here. Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good evening, Dr. Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. I am honored to be presenting tonight with your Director of English Language Development, Janine Kelly, our principal at Duncan Elementary School, Katie Weir, and one of our ELD site facilitators, Carol-Ann Cavallo, and we are here, similar to our GT proposal that we just went through, with an updated proposal on our ELD site facilitator model. Again, want to acknowledge the wisdom of the Board of Trustees to provide Superintendent McNeil the direction to send us out and hear from our stakeholders. Extremely thankful for our business department. As I said earlier, Mark Mathers, our CFO, and Jeff Bazo, our budget director, they too were right there on our team, listening to our stakeholders and explaining the pupil-centered funding formula. And again, tremendous work coming from our Office of Accountability. And of course, we were very thankful that so many of our EL teachers and administrators and staff were able to join us in our focus groups. So today we're going to bring you the input that we received from each of those meetings. We have some new research. We need to clear up some misconceptions that happened during our last presentation. Want to present you the benefits of the ELD site facilitator model. Of course, we have Ms. Katie Weir here to talk about the ELD site facilitator model from a principal's experience. And as I mentioned, we also have Carolyn Cavallo, who is one of our site facilitators at this time. And then we'll bring you the updated 3-year proposal, which we put it out there up on the front side. We went in a new direction, and as Janine and I talked, we realized we truly believe in this model. And so because of the momentum that has been created over the last 3 years, we felt like we can invite volunteers to join the model. So with that, I'll turn it over to Janine, and she will take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. And Dr. Parks has gone through and presented the overview of what we will be doing. And we would like to go ahead and talk about the actions of the, do you have the actions that we did for providing input for you today. We were able to do an interview with the Spanish TV. We actually did it in Spanish to present information to our parents and to the community in order to clear up some misunderstandings. We also were able to meet with a reporter, and we did this with the assistance, both of these, with Victoria Campbell and her
team in communications and conducted this interview with the Spanish television, and also met with the editor of the Sierra News in order to give her some additional information that was incorrect in her article, so that she was able to provide that to her community in her publication. We did conduct a survey for our families with the assistance of Dr. Laura Davidson in Student Accountability. We met with elementary, middle school, and high school English language teachers. We met with elementary and middle school principals that were interested in the model. We also had Dr. Joshua Padilla conduct a focus group with our current ELD site facilitators, and we collected data. We compiled our concerns, our questions, and recommendations from all the various stakeholders. We had already compiled research, but we continued to compile research for you this evening. And so we're going to start with our ELD site facilitator focus group. Dr. Padilla focused on 5 components with our current site facilitators: the area of the model itself, what the success of the model depended upon, some of the issues or concerns that working at multiple sites for our site facilitators, what issues there were for that, what the professional learning had looked like at the sites as well as for the site facilitators themselves, and some recommendations that they had. And you'll notice that the model itself, the success of the model and the issues, we just pulled some sample comments from them, but the strength of the model is that the site facilitator does know the students and the families, and they can build strong relationships with those students, with those families, and with staff. They also felt that all students are language learners, and teachers have found the professional learning that they have provided for them to be helpful with working with their students within the classroom. And it's very important that they have strong principal leadership to support them in their endeavors. A recommendation from them is that the communication through the district about the model is important in getting out exactly what the philosophy and the purpose is of the model. We move on to the elementary. We collected several concerns and questions and recommendations from them. We compiled a theme or connection or patterns. The elementary stakeholders were very concerned that EL teachers were being phased out. They also felt we had too many instructional leaders across the district. They had questions about how are site facilitators chosen, and how could they have relationships with students when they were spread across schools. They did provide some good recommendations. They thought about creating a cadre of facilitators to focus on professional learning at schools, and schools to participate in earning their ELAD, which is the name that Nevada gives earning an EL endorsement. I want you to know that at the end of each of these meetings, I addressed all their concerns and questions by rewriting a summary and sending those out so that their questions and concerns were answered at each level. The middle school stakeholders were concerned about targeted, directed instruction for their short-term EL students. They also were concerned about how were you building relationships with students. They were worried about class schedules and that it might make it difficult for a site facilitator to work directly with students with class schedules. Their questions focused a lot on the logistics of becoming a facilitator, and they wanted to know if administrators had been informed. They also were interested in how much training would there be. They had some excellent recommendations for the model. They wanted to know if a site facilitator could be half-time and half-time as a teacher. They thought about creating a path by which a transition could move more slowly and build their capacity gradually over a time. They also thought it was an excellent idea to use PLCs and align that PLC with the professional learning for the teachers and the teachers of EL. The high school stakeholders were concerned that EL students would not have a safe place to gather and felt the model would not work at the high school level. They had several questions concerning the efficiencies of the program. They also wanted to know, how do we select a site facilitator? And they had a hard time wrapping their heads around what was the difference between a site facilitator and an EL teacher. Their recommendation was to allow a high school to decide how to support their EL students. And again, after each meeting, I did address the concerns and questions with the answers that we had given them, and it was done in writing and sent to all of the teachers, whether they attended or not. We also sent out a parent survey. I know there were some questions about the parent survey. We did have, the parent survey was a short amount of time. We had about 2 weeks to prepare to come back to present our findings to you. The parent survey was answered by over 1,200 students. Even though we see an N number on the survey, that N number refers to the parents who also made comments, not the number of parents who responded to the question. It was the number of parents who responded with an answer or a comment to the question. So we ran the survey from February 24th to March 2nd. I was actually pleased with the number of parents that responded to the survey, as normally we don't have very many parents who do respond. We did have it translated into Spanish, which is our highest population of second language speakers. And by law, if you have a population of over 10%, you need to have the documents translated. We have taught our families that have other languages how to use Google Translate with documents that come home to them. We were able to send this out through email and Connect Ed, and we also had EL teachers sent home to families in our efforts to try to reach as many families as possible. And we had about 54% take the survey in Spanish and about 46% take it in English. So the questions that were asked was, what success has your child had in participating in EL services, if any? And we see that 72 felt students had become better readers, writers, and speakers, and were speaking more confidently with English. And some didn't feel their child had improved, or the family was unsure of their child's progress. We also had, what challenges have you or your child experienced with EL services? They felt their student was still struggling with learning English, especially if they were in distance learning. And they also felt communication with school is difficult because of the language barriers between family and school staff. Another one was, what suggestions do you have to improve how EL services are provided, if any? Families believe a child needs more English language support, especially from dedicated EL teachers, better communication from the school about students' progress learning English, and the family wants child out of English services or not to have EL services. I think a lesson learned for me and in reading some of this and working with student accountability is, one, we need to also be able to have a longer length of time for them to respond, opportunities to try to find more services that we are able to provide the survey in a variety of languages for them so that they have other opportunities. And also, I think we truly need to try to improve the communication that comes home from schools about student progress in their language. We always send home when they finish their ELPA test and their scores return. They do receive those ELPA scores. They also receive their placement or reclassification notification from the department when those are available. but I also think it would be very important at parent-teacher conferences, quarterly, that schools are notifying parents, and many of them do, of that student progress. So I think just from our survey and from the interest that our parents have had during this time that we are looking at expanding the services that we give our students, that we have also learned some important lessons and ways that we would like to improve. So we also want to look at some of the literature that we've reviewed. Over 3 years ago, we started the facilitator, and we looked deeply into the research that talked about why is it important for our English learners to not only have direct explicit instruction, but to have opportunities of equitable opportunities to have language as a focus during their content instruction also. The literature review is extensive. I basically pulled 4 quotes. I had quite a few, and Dr. Park's eyeballs kind of fell off the page when I got them all on there, and he said, let's cut it down a little bit. But I felt that I pulled 4 that really spoke to me and spoke to what I feel is important for us to remember. Experts recommend integrating oral and written English language instruction into content area teaching. Teachers can be trained to use various strategies to make academic language comprehensible. Learning more about student backgrounds and cultures can help the teacher make complex language more comprehensible to English learners by accompanying it with visual aids, gestures, examples, and analogies. And that's the heart of what we're trying to give to content teachers and general education teachers, are the tools and strategies that can help them be successful with their ELs in learning the content that they are preparing. If we look at what language experts tell us, we know in school students need to learn how to use oral language that is more precise, that fosters critical thinking, and facilitates understanding of the content. By giving and co-teaching with teachers and scaffolding for our students, we're able to help our students have those critical thinking opportunities that shows their learning. By meaningful teacher collaboration, sharing successful instructional strategies, examining student data, reflecting on effective teaching practices, and so on is key. When teachers collaborate and form high-function teams, the who is greater than the sum of the parts of their collective efficacy. Their effectiveness is increased, and by increasing that, it increases the achievement and the learning opportunities for our ELs. These experts support the philosophy that we believe in, that all teachers are teachers of language. The Council of Great City Schools states, research on effective policies and practices that lead to improved student achievement for school districts with large numbers of ELs are shared vision for reform, supportive leadership, advocacy on the behalf of ELs. I particularly like this one, empowerment of district director, comprehensive district-wide planning and adoption of language development for strategies for ELs, extensive and continuous support of implementation of initiatives, culture of collaboration, and shared accountability, high quality, relevant professional learning, and use of student data as a cornerstone for decision making. If we truly want to make a difference with our EL students, we need to be looking at the data in order to create the targets and the goals for our students within the content and focus on the language that will allow them to have the opportunities to show that learning. Now for some clarifications. I'm not really sure how it all went sideways, but I'm going to state Washoe County will continue EL programming and secondary EL courses. Washoe County will continue to have EL teachers and assistants at highly impacted schools, as well as our ELD site facilitators. We will continue to have a ratio of 70-1 for allocation determinations. We will be refining and revising the newcomer programming. We know that the secondary ELD model will differ from the elementary model, and we will work with schools on a volunteer basis. We will focus on the individual needs of that school. We believe that every EL student can learn and achieve. We believe that every EL has a right to have an equitable access to content. We believe that every teacher is a teacher of language and can be provided with the tools and strategies to ensure the content is comprehensible for students. We believe essential standards can assist all teachers in aligning the standards of language and content. We believe that we will increase student outcomes in learning, making language progress, and exiting our EL students. So 2 experts working towards a goal. Our EL teachers work directly with students. They attend PLCs. They may attend MTS meetings where EL students are being a focus. They connect with students and families. They attend professional learning, and they may complete compliance. Our facilitator also works directly with students, particularly newcomers and the struggling students. They attend PLCs and take a major role in those PLCs by bringing resources and data to help those teachers. They connect with families and students. They develop with the administration and the leadership team a school-wide plan for ELs. They provide professional learning for our schools. They attend professional learning, EL chats, mentoring, and monitoring. They complete compliance. They meet and work with teachers, co-teaching, coaching, observing, and giving feedback. They ensure that language and content are the focus for EL students throughout the day, and that teachers are supported through coaching and co-teaching, as well as through the professional learning. So what are the successes of our ELD model? The school has a school-wide plan that focuses on language data. They have set targets, and they are monitored. They have strategies that are implemented in classes that differentiate for language proficiency in students and scaffold for language learners. The teacher teaches the content. The ELD site facilitator provides the scaffolds for the student to access that content. They co-teach. They coach through the plan, do, study, act cycle. They provide consistent and ongoing professional learning for schools, and they attend as facilitators professional learning. And they bring to the professional learning community the lens of language that overlays the 4 questions. How do we know students have learned? When do we know they've learned it? What do we do if they haven't learned it? What do we do if they have learned it? And how does language impact that learning? Many people have asked, what are our current schools? These are our current schools, and I think you can see we have a variety of schools, and the demographics are different for all of them. Each of them has individual plans. Each of them has an ELD site facilitator that serves them. And now I'd like to turn the time over to Katie. Katie started the journey with us 3 years ago at Westergaard, and she had the model, and then she moved to Duncan. And I asked her if she would please speak tonight about her experience with the site facilitator model and her experience with that. Katie?
Thanks, Janine. Good evening, President Taylor, Board of Trustee members, Superintendent Dr. McNeil. My name is Katie Weir. I'm the current principal at Glen Duncan Elementary School. I am also Cindy Ellen. It is reading week at Glen Duncan, and Cindy Ellen is the Western version of Cinderella. So as much as I wish I dressed this way every day at school, it certainly brings levity to our meeting tonight. So thanks for allowing me to show a little reading week pride. Some of the benefits of the ELD model that Janine has already described and were outlaid today and also a couple weeks ago are the support for the instructional focus at the Tier 1 level, which we agree is more apparent and important now than ever. It also supports the acceleration goal as we think about learning acceleration for the 21-22 school year, 22-23 school year, and potentially beyond, as we attempt to recover from our learning or opportunity gaps that we had as a result of the pandemic. It supports the district-wide PLC focus because it strengthens our collaborative team meetings through the support of the language lens, which Janine already mentioned. All elementary school students are language learners in some capacity or another, even if they aren't formally listed as such. And it also supports really strong research by John Hattie through his meta-analysis of what are the strongest effect sizes that result in improved student outcomes, and teacher efficacy is right at the very top of that list. And that's really one of the main roles that the ELD site facilitator plays within a school. So I just want to give an example of what that looks like, both in my previous life as principal of Westergaard, and then also what that could look like in my present life as principal of Glen Duncan. So George Westergaard board members is in Northwest Reno off Robb Drive. And at the time when I was principal there, we had just under 700 students. We were about to trigger multi-track. I was filling out a school overcrowding management plan. We were bursting at the seams. I had a half-time English language teacher, and I had 40 English language students, and then a few students who were English language monitor students, which means they weren't formally receiving EL services, but they were still being monitored for progress. My English language teacher pulled groups 2 to 3 times a week or co-taught in classrooms 2 to 3 times a week. Therefore, my targeted groups of students received about 1 hour of specialized EL instruction a week out of a roughly 30-hour week. So the EL teacher was a passive participant in grade level meetings, but she wasn't trained in a coaching capacity. Whereas with the ELD model, it would be someone who was identified as a teacher leader through the teacher leader pool process at the district level before they'd be eligible to apply for the ELD positions at sites. And my EL teacher support mostly centered around scaffolds for individual students and not thinking about supporting Tier 1 instruction as a whole. Transition that to the ELD model. So I was lucky enough my final year at Westergaard to transition to the ELD facilitator model. I still had a half-time allocation, so I shared that facilitator with another campus, but it had a much greater impact. My ELD site facilitator was able to meet with grade level teams during their collaborative team time to provide support through a language lens. She was able to answer questions, help teachers plan for student outcomes, and help identify language objectives for the week. She was able to co-teach and model within classrooms, and she was still able to pull newcomer groups and groups of students who had shown limited progress over 3 years. So as Janine mentioned, we have a yearly data point through our access testing or ELPA testing or WIDA testing, depending on who you want to talk to. And students who didn't make 3 years of adequate progress, she was still able to pull targeted intervention, language intervention groups for them as well. With this model, I was able to service 100% of my students formerly in need of language supports, as well as those who were never identified on their language home survey, but were still in need of academic language acquisition support. I can specifically point to the growth I saw in my 3rd grade students that year, especially in writing, because of the Tier 1 language focus and push. I transitioned shortly after that to Glenn Duncan, so I can't speak to the long-term outcomes of the shift from the EL teacher to the ELD model, but in the short term, there were certainly tremendous incremental improvements that I could speak to. Now to Glenn Duncan. So at Glenn Duncan, I do not currently have the ELD model. I do have 2 grant-funded coaches, but as you know, grant funding isn't secure, and the long-term systemic plans for growth and improvement are challenging. An ELD site facilitator would be funded under the general fund, so my allocation would be more secure and therefore more attractive to dynamic teacher leaders who are looking to support my school and schools like mine for years to come. While it sounds like a luxury to have grant-funded coaches, I'm certainly grateful for their support, but it's challenging to create and implement long-range improvement plans without insecure allocations, as I'm sure you can understand. In my current model, I have 2 English language teachers, roughly 20 classrooms to support, and over 140 roughly 140 EL students. With small groups and co-teaching 5 days a week, most students could receive up to 150 hours of EL support. But if you think about the required English language arts minutes alone for elementary school, that's 355 for 3rd through 5th and 395 for kindergarten through 2nd. That doesn't include language support in math or science. So we're certainly falling short. I have to find a way to ensure high-level language support is happening within Tier 1 instruction throughout the day in all of my classrooms. While it's certainly my goal for all of my teachers to be English language endorsed formally and also receive our GLAD training, the ELD site facilitator would serve as a support within our collaborative team meetings to ensure that Tier 1 instruction is meeting the needs of all learners, most especially my English language learners, which, as I mentioned earlier, really encompasses most of my school, even if they aren't formally identified. The ELD site facilitator would also help to lead the professional development work as outlined in my corrective action plan, which is a 2-year process guided by the State Department of Education based upon the number of students at Glenn Duncan who have not made progress on their language testing over a 3-year cycle. My ELD site facilitator can also support co-teaching and small groups, but their capacity to improve student outcomes is much broader and more encompassing than the traditional EL teacher model. The way I see it, tonight's plan that Janine is proposing is really a win-win for all elementary campuses. Schools who are currently seeing progress and success are able to maintain their current programming and staffing. And schools in need of systemic change to support Tier 1 instruction, increase teacher efficacy, and equitable access for all English language learners can opt in to the ELD model. And, double bonus, the cost is budget neutral. Thank you so much for your consideration of our proposal.
Thank you, Katie. And now I'd like to have Carol Ann talk about her experience as an ELD site facilitator. Carol Ann?
Thank you, Janine. Good evening, Dr. McNeil, President Taylor, and Board of Trustees. My name is Carol Ann Cavallo, and I am an elementary English language development site facilitator for Hidden Valley Elementary and Pleasant Valley Elementary currently. Before I was an English language development site facilitator, I was an EL teacher at Alice Smith, as well as a classroom teacher. Now, traditionally, students who speak a language other than English have been removed from the Tier 1 classroom in order to receive English language services. But as Janine had pointed out earlier this evening, more and more research has surfaced finding that taking our students out of the mainstream classroom is creating an opportunity gap for our English learners. When students who speak a language other than English or are simultaneously learning English and another language are removed from the classroom consistently, they are missing crucial content that prepares them for college and career readiness. First and foremost, language is not a barrier, but rather an asset to our classrooms. We may have previously wondered how we can teach content without language, but now I ask you to consider how we can teach language without content to connect it to. Language learning happens when it is taught hand in hand with academic content. However, I understand the impact this research has on our classroom teachers. Planning for language and content simultaneously is an added weight on our teachers' already heavy shoulders. That is where I believe the power of the ELD site facilitator model comes in. It is my job to bring language data to a PLC in order to identify and prepare the scaffolds, supports, and strategies that our students need to access the content in the Tier 1 classroom. It is my job to utilize translation technology to communicate with our families who speak a language other than English and ensure that they are included in our school community and communication. And it is my job to advocate for inclusion of our multilingual learners in our classrooms. English learners are the fastest growing subpopulation in the United States education system. It is crucial that our multilingual learners recognize their own strengths by first noticing that we, as a school district, honor their language and welcome them into our classrooms, rather than separating them from their English-only peers. I hope that you consider the expansion of this program to advocate for the inclusion of all of our students in the Tier 1 classroom. Thank you very much for hearing me tonight.
Thank you, Carol Ann. So we reached out to site facilitators. We met with elementary principals. About 28 principals joined us, where we talked about the model. We had a Q&A. 9 elementary principals have volunteered to move into the program, and 6 are very interested. Middle school principals, we met with 9. Again, we explained the model, a Q&A. 1 has volunteered, and 3 are very interested. I'll explain why we have not met with high school at this time in just a few minutes. I want to show you a graph about middle school and high school. One of the things that we have here is the orange is showing students who are in our EL courses. It is imperative that our students are in the EL courses in middle school and high school because they do need that direct, explicit language instruction. However, it's also imperative that the students in blue who are not receiving support, they are in the mainstream classes, need to have an ELD site facilitator who is working with those content teachers in order to provide them with those tools and strategies to scaffold for them in their algebra classes and their biology classes and their ELA classes in order for them to earn the credits and attain graduation. Now, the reason they may not be in those courses is 1, they have already had the course and completed it, or they did not qualify for the course because their proficiency level was at a 3-4, or they may have been refused services by their parents, or they were not appropriately placed in the course in the first place. So it's important to understand that at that level of middle school and high school, students do need to be taught the grammar and the function and the structure of the language, but we do also need to have that extension of and the expansion of the support for our students in the content classes. And in order for that to happen, we would then see the graduation rates. Our students that are taking the courses, their graduation rates are looking pretty good,
that the kids who are not in the courses and are struggling in the mainstream courses without that extra support are not. And so we could probably raise those if we were able to move that support into those courses and have 2 experts working towards the goal. So if we look at our revised proposal, in 2020-21, we would continue the ELD site facilitator program at our 36 schools that we already have it, with appropriate placement. Our new schools have volunteered to implement the ELD site facilitator. I think that's supposed to be 10 schools, with 9 more interested. We would like to form a task force of current ELD site facilitator schools to analyze our data and make recommendations for continuous improvement of the model. Then we'd like to form a middle school and high school task force to explore changes to newcomer programming and also to the high school ELD delivery model. The ELD site facilitators, we would need 10. EL teachers, we would repurpose 13, which would be a reduction of full-time by 3. In 2022-23, we would continue programming at 46 schools with appropriate placement at middle school, high school EL students in EL courses. We would begin implementing changes for the newcomer programming and high school ELD delivery model, which would be voluntary. We would create our task force, remain intact, analyzing data and making recommendations for continuous improvement for the models. 2023, we propose continue volunteer schools, enter the model, and appropriate placement. We would continue to refine and revise newcomer programming, and middle schools and high school ELD delivery model would be volunteer. The task force would remain intact, analyzing data, making recommendations for continuous improvements of the model, but by 2024-25, all schools would come into the model. This is what we are proposing as we've gathered information from our stakeholders, sharing our research, we propose. In closing, I believe in the adoption of this proposal, and we do believe that all students can achieve and progress. Open for discussion and questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Kelly. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Let's bring her to the table for discussion, for questions. I'll tell you what we can do. Do we have any public comment on this, JJ? That may be live, or else email, you can share that, and then we'll bring it to the table. Thank you.
Kristen DeHaan. The board also received emails from Will Harper and Dana Hamilton.
All right, my notes are kind of a mess. But I work at a Title I school, and I feel like we have a large percentage of EL students, and we do have an EL facilitator, site facilitator. Previous to this, we had a teacher, and the teacher did a lot of co-teaching. She did not do as much pull-out as some teachers do. She was in the classrooms working with our students, and our students were doing a pretty good job at being exited. I don't know what that number is now. I know that our facilitator is doing the very best she can. She splits between, I believe, 3 schools right now. So watching her do the WIDA testing, because I am right next door to computers, she was exhausted all the time and really working her heart out. I wanted to address the 3% of the EL students who might want to leave EL. I know at one point, I don't know if it's still there, but in Infinite Campus, it stated that if you had people who lived with you that spoke Spanish, then that put you as an EL student. So if I had gone to Washoe County School, I would have been an EL student, even though English was my primary language. So maybe, I don't know. And then earlier it was discussed about how, and this was from the GT, but it pertains to this, teachers meeting the needs of all of their students. Right now, teachers do have smaller class sizes in general because of COVID. And
every teacher that I have ever worked with absolutely wants to meet the needs of all of their students. But it's not just the GT students, it's not just the EL students, it's the social resource students, which are the students that I teach, who are in general ed as well as with me. It's the regular resource students, it's the students who have behaviors, it's the students who are at grade level who often get lost. It's the students who are those bubble students for the SBAC testing. It's the students who are dealing with trauma. The list goes on, and next year, hopefully, we're not gonna have the same situation with COVID, and maybe we'll be more in person, but that means that our class sizes are going to increase greatly. So all of those students in all of those different areas having their needs met by teachers is going to be more and more challenging for the teachers. So I want you to keep that in mind anytime that you say, but teachers should do this, teachers should do that, teachers should have all of these different endorsements. I've been paying for some of my own stuff to get endorsements, and it's expensive. So I want you to think about that as well. I appreciate that all the work that has been done trying to figure all of this out. I know how hard it is, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
Chris Hayes.
Welcome, Ms. Hayes. Thank you for being here at 10:35 tonight.
Hi, good evening. Apparently I should have moved my seat after everyone left. Thank you for letting me speak, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, and members of the board. My name is Chris Hayes. I am a program facilitator for the English Language Development Department, and I'm also a site facilitator for one of our elementary schools, Collin Ranch. I am here to read a letter from my colleague and fellow site facilitator, Julie Horton, who has given me permission to share her words with you. I am an English language development site facilitator. I have been in this position for the last 2.5 years at Sarah Winnemucca and Elmcrest. I have been with the district since 1993. In addition to being an EL site facilitator, I've been a classroom teacher, a literacy coach, and for 13 years an EL teacher. I believe that I have a good understanding of the various opinions of the English language teacher versus the EL site facilitator issue. I was very skeptical at first of changing from an EL teacher to a site facilitator, but I have found that the facilitator model has a greater impact on a greater population than does an EL teacher. As a facilitator, my job is training and coaching teachers to understand the importance of language when teaching in all content areas. It's obvious, but without language, various content knowledge can't be learned or applied. It is of utmost importance that every teacher understands that in each subject that they teach, they are first and foremost a language acquisition teacher. English language learners are in general education classrooms all day long. Their teachers need to be equipped with the strategies to support ELs in every lesson that is taught. If teachers understand the importance of having language objectives in every lesson, then their Tier 1 instruction will be solid, as EL strategies are simply just best teaching practices. It's basically a change in mindset. Previously, as an EL teacher, it was assumed that it was my responsibility to improve students' language proficiency, having them for only about 90 minutes a week. But with the facilitator model, all teachers are seen as language teachers. This makes sense because the students are with their homeroom teachers all day long. Because of the facilitator model, the teachers have been built up with training so that they have the tools and strategies necessary to support their ELs and all students in their classrooms. And just as important, it is not just EL students that benefit from added language strategies, but all students. In addition to staff trainings, I also spend time lesson planning with teachers, co-teaching, modeling strategies, participating in PLCs, and teaching groups of newcomers or students at lower language proficiencies. I've had many successes with teachers using EL strategies. I love when they catch me in the hallway.
I'm so sorry. I know you're just trying to read your colleague's letter. I'm so sorry. Your time is up. But I think we kind of understand the message that your colleague was sending. So thank you so much for coming, staying tonight.
Thank you.
To share that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Now we'll bring this back here to the board. We see the recommendation as has been laid out by Ms. Kelly. Looks like Trustee Church is leaning in.
Just a few questions. Let me go through a few comments and then you can respond. Number one, are we going to have to rewrite policy 6725? I don't see even ELD mentioned in there, so I don't know how that affects the policy, not a big deal. And then if I understand right, for those critics, we're going to maintain a task force that will evaluate it, and we can always make corrections or U-turns as needed. I want to comment that my emails, contrary to the last time, are not running overwhelmingly opposed to this, nor like the gifted program. So I think we've probably reached a good consensus. And my only real question other than that, well, two of them. One of the speakers mentioned that we might have people in the EL program who really don't need to be there just because of who they live with or something. If you could explain that. And then finally, do we have any community involvement? What about the summertime to keep the kids practicing English and immersed or whatever, spring break, etc. So those are basically my issues. What if it doesn't work? Community involvement. And do we have people that don't need to be in the program like the last speaker commented, or previous speaker commented?
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely think overall this is a much better presentation than what we saw last time. I think that there's certainly been some compromises here, and I think back to what you said, President Taylor, that we want to do things with people instead of to them, and I'm thinking that offering this on a voluntary basis to our schools, because I know that our principals know our teachers and our teachers know our students better than we ever will. So I think that this is a pretty good direction from what I can tell. We're not doing a blanket one-size-fits-all solution for all these schools. And I guess my question is, and I just want to make sure I understood this correctly, we're going to approach this from kind of a balanced model. There will still be EL teachers and there will also be ELD site facilitators, right?
Yes.
Thank you for that comprehensive response, Ms. Kelly.
It's past my bedtime,
I
President
know,
Taylor.
sorry. Mine too. Actually, not mine too, but you're always a few words. I just had to give you a hard time. Thank you. Trustee Thigpen, that covers your...
Thank you. I totally support a yes or no answer when it's called for. Thank you. I wonder about the opt-in, opt-out, but I see a 3-year transition plan. So two things. Within 3 years, all schools will be on the ELD facilitator model. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, so within that time frame, while principals and teachers are kind of deciding how they want to, I guess, implement this program, what will their support look like for their students?
Well, they will still have EL teachers to support them. And with the task force that we will be forming, we will have input from the principals and the leadership teams in how it's going to be formed at the school. And then, of course, we'll have the data to look at as we are moving forward for improvement and refinement at the schools we're at.
May I ask one more question? Thank you. Thank you. So I've wondered about the exit data when a student moves out of the EL program model or now an ELD facilitator model. Explain what that looks like, please.
When a student exits an overall 4.5 on the ELPA, the English Language Proficiency Assessment, and that's the proper term we should use, it gets mixed up because
We are a WIDA consortium state, so sometimes it gets called WIDA. The test itself is called Access, but we really should call it ELPA. When they exit on the ELPA at an overall 4.5, then they go into a system where we monitor them in their classes for 4 years. So they're actually monitored, that they're passing their classes, that they're doing well enough. If they're struggling with something, then we move in to support them. And many times it's writing, they need a little bit more help in writing, or the teacher notices they're not talking enough in class or struggling with something. And so we're able to give them that extra support. And then after 4 years, there is an alternative way that we can reclassify them if there's evidence that the student has digressed. Normally, they do not. Once they've passed the test, they really take off, and many times research shows us that they outperform monolingual learners because the bilingual brain really processes information very differently, and they usually soar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a really, truly was a comprehensive answer, so thank you for that. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been visiting schools and been having really good conversations around this. And I like the opt-in. I do think we should give our principals as much autonomy as possible where appropriate. Where I get hung up is at some point requiring this for all schools. I did speak with a few principals that had reservations on that, and that's not something that they really are interested in for their individual site. And so that's a hang up for me. Something that I think, if this is really the desire of the district, that we should add, and I would be okay with it, is if through the next 3 years, the district continue to gather data, and then in spring of 2024, the board at that time needs to give the last go-ahead to require all schools to opt in. My hesitation is around hearing from principals that this is not something that they would like to do in their sites. And I've also heard there's still some confusion out in the field on what exactly changes, what exactly the new requirements are going to be. And so that's my hang up right now in voting to approve. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. So on slide 25, I think it is, it talks about the summary of the ELFTEs 21-22, and the top one, positions repurposed 12, but how many is it by the 24-25 school year? Do we know?
That depends on how many schools volunteer to come in. That's why we've left it blank, because in 22, 23, they volunteer, 23, 24, they volunteer. So we did not put those in because as we move forward, hopefully our communication and understanding and the data, and we have better communication with the principals that don't have an understanding of what it really is, will improve, and then those schools will volunteer to come in.
So, thank you. So basically, we just don't know what's going to happen at that point? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the conversations I've had with a lot of principals, they're very, very interested. I think it's like anything else. There's a lot of unknowns out there right now. And so they believe in the philosophy. They truly do. They feel it's a good way to go. They have talked to other principals that believe in it, but they just have a lot of unknowns at their school right now, and they're not sure if that's the way they want to go this year. Many of them feel it's a way they want to go next year. That's the conversations I've had with them.
Okay, so we don't know how many people could be repositioned by 24 and 25, even though all schools are supposed to be doing this by then? How can we not know the numbers? I'm sorry, am I asking a really weird question? I just worry about
I guess I
people-
would anticipate that it would probably be just about the same amount in the next year with the principals that I've talked to.
If I may, this may help. What Trustee Minetto is thinking, if this is it for 21-22, then we know there'll be more, hopefully in 22-23, and then hopefully there'll be more in 24-25. And she's looking for an idea of what that total may be. Did I kind of?
Yes, because, I mean, if all schools are supposed to be, doing this by 24, 25, we should have an idea of how many people will be repositioned. They're repurposed.
Well, and I think as we form our task force and they begin to form how it's going to look at their school, then they will start moving into the slots during those years. So that's part of our idea, is how with middle school and high school, we know it has to look different than it does in elementary school. And so working with those principals in order to design how the support looks, then they start moving in.
And President Taylor, I'd like to build on that.
Please, go ahead, Dr. Parks.
It became very evident, and this was part of the presentation that Janine went over, from our site facilitators. They expressed that there has been, we could have communicated better about the model and exactly what it means. And what we learned from our high school EL teachers, and again, very thankful for their honesty and feedback, was that they really were not on the same page. And it was clear that they did not have the same understanding of the model. So that's why that recommendation of these task force, it's very clear that we need to keep our EL faculty and our EL teachers involved in this process. And so our intention there is to have both those task force maintain updates and meet and look at the data. So you have the site facilitator task force running, and they're informing us about better communication, looking at the data, making recommendations. And then we form a task force with EL teachers and administrators and other stakeholders to look at how does this fit into the high school model, because we didn't have any resistance into the philosophy of the model. It's just a question about how is it really going to work at a credit-bearing high school.
No, that makes sense, Dr. Parks. Thank you so much. Superintendent McNeil?
No, and I can appreciate that question, Trustee Minetto, and I think something that would probably help as far as we move forward would be able to have Dr. Parks work with staff and to do a yearly progress report. You all will be receiving anyway strategic plan reports, and we know that one of our metrics is around the EL exit rate. So it would probably be a good idea for staff to come back and make progress reports on a yearly basis so that you're actually able to see what the exit data is, and also have the conversation around the ELD model and how that implementation is going. And it probably wouldn't be a bad idea, I'm thinking, Dr. Parks, to maybe have a member or two of your particular task force come and present how they are working through those concerns.
I'd be glad to take that direction, Dr. McNeil.
It may also, just to jump onto this, it may also be helpful if there's any data that you've gathered that the task force is considering, to bring that as well. I think that'll help speak to part of what Vice President Caldwell is saying, and I think it makes good sense that we're checking in and we know that they're having a continual opportunity, to understand it better, to ask questions and so on. So thank you very much. Did that answer? Did that kind of, because basically they don't know, because the task force input should influence that, quite frankly, and I think that's a good thing, right? Let's see what will be necessary to help the schools.
Yes, thank you. I guess I just need to hear, well, we're not sure, or, because that's.
No, I think the not sure is good, because that means that the influence of the task force, there's room for that, because that may move a number one way or another. So I think that's a good thing. That's a good not sure. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. A couple things. Going into this next school year, I am a little concerned about introducing something so new to so many students. I'm just worried about how that might be a little disruptive to them. So I'd love to understand how you might ease them into this if this plan is approved for the next school year. Also, how you'll communicate to the families, and I know you talked a lot about how you all are working towards better communication. And then I would say I love the progress reports. I think I'd also love to continue to see not just EL exit rates, but EL graduation rates, and how we're improving upon that year after year in those progress reports.
Someone may comment on that for a school that may adopt it going into next year and those changes. Principal Weir.
Hi, Trustee Thigpen. I just wanted to speak to that a little bit from the school perspective, because I do hope to make this change in the fall. And in talking with my parents, one of the biggest concerns this year is missing class time. So they're already worried about potential learning loss from this year, whether they were a distance learner or an in-person learner. And I have a high rate of EL students at Glen Duncan, but then I also have a high rate of students who have exited. So kind of to the question earlier about how do we monitor students once they've already exited. And so I do have a lot of parents who are concerned about any instructional time loss next year. And so that's, I think, one of the big advantages to the ELD site facilitator model is that it's supporting the Tier 1 instructional time, and it's not an additional time where they're taken out, kind of similar to what was shared earlier from the actual site facilitator perspective. So the families that I've talked to about it, when I was trying to figure out the best decision for Duncan, they were leaning much more strongly toward that part of it as well. And then I think also, as we think about the messaging of acceleration versus intervention, many times the traditional EL model tends to gravitate more toward an intervention style of providing support for students, whereas the ELD model supports much more the acceleration model that it sounds like we're moving toward with the modified strategic plan for 21-22 and 22-23. So I do think that there's some messaging involved, and I think, Trustee Caudill, to your point, I think that's partially where principals feel some strain and some concern about jumping in. But I think that that's part of the exciting part about being an opt-in. And Trustee Nicolette, you talked about overtime, this idea of overtime, and a lot of principals might have really strong EL teachers who right now don't have the capacity to be the ELD site facilitator. But the principal and the leadership team sees potential in them, they see potential in themselves, they believe in the work. And because of this, the rollout over time, it really does allow time for them to build capacity for themselves in the professional learning arena, the ability to help guide the collaborative team conversations in a different way from their current lens, and really build them up to take that over in their school. So to Trustee Thigpen's point, parents wouldn't notice any different because it would be the same person. They would just be serving in a much more powerful role down the road. So there are ways, I think, to really marry the two so that students feel supported within Tier 1, but also families don't feel this knee-jerk, sudden change to what's been happening when they feel success for their kid. So really, does that help to answer that question?
It does. And then on the communication side, and it sounds like you have a great relationship with your families, which is very commendable. I just want to make sure that it's just out there and something that's considered as, and I guess because this all went sideways before, I'm thinking about this. I just want to make sure that we are doing all we can to communicate with the families that this is not a proposed big scary transition for them, and that they truly understand what it is, because what we don't want is if we make this decision today, we leave, and then people start talking amongst themselves, and then there's rumors that come back, and it's just, we want this to be successful if we move forward. So I just would encourage, if a communication plan can be formed, if it's not already formed, to do some outreach to those families. But thank you very much for that explanation.
And I think Janine Kelly, Director, Department of English Language Development, I think part of what we do at the end of the year is our ELD site facilitators sit down with the administrators. They develop the plan, they design the plan, and part of that could be the communication plan that goes out with the families. And I know they do have a communication plan, but we could certainly make sure that that is part of the requirement that they have.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. We'll go to Dr. Nicolette, then I'll have a couple of comments myself. Trustee Nicolette?
Thank you. I recently visited Hug High School in the newcomer program, and I saw firsthand the difference with the juniors in high school. And so I guess my question is, because they're almost finished. I mean, you know, they're not in third grade. So where does the newcomer programming fit into this model?
The newcomer program is very different than, and we have to have newcomer teachers at the secondary level. We visited a year ago, before all of this happened, in the state of Utah. We went to visit a newcomer program there. And because we were interested in making some changes to our newcomer program. And one of the things that we were really impressed with happened to be the orientation that they do and the engagement that they do with their families, and bringing the families in to be part of the community with the programming that they give to the children. And so we want to take some time next year, if we can, if travel is allowed, to actually go visit that program again, and one in Colorado. Take the best of what we already have in place and add another component. And that's what we talk about exploring and then beginning to implement into our newcomer programs at our 5 newcomer schools, which we have 2 middle schools and 3 high schools, and really build in a better orientation and a better community component with our families, with our newcomer programming.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. My comments, first of all, thank you. Thank you for doing the work that you did in between time to get the feedback, and then doing something with the feedback. I mean, it's one thing to ask people for input, and then it's something else to say, hey, you know what, maybe we can look at this a little bit differently. So I really appreciate that. I'm sure all of us do up here. I wanted to just address one thing in terms of policy changes, just informationally, Trustee Church, is, because that's a very good point, as editorial changes we make as we review those policies when they come up on the calendar, and then between time, EL was replaced by ELD, and so we don't lose the power from a policy standpoint. So because it's editorial in nature. So hopefully that answers that question, because again, very good point. We want to make sure we're within line. I also want to thank you for really putting the task force in place for each year review, because hopefully that will help people understand more. I love that you pointed out one of the challenges is that our communication can be better, because that always seems to be the case, right? But it's acknowledging that, saying, hey, we want to talk more. We want to make sure our sites, our administrators in the schools want to know more, and we can do a better job to help facilitate that. And then I think the task force is that let's constantly look at how we can do better. I mean, the research has shown that this is a better model, right, overall, and our numbers preliminarily have also shown that. I know that we have been, and this might speak a little bit to Trustee Caudill, this has been piloted for 3 years, 2 years. When did we make the first? Was it 2 years or 3 years? 2017. 2017, so 3 years. Janine, thank you. So this has been piloted for 3 years, and this is continuing to move that work forward because results are indicating that we're continuing to look at. So that step has kind of already been there, Trustee Cottle, certainly to some extent. And I think it's just really important that we continue to do the work to say, how can we better serve this really important population of students, whether they're newcomers, how can we get them in and take advantage of what they can do more, right? In terms, they can accommodate more in terms of learning the language and the content at the same time, and positioning them so that they can do that. And supporting them, along the way. That, by the way, another comment is, this is equity. This is equity. Equal would say, we don't have EL. Equity says, hey, they need a little bit more help because of language. So this is equity in action, and this is why it's important for us to do that for this group of students, so we can give them the best educational opportunity that we can. So I just wanted to thank you for those things. I think those are important pieces: the task force, the increased communication, the phasing it in and let people get a little more used to it along the way, and then creating a secondary model, in particular on the high school side, as you look at what's working, what's not working, so that back to what my colleague Trustee Thigpen said is, when we're doing things with our principals and with our families and with our teachers and our students instead of to them. This feels a whole lot more like with them. And I just want to say I appreciate that work. Other comments? Okay, I see Clerk Minetto.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. My mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. So, Matt, our dear principal, so next year you get your wonderful site facilitator, right? And then this is hopefully. So you keep some of your EL teachers or all of your EL teachers, or?
Okay, so best case scenario, I get my ELD site facilitator and I keep a full-time English language teacher. So thinking about that question about newcomer support, I would still have my full-time EL teacher as well as my EL site facilitator. And then my biggest priority as far as the specialized instructional support, so not the tier 1 support, which my ELD site facilitator would help facilitate through the collaborative team meetings and then also through co-teaching and professional development. But I would look at my newcomer groups, what are my needs there, and then also my students who haven't made progress over 3 years. And those would be the main focus of my EL teacher allocation, if that makes sense. And other schools would be positioned differently from me based upon how many EL students they have and what their current EL allocations would be relative to the transfer to ELD, but that would at least be the state of affairs at Duncan.
And
Katie Weir for the record, sorry.
And you have one EL teacher now?
I have 2. So I would go from 2 current EL teacher allocations to hopefully an ELD allocation and a full-time EL teacher allocation.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question. Now, my understanding is that this works really, really, really well, is what I'm understanding. And most of it seems to be places where teachers are already trained to do this, but I guess that's why we have, that's what the facilitator is going to do. I mean, we have GLAD. How many GLAD teachers do we have in the district? Do we know?
We provide the training. We provide the training for them. We provide the coaching training. We provide the data dive training. We provide how they do professional learning. And all that so that they're ready. Sometimes we have people who interview who already have some of that training and also have the EL, but we don't just throw somebody in and let them sink and swim. It's pretty intensive training.
And I guess that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the general teachers. Will they be GLAD trained? Of course, that's up to them, isn't it? I mean, we don't have that mandatory or anything, do we?
So I think what Trustee Minetto is asking is what type of professional learning will our general ed teachers be receiving under the ELD model?
That is part of the plan that the school develops. they may decide, they look at their data, and let's say that speaking is low on the ELPA test. And so they develop the training this year is going to be professional learning around speaking within the content areas and how they can provide more opportunities for students to be able to speak in classrooms using the academic language that is necessary for them to be able to increase those opportunities to speak. And if they're using that language in speaking, then they're also going to use it in their writing and in their critical thinking.
All right, thank you. I do need to say I'm a little nervous about this pushing all the way through to all the schools by 24, 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Comments, questions? Is there the desire of the board to make a motion at this time so we have one more big agenda item left, and we want to at least have one eye open while we're going through that? Yes, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'm looking at the written motion, and it says for the 2021-22 school year, but this is more of a long-term plan, so I'm a little confused.
In terms of what you want to clarify your recommendation, Superintendent McNeil?
Yeah, so the recommendation would be to accept the ELD site facilitator model going into next year as in an opt-in plan, and then the proposed changes to the ELD department, which had to do with some of the FTEs within there.
I think the question of Trustee Thigpen was part of the proposal. The recommendation is the phase-in. Should that be a part of this? And I know a couple of our colleagues had some questions regarding that 3-year phase. Am I quoting that correct? Is that where you are, Trustee Thigpen?
Yes, because the proposal, or at least as I saw outlined in the presentation, is a gradual multi-year process. It's not just for 2021 to 2022. So just as it's written out in the recommended motion, it just doesn't seem to reflect that. So I'm a little confused on how to go about it.
So it would be for the 3-year phase-in.
So let me see. Just going back to that. So it would be 2021 through 2024. And I guess the question for my colleagues before I make a motion is, should we try to include something that says to bring this back for review of the success prior to 2023?
It's your motion to make, sir.
I'll give it a go.
Okay.
Okay. So I move the Board of Trustees provides direction for the proposed continued transition to the English language development site facilitator model for the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 school year, and the proposed changes to the EL department with the requirement for the district to come back prior to the 2023-2024 school year for continued approval of the model. Sorry, that's a very long one.
I think that's clear. That's clear in that, in other words, the board will accept the presentation, the proposal on tonight, including the departmental changes with the first 2 years as described, and the third year, and then come back before the mandatory implementation for the third year. Did I kind of coin it?
Correct.
In that way. If there's a motion on the floor, is there a second? There's a second motion on the floor by Trustee Thigpen. There is a second from Trustee Calvert. It's opened up for discussion. Vice President Colo.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to propose an amendment. It's not friendly, but it's not unfriendly. It just might need a vote. I would like to propose the following amendment to replace the 2023 timeline with direction for the superintendent to provide the board an annual review of the progress of this program and to require final approval from the Board of Trustees sometime during the spring of 2024 in advance of a mandatory rollout of this program in 24-25.
Is that friendly enough, or is that a new motion? With the council? Everybody get that in the mic, please, sir? Thank you.
It's certainly in line with the original motion that it's just going to be brought back for final approval prior to, so I would...
It makes the years more specific, but I want to make sure that's a friendly recommendation. Put the years around, are you open to that, Trustee Thigpen and Trustee Calvert?
I'm totally on board with the annual review of the program. I just want to clarify timeline from the district standpoint. My stance was, and I think Vice President Cottle and I may be on the same page, is making sure that it is final approval before 2023 and 2024, before that model is approved to be finalized. So I don't know what the timeline is for the district, if that is spring or not.
Yeah, so it keeps intact the intent of your motion to put this forward. What I have proposed is to direct the superintendent to bring the board an annual review of this program so she can decide when, once a year. In addition, sometime during the spring of 2024, the board will give final approval to require the implementation of this program in 2024-25. Because up until then, it's voluntary, and then it goes mandatory.
I see what you mean. I think we are on the same page with that, because that was my intent, to make sure that before it's final, we get one last look at it. So I'm fine with both amendments. You good? Okay.
We good, Trustee Calvert? Yes, we are. Okay, so then we're looking at a motion that the council told me that was certainly friendly enough. The motion to approve the recommendations as set forth on tonight, and which covers the departmental changes and so on, with the added direction that the superintendent bring back annual review, and that in the spring of 2024, final approval, and then in the spring of 2024, come before the board for final approval before mandatory implementation in the fall of 2025. No, fall of 20, but they came back, oh yeah, this is the same year. Ha! Yeah, 24. Okay, you got that? You good, JJ? Okay, anybody unclear on the motion? You're unclear, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Thigpen, you want to read it, JJ, then perhaps?
The Board of Trustees provides direction for the proposed continued transition to the English Language Development Site Facilitator model for the 21-22 school year and 22-23 school year, and to include the proposed changes to the ELD department, and directs the superintendent to bring an annual review of the ELD program to include a review of the data before
final approval
in the spring of 2024 to make the program mandatory in all elementary schools for the 24-25 school year.
Not elementary schools, just before mandatory implementation in the fall of 2024.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, in the motion, JJ listed the years 21, 22, 22, 23. We want to add 23, 24 to that as well. Those 3 years are the optional, and then goes final, assuming the board approves it.
I can try for a clearer one if you'd like.
No, I believe she's caught it. He just added one more year that was missed. That was part of the motion, but was just left off. Okay, anyone else unclear? We good, Dr. Nicolette? Everybody good? Trustee Church?
I hear it one more time, please. I'm sorry, but one more time. Can we read it back?
That's okay. Clarity is a good thing. JJ?
The Board of Trustees provides direction for the proposed continued transition to the English Language Development Site Facilitator model for the 21-22, 22-23, 23-24 school years, and the proposed changes to the ELD department, and directs the superintendent to provide an annual review of the ELD program to include a review of the data before final approval in the spring of 2024 before making the mandatory implementation in the 24-25 school year.
Superintendent McNeil, go ahead in the mic.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that timeline as far as for budgeting purposes, as far as for the spring of 2024, if we're going to be making changes to programs in the school year of 2020, 24, 2025. So I would ask for...
Okay, how about we change that by the spring of 2024? Okay, so if it's early, we're making changes now for next year. So it's not that it can't happen, because this is March, and we're making plans for August.
Yeah.
So we say by 2024. So if it needs to be in December or something, but the whole idea is by spring 2024.
Yeah, so I would think that it would probably be better to come back for the board to make the final decision by December of 2023
That seems
for budgeting purposes.
That seems friendly enough.
And I'm looking over at our CFO. Would that be, yeah?
Okay, that's just like by. If it's there, that's a month. That's fine. It seems friendly enough. I'm getting some nods from the trustees. Okay. All right, everybody good? Trustee Church, you had us for that clarity. You get it? Okay. All right. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for staying so late to share this with us. Really important decisions, and thank you for the plan to go forward. I'm excited about it. I appreciate it.
Well done, team. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go on to agenda item 5.05. This is our discussion of this is our usual standing report on the COVID-19 case counts, etc. I know there's some trends that are different. We see it's 11:21, so certainly let's use the time as we need to, but let's be expeditious when we can so that we can make the best decisions that we can when it comes down to our learning models, which I know also will be before us as we make these decisions on tonight. I see Dr. Lamarca is in position. We'll start with you, sir.
President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. Who's controlling the presentation? So in the interest of time, I think if we go to this slide, we can quickly talk about where we're at with data. The meter for the community as a whole is at 4.0. We've had 2 solid weeks at around the 4.0, 3.5 level. So we are headed in the right direction. Average cases community-wide, as of this was last Friday, we're at about 7 per 100,000, far below that 15 threshold from the Harvard group. Test positivity was at 5.4. Actually, yesterday it was at 5.1 in Washoe County. You know that the WHO standard is 5.0, so we're very close to that within the county. The The graphic that you're somewhat used to seeing, again, you can see that the trend down has been substantial and significant, sustained. It is lower now than it was in early September. It's as low as it's been, I think, since back in June. The data is headed in the right direction. Saying that, there were 38 cases today community-wide. It's been right around 40 to 45 every day for several days, so we're kind of plateaued. There is still a lot of disease in the community, but we're doing a good job. As long as we stick with our mitigation strategies and we don't spike, we're in good shape. So that's the data. I will turn it over to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca. And so if we can advance the slide. And so an update from the last board meeting on February 23rd. We wanted to provide the trustees a kind of an overview of what's happened in that very short period of time. As you know, since that time, the governor has come out with an executive directive, which we'll go into tonight. Elementary playground guidance has been provided to all sites so that elementary playgrounds are open at this point in time. Our middle school intramurals programs is starting, and we have worked with our Teachers Association, the Washoe Education Association, to repurpose money that is typically designated for our middle school coaches so that we could expand middle school intramurals, which is called slot pay, in order to increase the number of intramural activities being allowed within our middle schools. And then, as you all know, and you all have been updated on this on a regular basis, our high school athletics and activities, we've had meetings with our high school principals, we've had meetings with our high school athletic directors, coaches, and assistant principals to go over the detailed guidance. You all have been able to be provided that exemplary document put together by Victor Sherbandi and Rollin Stallworth around all of the guidance that our principals and our coaches are reading and taking into account. Guidance provided to schools around testing for our athletes. Also, our student health services, as you all know, did a yeoman's job on putting together the antigen testing program. Obviously, you all heard the Connect Ed message sent out to families a couple Saturdays ago, and then our website has been updated. So again, a lot of happenings within our school district in a very short period of time, and so I want to compliment our principals and our schools. So with that, we have some guests who I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you all are going to be waking up here in about 7 hours, so I'm probably going to owe you like tons and tons of gift cards for Starbucks, but on deck right now is Mr. Don Angadi, our principal at Polakitas, Ms. Megan Waugh, our principal at Booth, and the one and only Joe Ernst, Area Superintendent. So with that, Mr. Ernst.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Madam President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Joe Ernst, Area Superintendent. As Dr. McNeil has already given our introductions, again, we do have Mr. Don Angadi from Polakitas and Ms. Megan Waugh from Booth Elementary School. What we wanted to talk to you this evening about is I think we have a great deal to be proud of in our school district, knowing that our elementary school in-person learning has been from the start of the school year. As a result of that, we have tremendous feeling of community within the classrooms, and students are genuinely happy to be at school. We're also getting a real consistency of learning, and we have really been implementing the 3 feet of distancing in elementary school since August.
So good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. Don Angadi, principal at Polakitas Elementary School. It's been phenomenal to have our students in person, just to see the excitement in their eyes, and it's taken a team effort, and I applaud my staff, our students, our families, because it's taken all of us to pull this off and make it work. But again, having students in the building, you see that excitement, you see the opportunities that teachers have taken advantage of to be able to incorporate the blended learning model at our school within our classrooms, and seeing the excitement when kids get out of the cars and off the buses to be able to come and be a part of in-person learning has been tremendous. So that was a phenomenal decision that we made. And again, we're continuing to explore bringing kids into our buildings, but again, like I said, it's been a real exciting experience for us to be able to bring our students back in person.
Good evening, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, Board of Trustees. This is Megan Waugh, Principal of Libby Booth Elementary. Sorry, it's way past my bedtime. I'd just like to build on what Mr. Angotti was saying. Libby Booth Elementary School has one of the, if not the highest children in transition populations for elementary in Washoe County School District, and having our students back in person has made a huge impact on those students in particular, as well as the rest of our population. It's been, we've been able to provide the structure and the relationships in person that our students desperately need. Over the spring, while we were in lockdown, we worked very, very hard to maintain our students, their absent or their our daily contacts, etc. But having them in person, having us provide them with that structure and tend to their needs in kind of that hierarchy, Maslow way, brings that much more to the table in learning and all things holistic for the students.
At the same time, we've been able to provide a distance learning model, which has been offered to families since the beginning of the school year. And what we've seen is we've seen tremendous professional growth and teaching and learning in using the online tools and the features, including breakout rooms, various web resources, all of which has really enhanced the online instruction and helped increase our student engagement with distance learning. At our last Board of Trustees meetings, we talked a bit about some real increases in the family partnerships, and it's resulting in more communication, more specific feedback on assignments, addressing academic concerns, and increased parent conferences, very individualized. And at our last board meeting, we talked about some of the home visits that are also occurring.
And along the lines of distance learning, it's been outstanding to see our teachers that are on distance learning and through the PLC, we're collaborating with our in-person teachers so that the same education is being provided not only on distance learning but also in person. And for me to be able to observe a distance learning teacher conducting a lesson and then walk out of my office and go see an in-person teacher and see them on the same lesson within the same day, so to speak, in the same content areas is amazing, and hats off to the work that they're doing collaboratively with that as well. Also too, we've had the opportunity through our parent conferences in February that we had virtual student-led conferences virtually, which was really neat for our students to be able to share with their families, the strengths that they're exhibiting in different curriculum areas, as well as the areas they need to focus on and take ownership of their own learning from kinder all the way up to 5th grade. So having those recently last February allowed for them to be able to provide their parents with some updates and progress of where they're at, and then develop a plan for this last quarter of the year where we want to get those students to and set goals for that.
And at Booth, we've been able to explore different models of virtual learning in the different grade levels. We've been able to experience different virtual type field trips, etc. And we've also made it very important to continue to ensure that our students on distance learning continue to be very much a part of the community at Libby Booth. So if we are doing some sort of a whole school project, then those students are involved as well. Last week we had Reading Week. Our students that are distance learning participate in all of the Reading Week activities, the Spirit Days. They too were able to hear the guest readers, etc. So we've made sure that we continue to keep the connection with our distance learning students as much as we do with our in-person students as well.
And so with that, Ms. Waugh was able to speak a little bit to some of the SEL and the engagement updates that are occurring. We are having SEL activities, that social emotional learning, really trying to make sure that we're staying connected with our students individually, as a group, teacher to student. And we're seeing those SEL activities and lessons being provided for all of our distance learning students. And then we also, as was mentioned, we're seeing some great student participation in all the Spirit Day activities and the various academic recognition events that are occurring at schools.
And to build off the SEL activities, to see our distance learning teachers providing morning meetings to kick off their students' day, to make sure they check in so they know what tasks are ahead of them for that, as well as in person and reinforcing the SEL, having coming out, still in the pandemic, but at the same time knowing that we're really valuing the families and our students, so to speak, in terms of their needs and whatnot. We also had Reading Week last week, which was, we had participation in both models, as well as our Student of the Month, and honoring our students, not only that are distance learners, but also in person, and celebrating the work that they're accomplishing in and around our pride values that we have at our school.
At Libby Booth, we have the model Whole Child, Whole School. We take pride in the fact that every student, every Booth Bruin is every teacher's student, not just one teacher's classroom, but all of our students. And so we, our SEL lessons might be our distance learning students going virtually into other teachers' classrooms, participating in their morning meetings, making sure that they're building a relationship with every teacher within that grade level in some way or another. So they're not only seeing their distance learning teacher, but they're also making connections and building relationships with all of the other adults within the building as well.
And so with that, you can see right now, current elementary school numbers on in-person learning, 21,750. Our distance learners, around 6,500 students. And what's been really impressive to see is over the school year, our elementary schools, we've been able to get roughly 3,500 additional elementary school students back into the buildings as principals work with individual families, work with their teachers, recognizing those needs, and already working to bring them in. And so there's been some really strong efforts made to bring our students back to in-person learning. So as we move forward with recommendations for the learning models in elementary school, that we continue to maintain our in-person learning model for the remainder of the year. Certainly we would adhere to the Emergency Directive 38 and the recommended changes, adhering to the 75% capacity. You can see the asterisk down on the bottom. Really looks like, in most practical terms, in a regular classroom, 2 to 3 additional students. If you have 4 second grades, that's 8 students and maybe 12 students. And so just to kind of give you that per grade level. You adhere to the 3 feet of the social distancing between students. We'll continue to adhere to the 6 feet of social distancing between students and adults. And then to the extent possible, allow for the return of additional students to in-person. Schools, our elementary schools, will be building out plans to reach out to families to allow more students to return to in-person learning. Based on this decision this evening, those efforts will occur very soon thereafter, and then the changes would be implemented after spring break. So with that, before moving forward on a recommendation, if there's any questions, we're happy to answer any of those questions.
Thank you very much. We do want to take these recommendations by level. So we appreciate your principals for hanging out with us and knowing that you're going to have to be in very soon in the morning. And we will take any conversations or questions. I see Trustee Thigpen and Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just wondering if, and obviously I know the principals, they know their families so very well, but we've all heard stories of parents struggling to help their kid that's on distance learning. I've heard, horror stories about parents who both of them have to go to work and have to leave the kid at home alone. And we, of course, don't want that. So I'm wondering if in this recommendation, if it can be considered, and I don't know if we would include this in a motion, but prioritizing some of our most vulnerable students to come out of distance learning and back into the classrooms.
Absolutely. So we do a lot of, and I think I can speak for Dawn on this. So we listen a lot to, first of all, our teachers that are working with our distance learning students. We listen to their recommendations. They are the ones that also talk a lot with our teachers as well. Family situations change. And a lot of our families find work again, etc. And so when their circumstance change, when we have the room within the capacity of our classrooms, we absolutely will welcome them back.
Thank you very much, Principal Law and Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, and you used a key word, if we have. So I don't need you to go into details. I guess I just want to know that there's going to be an equitable, equal plan in deciding if you have more children that want to return than you have spaces. I mean, what is your thought on that?
That's a great question. Thank you. In my situation at my school, we have about 600 students in person and about 200 on distance learning. So I have some grade levels where bringing more students in is a little tighter than other grade levels. So again, taking that into consideration is basically that equity piece that's there. How we look at that is kind of on that case-by-case basis. Do I have space? Do I not have space? Also working with our teachers, working with those families as well to see what the need it is in terms of that, and just coming up with a kind of that plan there, because it is unique from kinder all the way to 5th grade. So it is different in each one. So different scenarios could play out in different grade levels, so to speak, with that.
And I can see where hopefully it won't be a challenge, although won't it be wonderful if everybody wants to come back because they're so ready. I guess I just would say, just pay special attention to how that's going to evolve. It has the possibility of making some people very sad, and we want to avoid that. Hopefully it won't, but we want to avoid it.
Yeah, one thing I would just add is I think you're absolutely right, and I think the focus certainly we want, and I know that, and Principal Ngati, we've worked together. You've been in my district and so on, and I know just from what I've haven't had the pleasure of working directly with Principal Law, but I know your commitment is to students, and this doesn't necessarily change very much. It's been if students, if parents, family situations have changed and they're wanting their child to come back, then, hey, I know I said I wanted my kid on distance learning for the year, but they're really struggling, or that with the teacher. That's what I'm hearing when I visit schools as well. And just keep in mind, we have a 75% capacity limit in each room, from the governor. And so it's just being as creative as you can. As my colleague says, if when you're at that 75% and when you don't have another chair, because we still have to just being as creative as you can to give the consideration as much as you can. I think that's all that any of us can expect and ask. And thank you, because that's what I've heard from all of the teachers I've visited, all the schools that I visited. So, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm just thinking back, and we did this something similar to this at our last meeting, was the governor's directive changes, and I'm wondering if, let's say next week he says, okay, 90% capacity because we're doing so well. Do we need to tweak this recommendation, or do we want to tweak this recommendation to where if that happens, we want to allow more kids to come back, or is that just too soon for the remainder of this year?
I think I'll look to the superintendent for that. Part of it certainly is a couple of things that have to change, right? The capacity limit, in addition to the 3 feet, would have to change. And then we know the other transportation and food service, so I'll look to the superintendent to respond to that if possible.
No, thank you very much, President Taylor. And, within the recommendation, it does state to maintain the in-person learning model, which whether you're at 75% or let's just say 90%, you're still within the in-person learning model. So this stays within the bounds or the guide rails as far as our in-person learning model.
Thank you. I wasn't sure. I get that's a really great clarification, because I wasn't sure if we had to be specific in our motion or not. So that helps me a great deal.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on this one? Trustee Church?
Yes. Number one, I would like to see it specific in any motion. and I'm going to switch gears to this so I don't suffocate. Pardon me, and I have hearing aids, which is why I can't wear the mask over the years. Number one, am I correct that every school district employee that wants it has had the vaccine?
As of March 13th.
As of March 13th, we will have accomplished that. Does that mean the second vaccine, the second of the series?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm trying to keep my comments specific to the elementary that we're dealing with now, but looking at past stats that I have on my cell phone here from the last meetings, we have chronic absenteeism across the board, especially in the minority community, and failing, a number of students are failing. My emails are running overwhelmingly from the parents in favor of going back to school. So that said, I want to make clear my position is that I am 100% in favor of full in-person learning to the maximum degree possible with the opt-out distance learning option. So I concur with Mr. Trustee Thigpen's concerns that a motion should be clear that if it changes from 75, that we adapt immediately. We don't have to have another motion, or we don't misunderstand that we have to stay at 75. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Superintendent McNeil?
And I also think it's important to realize that right now, and I think Mr. Etchart is here. I saw Mr. Martin leave. There he is at. So right now, under the current directive, buses can only hold 66%. So in order to have more students be able to come into the building that need access to transportation, it would be kind of in conjunction as far as with an executive directive that we would have to have the expansion of the number of students that are able to be on the bus, because right now it's only 66%. So I just want the board to understand that.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Did you have a comment?
Yes, and that's exactly why I made the comment to the maximum degree possible, because there's so many variables. Each school is different. Buses, janitors to clean it. I mean, it's endless, and I recognize that dilemma, and I appreciate that. So that's why I phrased it the way I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Vice President Caldwell, do you have a man that looks like you have a motion?
I will be happy to make a motion. I just want to throw something out there. One thing that I would recommend on this motion, instead of saying maintaining the in-person learning model, it may be best to say maintain the current learning models. I received a few messages today that there were some concerns in families that have distance learners that we were going to be forcing students back in, which of course we're not going to. And so at the elementary level, we have full in-person and full distance. So saying maintain the current learning models, it may ease some of those concerns for distance learners. But I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you very much, Vice President Caldwell. I think that's a wise way to put it.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to maintain the current learning model for elementary schools for the remainder of 2020-2021 school year following the current governor's directives.
Second.
Thank you. That was a motion by Vice President Caldwell. Was that second by you, Trustee Church?
I just find that confusing.
Okay, wait, hang on. It was a second. I heard a second. Oh, Trustee Thigpen, thank you. We'll have discussion, but before we do, we need to have public comment, and then I'll go to you, Trustee Church.
So we don't have any in-person public comments, but we have received emails from Pam Husted, Dr. Thomas Albright, Lori Wilson, Demi Parchiak, Sarah Docking, Liz Cooper, Danielle Springmeyer, Kelly Carrick, Sophia Paredes, Kobe Henderson, Heather Heilman, Christina Lohr, Akasha Iolualo, Lakena Stallworth, CC Ott, Deanne Radcliffe, Diana Wrangler, Teddy Castro, Selena LaRue Hatch, Alicia Karen, Emily Nissen, Victoria Nelson, Kelly Roper, Bonnie Johnson, Shiley Irigoyen, Sandy Herman, Kim Green, Kiana Costuros, Ruby Torres, Susanna Myers, Sean McCaffrey, Regina Diaz, Courtney Hurlbert, Jeff, Mike De La Torre, Sean Dunkley, Deanna Kelly, Hillary Anthony, Tana Eldridge, Rachel Fisher, Morgan Colvett, Michelle Beck, Mackenzie Nelson, BJ Perez, and Don McHenry with the Washoe School Principals Association.
Thank you, JJ. Trustee Church?
Yeah, again, I'm confused because the present model is talking about the 3 feet, 6 feet, 75%. So I need clarification on what I'm voting on there because I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, no, and I'd rather you ask than not, because those are part of the guidelines from the governor's office, 3 feet for students, and then from between student and student, and then 6 feet from student to adult. So those we can't vote on because those are in place. So what we're voting on is the learning model, not on the governor's guidelines.
I understand that the motion really confused me. I thought we were on the right track, and then maybe I'm just not understanding it, and maybe we need to restate the motion to understand what we're saying, because I'm confused.
I'm sorry, would you just like the motion restated? Because I'm not sure what you're confused on.
That's probably a good way to start.
Okay, if you made the motion, Vice President Caldwell, if you would.
I move the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to maintain the current learning model for elementary schools for the remainder of the 2020-21 school year following the current governor's directives.
Yes, Trustee Church?
Okay, then I think I'm going to have to respectfully disagree because that says we're not going to go to beyond that no matter what, is what I'm hearing. We're not going to go back to full person learning to the maximum degree. We're going to stick with the present model regardless of whether the governor's directives loosen or change or not.
Trustee Caldwell, I think that your intention in saying the current governor's guidelines means that it's current if they change, but please, it's your motion.
Yeah, it's current governor directives. Elementary schools have 2 learning models. You're either full in person or full distance. And that's what we're going to continue doing following the current directives, which have eased recently. And so that grants the schools and the principals the ability to bring more students back, if they choose, into full in person from full distance, if they choose. But elementaries, most families are pretty solid because they're full in person, full distance. That's not really where some of the consternation is right now.
And I think this may be of help. Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. This may be of help because I hear what you're saying, Trustee Church. You're looking for if those guidelines, those directives changes from the governor's office, you would like schools to be able to change along with those. For an example, if it changes to we don't have to worry about 3 feet, or if he changes the transportation or whatever, that it can adapt. And the way I hear current guidelines means that if that changes, it's still current, based upon whatever's current at that time, so that they don't have to keep coming back to us. That's the way I read the intent of the motion.
And if it helps, I can change current to up to date. I mean, does that make more sense?
Ask Trustee Church if that.
Mr. Vice President Cadell also mentioned, and I know we speak quickly and we don't always, we have to clarify. He said if they want, if the principals want. I think in this case,
If the families want to, but there has to be space.
okay, well, we can make that clear. I guess what I'm saying is, as a trustee, I'm willing to take the heat and say, I want back, not give it to the principal to decide and not have to put it on the back of the superintendent to take the heat. I'm willing to take the heat and say that we direct as much as possible, however we have to word that.
That's what we've done here.
Right. Within the governor's guidelines, I think that's the intention, but you have to vote however you feel comfortable voting. I'm going to go ahead and move this along. Trustee Thigpen, something else to add, because there's a motion on the floor, and if there's discussion on this, otherwise I'm going to take a vote and we're going to move.
I think my only thing is maybe we need to tweak the wording to say current and future governor's directives.
I could change it to up to date.
I'm fine with that.
Up to date.
Up to date, that's the motioner and the second. Okay, up to date. Yes, Trustee Calvert? A second? Okay, we're on there, and I think we have that already. That was not a that's just a friendly amendment, just to clarify a word for that. So it's up to date directive. So that means we stay with our current model, and as whatever the up to date governor's directives are, then schools adapt and can do more and more, and so on. Okay? All right, we're going to take a vote now. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate.
I'm sorry, can we have it read back? Because
I'm sorry, wait, I was in the middle of a sentence.
you made a comment that the schools can.
Trustee Chair. Hang on, Trustee Chair. I'm going to just, let's have a little bit. I was in the middle of a sentence, so if you aren't ready to vote, that's okay, right? So go ahead. What's you have more discussion on this, or you just not ready to vote for it?
Clarification, I think.
Okay.
You just made if the schools can, I think they will, but I guess I want it read back.
Well, I guess that was not in the motion. The motion doesn't say can or will. The motion says, once again, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to maintain the current learning model for elementary schools for the remainder of the 2021 school year in adherence to up-to-date governor's directives. That's the motion. Did I get that correct? That's the motion. That's what we're voting for. That's it. That's the motion. And so we're going to take a vote on that motion, either yay or nay, at this time. Okay? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much. We'll go on to middle schools.
Thank you. With that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Lauren Ford and our middle school principals.
And as they're getting seated, just to move this along, we have Area Superintendent Lauren Ford from Area 4. We have Miss Gina Leonard from Sky Ranch Middle School. And we have Mr. Joel Peixoto from Dilworth Middle School. Thank you so much. And again, I'm probably going to owe you some Starbucks cards here.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ford. The floor is yours.
For the record, Lauren Ford. Krista McNeil introduced us. So some updates for learning models in middle school. Our hybrid learning model has been implemented since the beginning of the 2021 school year. We've stabilized student schedules, leading to improved attendance, engagement, understanding, expectations, and overall learning. Schools have been able to offer a wide variety of elective programs, including music, world language, and specific electives related to their school sites. Principals, would you like to add?
Hello, Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Gina Leonard from Sky Ranch Middle School. The beauty of the hybrid model has allowed us to have lots of flexibility with what our students need. Of course, we want all of our kids back in the building, but with the current restrictions, we are able to do as much as we can getting kids in, and we've spent our entire year working this through. We have started with families at the beginning who weren't sure about what to do, with touring them in the building, getting people back in, moving our distance kids into the building when needed, moving our kids to distance if that's what they needed. So we spent basically 3/4 of the year trying to get us stable so that we are truly moving our kids forward. And we are at a point there now that even with new room guidelines, we have room to bring some more kids in, but we're really moving forward right now.
Distance learning model has been offered to families since the beginning of the school year. Online tools and features including Edgenuity and web resources have enhanced online instruction and helped increase student engagement. We've increased family partnerships, resulting in more communication, including academic concerns, SEL, one-to-one conferences, and multiple home visits.
Good evening, Dr. Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and members of the board. Thank you so much for, first of all, staying up so late with us for this and allowing us to present to you tonight. You know, I think that you're going to hear a lot of us echoing each other from elementary all the way through high school. At the beginning of the year, we were all tasked to create models and situations for our communities and schools that would work best for our students and our families. And our families have had to pivot just as we have to come up with models and identify work schedules that would work best for their families. And knowing that there was some anticipated learning loss at the beginning of this school year due to closing down during the fourth quarter for full distance learning, we've really had to pivot and change our focus a lot. So our teachers have worked really hard to continue working on their content areas, but also focusing on a lot of that social emotional learning that we know has been a big driving force. And so our counselors have worked harder than ever to make sure that they are staying connected with all of our students and our families and providing those resources. Our teachers have also become, in a sense, social workers in providing that guidance and support for the students and really staying connected with them as well. And so all of our models, as you'll hear and see tonight, talking to us or listening to us or reading about what we've had in place, really take into account those various models that have been sustained since the beginning of that school year.
Continuing on the updates, in-person learning model has been implemented since the beginning of the 2021 school year for identified vulnerable populations. For families who have chosen this option, students have been provided the specially designed instruction and individualized support. So for middle schools, for example, at the start of the school year, we had 1,508 students on full-time in-person. That's 5 days a week at middle school. Currently, we have 2,228 as of March 3rd. That's an increase of 720 students that have been brought back to in-person 5 days a week.
I'd also like to speak a little bit to the SDI for students with IEPs or students in special education, since we spoke to that. Depending, I know that at the beginning of the year we allowed all students with an IEP to return to an in-person, that is everyday situation, but a lot of families also opted to return to a hybrid model or even in full distance learning. And so in recognizing our families' needs, our schools have also adjusted that to make sure that we're providing the adequate supports for the specially designed instruction for the students with IEPs by allowing the families the flexibilities to determine their models. In some cases, that distance learning does work for some students with IEPs. In some cases, the hybrid learning model works, and in some cases, the in-person model works. So we've been flexible in that regard, and we continue to do that to this day, in allowing those students to return as necessary as we're looking at student scores, attendance rates, and families' needs.
We've also provided SEL and engagement updates, SEL activities and lessons provided for all distance learning students, and students participate in Spirit Day activities and academic recognition events.
So when we talk about what we're doing for our students in each of our schools, Joel and I spent a lot of time talking with our colleagues. So as we speak to you, We aren't speaking just for our own buildings, we're speaking for middle school. And when we talked last July, how do we keep our kids in the building? How do we keep them engaged, whether if they're physically coming to the building or if they're on distance learning? And such a huge focus on keeping the activities the same in schools that we normally do. So spirit weeks and activities and contests and the yearbook photos and the after school activity and clubs. We just had to make a little tweak, and we now do a lot of them virtually. We made a very conscientious decision to keep our kids connected to their team in middle school, because we use a teaming model, almost every middle school does, and keep our kids connected to their team so they have the same teachers, they have the same students, they Zoom in or Teams in for their enrichment activities so that they can have class discussions, and they're still seeing their classmates. And that's a huge piece of keeping kids engaged. And when we have, whether they're hybrid and they're there every day or every other day, if they're coming every day or if they're on distance, it doesn't matter. They're still invited to all the same activities. After school tutoring, after school homework help, the construction, our STEM activity where we're building, the design out of cans for, it used to be out at Meadowood Mall, I'm not even sure where we're housing it this year. But all those activities are still going on in our buildings, whether the kids are on distance, whether they're hybrid, or whether they're in person.
Our current student enrollment as of March 3rd, we have 8,100 students on hybrid, we have 3,700 distance learners, and we have the 2,230 to 28 students in full in-person. So on the next slide, our recommendation for learning models for middle school is to maintain the hybrid learning model for the remainder of the 2021 school year for grades 6 through 8. Balance continuity of learning and learning while implementing site-specific plans to increase opportunities for students to attend school more regularly, including tutoring and intervention, co-curricular activities, consideration given for teacher, counselor, family requests for identified students to return to full-time as student schedules and space allows. The principals will provide you some examples of what they're currently doing to bring back more students into their buildings.
So I can speak a little bit about the tutoring and intervention piece. All schools in the Washoe County School District are working towards the PLC model, the professional learning community model, to really strengthen instruction. And so we know that there is a greater need for interventions, even more than ever. I know that Miss Weir, elementary principal at Duncan, spoke a little bit about that and all the work that she's been doing. At Dilworth Middle School, we've also been really focusing hard on that. And so as an intervention piece for all students, regardless of their learning model, we offer an extended school day, which is supported by our Zoom grant. And so that's been really beneficial to allow students, whether they're in person, attending every day, hybrid, or in full distance, to return to, on campus for an additional day, an hour a day, every day except for Wednesdays, where the students can get individualized support, whether it's tutoring with homework, or it's a targeted intervention for students based on their need. So we're currently still offering that to all students.
As I mentioned before, we have lots of activities going on, as we always do, because that's what keeps kids coming to school and keeps them engaged. What the hybrid model does for us right now with the current restrictions in the classroom, it allows us, as we have done from the beginning of the school year, is sit down with each of our teams, our counselors that work with those teams, and our admin and the whole counseling team, and talk about families, talk about kids. What do our kids need? Who needs what? Just even this week, we are bringing 3 kids back in because of things that have gone on outside of school that the family had life changes and they needed to come back in. We kind of refer to it as the hot sheet in my office, and we work from a hot sheet, and we go through a hot sheet every week. Who didn't show up to classes this week? Let's get them. Where are they? Let's call them. Why can't we have tech help every Tuesday and Thursday morning for families to come in and get tech help? Probably at the majority of our tech meetings with families, we get them to join us in one model or another, whether they're coming to after-school tutoring, whether they're coming back to hybrid. If we have room, we get them back in the building. And we've been doing this since probably the second week of school, meaning the first week we had to get our feet underneath us, but the second week of school we were running. So this is something that we do every day with multiple families. Sometimes it's a temporary thing, right? However it needs to be for the kids, because if we get them in the building part of the time, some of the time, all of the time, after school every day, they're going to do better. And so we've been working on this for months and months and months. And we're going to continue to do it because that's exactly what schools do.
Thank you. So when we maintain the learning model for the remainder of this school year for grades 6 through 8, each middle school will submit a site-specific plan prior to spring break. The plans will be approved by their area superintendent and the deputy superintendent. Plans will include considerations for transportation capacity, lunchroom capacity, and activities. Plans must follow Directive 038 requirements, and schools prepare to implement the plans after spring break. So the Emergency Directive 038 changes. We'd adhere to the 75% capacity, which, as Gina just spoke about, will give them the opportunity to bring back more children. We'll adhere to the 3 feet social distancing between students, and we'll adhere to the 6 feet social distancing between students and adults. And so as the asterisk shows, we could increase an average of 8 to 10 students per classroom. And the next slide is an example. It's a picture of us adding those desks to a classroom. You'll notice it'll show the teacher area at the top with the 6 feet social distancing, our 6 feet spacing, and how that changes when we add the 3 feet spacing and 75% capacity. So you can see that we can bring more students back into those middle school classrooms, staying on the hybrid model. So, Ms. Emily.
Good evening, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. At the last meeting, I shared with you the complexities to be considered from an employee perspective as it relates to any large-scale system changes to the current learning models. Chief among those concerns were the potential for infringing upon the rights of employees with ADA accommodations in place, or what the logistics of revisiting those accommodations would look like, the number of employees that we currently have on leave, and the potential for an increase in leaves prompted by any kind of significant change. I was concerned about additional strain on areas in which we are already feeling critical staffing shortages, and of course challenges in meeting our contractual obligations with our employees. As opposed to a large-scale system change in the last quarter of the school year, this approach allows us to provide additional supports and in-person opportunities for students without as much of the strain on the system that I talked about before. Site-specific plans will likely not prompt a reconvening of the interactive process for the employees who have ADAA accommodations in place. In large part, those plans will be developed balancing student needs with existing staff and current accommodations. If accommodations do need to be revisited, though, HR staff are ready to support. Site-specific plans are also less likely to create substantial strain on the transportation, nutrition services, housekeeping, and guest teacher workforce that I shared with you before. While pockets of additional need or demand might be created, our limited recruiting resources are in a much better position to be able to respond to those moderate increases in demand than a sudden large-scale increase or strain on the system. We often talk about the all-hands-on-deck support that's been utilized throughout this year to make all of this happen, and we believe that we'll be able to meet site-specific plan needs with the hands that we have on deck right now. We also believe that site-specific plans avoid the potential for additional system strain that makes it very difficult to consistently meet contractual obligations. So I talked a little bit last time about how a substantial increase on the guest teacher workforce without enough resources to support that increase in need results in difficulty in being able to provide duty-free lunch periods and preparation time that teachers use in order to plan for instruction. So ultimately, it could impact student outcomes. From a human resources and employee perspective, we feel confident in being able to support sites at the middle school level in their individual plans. And I'm going to hand off to Pete now to share a little bit of additional information regarding operational considerations.
Good evening. So from Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So from the operations standpoint, we are here to support the recommended academic model also. The most recent governor's directive will definitely help operations in that endeavor. From a health and safety standpoint, Adam Searcy, Roy Anderson, and the team have done a great job in making sure the district is in a strong position when it comes to personal protective equipment and the cleaning supply inventories. From the challenge side of things, and a recurring theme that I know you've heard many, many times from me is staffing. Our custodial staffing levels remain strained, and the resumption of extracurricular activities makes this even more challenging. Due to our high number of open positions and the higher than normal number of daily call-outs, we are currently only able to fill approximately 20% of these daily absences. This leaves us with an average daily coverage rate of about 80 to 85% of our funded staffing levels. For transportation, with the governor's directive coupled with an agreement by the Washoe County Health District, we have been able to increase our bus capacity by allowing 2 students per seat without the prior maximum time limits. This will allow an additional 8 to 12 students per bus depending on the size of the bus. Transportation will work closely with each individual school, really on a route-by-route basis to determine how many students can be added before you would trigger a double run. Again, the challenge is once again staffing. With 54 open positions, driver positions, 75 to 80% of our support and management staff are driving a bus on a daily basis. So we will not be able to add additional routes. But transportation is confident that they will be able to accommodate the added students of the recommended academic model. For nutrition services, anticipated enrollment shifts will be looked at with a site-by-site operational assessment. Labor, again, is the challenge, and the assessments will be looked at with the continued goal of addressing staffing gaps through model and menu changes as much as possible. The occupancy limit increase in Governor's Directive 38 and hopefully better weather will obviously assist the schools in allowing more students into the cafeterias and utilizing outdoor areas. So we obviously have a lot of work to do to continue to work with human resources on filling our open positions, and I am hopeful that as this pandemic continues to subside, that we will be able to increase our staffing going into next year's opening of school. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Lauren.
So the rationale for our middle school recommendations, for each of these, I'm going to read each one, and then I'm going to have the principals provide you examples of the importance of these items. Second semester instructional schedules will not be disrupted. Students will stay with their teachers.
So in this case, like Ms. Leonard and I were talking about, we were already making adjustments as necessary for students and families as needed. And as mentioned from our elementary colleagues, as necessary, we're making those changes. But in some cases, like Mr. Angotti was talking about, space permitting, regulation permitting, we want to make sure that we're still abiding by all those protocols. There might be some times that might not be possible. But I think in this case, I think that we can all agree that consistency is really going to be the key. We want to make sure that we're staying consistent for the families and for the students and based off their needs. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're changing student schedules 10 weeks out before the end of the school year. Students have been established with the teachers and their curriculum and content. And in some cases, by changing this too much, The students might actually have to change their schedules to replace electives, possibly lose those opportunities that they really come to school for, including classes like PE, art, and music.
Continuity of teaching and learning is maintained while also increasing opportunities for more students to return to full-time.
So one of the most important pieces as we go into the fourth quarter in any year, let alone this year, is to keep the momentum going. As spring hits, we all get the little spring fever. Our kids get the spring fever. This is the most crucial time to stay the course with our students. This is where we've got the relationships built with our kids. Our teachers know our kids. The change at this point would really upset that balance, and the loss of instructional time while you gain it back would be incredible at this point of the school year. Our kids do best when they are stable and know what's coming next, and we finally have gotten them to this point in the school year, and it is most important for them to be in a balanced, stable relationship with their teachers and stay there.
Increased opportunities for more in-person tutoring and intervention.
I think that goes back to what we were talking about, the opportunities that we currently still offer for our students and families, for after-school tutoring opportunities, interventions. I know in talking to our other middle school colleagues, there are other sites that currently offer the same, whether they're partnering with outside agencies, like Desert Skies, for example, who has the Boys and Girls Club after school, and other opportunities there. We would still consider those opportunities in our plans.
Increase social opportunities through end of the school year.
The beauty of some of these restrictions that have been lessened is that we actually have been able to get things going. Intramurals that are happening at lunch and the ability to start them after school. Bringing our kids, even in for homework help and tutoring, is a social event. They get to see each other. Actually got to hold a little band or a little orchestra concert last week with my advanced orchestra because of the size of the group and the fact that my A kids got to see my B kids and the distance learning kids to come in, and we invited one parent to come see it as a little practice run for a concert. Those are the things that we're now allowed to do as these restrictions have lessened, and so we're able to bring those things together. Those things are actually happening all over the place, all different schools.
This will minimize disruption to family schedules.
So hopefully you've heard that plenty of times from us. I think that's key, that consistency for our families. We know that families have changed their work schedules, have adapted to what they need for the school year, and they've been doing it for 3/4 of the year. So we would ask to stay the course for considerations for families, as we would still continue to work with families based off of their needs, whether it's bringing students back if necessary, space permitting, and if the families need that, but then also allowing the families the opportunity to stay with distance learning or stay with hybrid if that's what's working for them for this school year.
Ultimately, this will provide us that opportunity to finish the school year strong.
I think one of the things that we really want to focus on is finishing strong, but also building our plan for the beginning of next year so that when we bring our kids back, which we all hope that it looks better than it does now, right? But our families, we can actually start building that with our families now, getting them back to our building and believing in how this is going to be beneficial for their kids. We can stay that course and put our efforts in bringing our kids back when we can. And in many cases, we have room. In some cases, it's tight, and so we have to make adjustments. But we do that. We do that on a daily basis. So the fact that we can stay the course and keep that stability is really the most important piece at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to our principals and to our area superintendent for being here, for staying here late, and then sharing the perspective from the middle school lens. So we'll bring it here to the table for any questions, comments. I see Vice President Caudle and I see Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. I had the opportunity last week to visit 3 middle schools in my zone, and Principal Leonard, always gracious to me when I come to Sky Ranch, and to see the different perspectives from O'Brien, Desert Skies, and Sky Ranch was pretty eye-opening for me. Where at O'Brien, the classrooms are so small that when you take 3 feet into consideration, the max she can get in most of her rooms is 68, 69%. Desert Skies has a little more flexibility. Sky Ranch has extremely high enrollment. And so when I take all these things in consideration and I receive emails from other principals in my zone, I think it's really good, really in the best interest of our school district for this board to grant autonomy to our schools to bring back identified students that they see fit, that fits their current situation. And that situation is different depending on what site you go to, and the challenges are different depending on what site you go to. So I do think that, you know, there is an opportunity to bring more students back, but we should trust our schools, our teachers, our principals, administrators in our buildings to have the autonomy to bring students back that they see fit. And so I don't think it would be good for us to set those specific parameters. And looking at the recommendation, it does that. It may not say autonomy, but it's basically what it is. So that's my perspective from being out in the field. So I appreciate your presentation, all the work that's been done, and the willingness to bring back more to give these students more support. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caudle. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the work that you've put into this presentation, and I agree with Trustee Caudle. I would really love to see the autonomy for our schools, and I just want it out there that this is not as easy as flipping a switch. I like that we've talked about all the not drawbacks, but the challenges to getting our kids back in school in person. It's complicated, and we all want our kids back in class 100% in person, but it's just we're not quite there yet. So I think this is moving us in the right direction in a way that does not disrupt learning. It doesn't create more chaos for our students, and that at the end of the day is the most important thing. I'm wondering if for the recommendation we try to add something, and to Trustee Caudle's or Vice President Caudle's point, to add something that says, in accordance with the most up-to-date governor's directive, so that if, we can allow for more, then the schools have the autonomy to do that.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I see Trustee Church and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. I did find the slide that I was looking for. Absenteeism in the middle schools specifically have jumped from 13% to 44% on the last chart. We've had suicides at the middle school level nationwide. We won't know how many people want to come back until we try. We just don't know until we try. What will the chronic absenteeism? I'd prefer to hear a can do than a can't do attitude. And what I'm kind of hearing, correct or not, is the kids and the parents, many of them are telling me they want to go back. And what I'm hearing tonight is that you know better. They're wrong. You know better what's good for them and what's not, regardless of what they want. And that may or may not be a good interpretation, but that's what I think I'm hearing. I just want to be clear. The motion that we're supplied with, I'll read the first sentence, accepts the recommendation to remain on the hybrid learning model for middle school for the remainder of the school year. That doesn't give any discretion to different middle schools across the spectrum. That says remain on the hybrid. I want to be clear, just like before, I'm 100% in favor of full back in-person learning to the maximum degree possible with the option to opt out, and that is so important. If the kids and parents don't want to go, they don't go. And if we can't do the buses and the food and the janitors and the teachers, then we don't do it. That would fall within what I'm saying, to the maximum degree possible. But I'm definitely a no on just remaining on the hybrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sure. Superintendent McNeil, and I think I have a question. I just want to understand a couple things that Trustee Church said.
No, thank you very much, President Taylor. And you know, Trustee Church, with all due respect, sir, I'm going to take exception as far as a can and can't do attitude. Because the Washoe County School District has been one of the largest urban school districts in this entire country that has been open since day one. And the principals that you're seeing out here today, and the teachers that are in the classrooms, and that the kids are here every single day, I am sorry, sir, but this is not a can do, can't do. This is a can do, and I will even go as far as to say we have done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Trustee Church, I just want to understand, so your preference then is no hybrid learning, Trustee Church? Is that, I want to make sure what your considerations are.
The superintendent can say with all due respect, I'm elected to represent the people, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to be intimidated. My mail is running strongly in favor of going back to school. And again, you have the opt-out option. Nobody forces anybody to go back to school. And what I'm saying is, to the maximum degree possible, we go back to school, full-time, in person, with the opt-out option. And I've discussed ad nauseum what maximum degree means. That gives the superintendent the authority to say, we can't do it. But I'm sorry, I'm hearing tonight, don't do it, can't do it, and you can get offended all you want. That's what I'm hearing. People can watch and play the video over and over and over, because that's what I'm hearing. And I want to hear, yes, let's go back nationwide. It differs, but nationwide, people are going back to school, and that's what I want to see here. I don't want any more suicides. I don't want any more depression. I don't want any more absenteeism.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. I appreciate that, what you've said. So you're saying you don't want hybrid learning at all. You want everyone to be able to come back to school. We're talking middle schools right now. Everyone to be able to come back to school, in-person instruction, full-time, should the family choose that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Should the family choose it. So we're going to have hybrid distance, I guess we'll call it distance learning for sake of semantics. We're still going to have distance learning because some of them are at-risk kids in terms of medical, or the parents just don't want them to go back. That's fine. They don't have to. So we certainly would have distance learning. But if the kid or the parents want to go back, that's what we're going to do.
Okay, so that's it. You're saying no hybrid model anymore. Everybody gets to come full in person unless the family opts for distance learning. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what it is that you would like to see happen.
Well, I guess it depends on the semantics of how we define hybrid versus distance learning.
Hybrid and learning, hybrid is 1 day on, 1 day off. Distance is you're at home 5 days. So I just want to understand what your preference is, sir, as we do this deliberation.
That's a great question. And again, that's something that we delegate to the superintendent based on what they can do. If they can do hybrid for the ones that don't want to go back, I don't see that. I mean, the logic, I guess, until we try, we don't know. I don't see the logic that people would say, yeah, I want to stay on hybrid. I can go back full-time or I can stay home. I mean, help me out on this. I just don't see the logic of that being a very big group.
I just want to know what your preference is. And you weren't clear on that, so that's okay. We'll just go on down here. Who's that next trustee? I wanted to see where you're, and you want people to be able to choose from all three options then.
That part I'm willing to delegate to the superintendent as long as they have the option to go back full-time. I don't see in my mind, I mean, this is something we say walk the dog on to talk about, but I just don't see hybrid being in the equation. How many kids are going to want to do that?
No, it's okay. That wasn't my question, so I think I'm just not being clear, so I'll just let that go. Okay, thank you. Trustee Thigpen and then Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll be moving towards a motion if that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Madam President. I think what we want to avoid, because there's a difference between the people that email us and the people at home who live their everyday lives and don't pay attention to what we're doing here. Everyone's situation is different. We cannot do a one-size-fits-all solution right now when we can't have 100% in person. We just can't. It's the state that says 75%. So to Trustee Church, to your point, when we say to the maximum extent possible, that is the maximum extent as defined by the state of Nevada. We cannot supersede that as a Board of Trustees. So I think that settles that. On the hybrid, distance, in-person learning model, I think this recommendation achieves what we're hoping for, which is an increase in in-person learning, whether that be someone saying, okay, I'm on full distance right now, I want to go to hybrid, or I'm on distance right now, I want to go 5 days a week. This recommendation achieves that to the maximum extent possible, and we will leave it up to the principals that know their students very, very well to develop a plan and to start allowing that to take place. So I think we're right where you want to be, but I think an opt-out process will be very disruptive. I'd prefer to allow people to opt in rather than trying to force a whole new thing upon them when they've had a lot forced upon them already over the last year.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. We'll go to Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll come to Vice President Call.
Thank you. I'm certain that our conversations are a testimony to the complexities of this situation, and we've been experiencing it for a year now. And I will tell you, I have a great deal of respect for the experts in the room. Just a side note, I represent District G, which is basically 50% of our schools in our district. And I would say that it's about a 50-50, the emails I receive, and I receive a lot of them, and most of them are very respectful, and they want what's best for the students, but they have desires. And this is students, this is teachers, this is families, this is grandmothers, this is next door neighbor, and it's running about 50-50. So part of me thinks we can't make a bad decision here, and the other part of me says we can't make a good decision. So I will have to appeal to the experts in the room who know this business, and they know their families, their students, and their employees. Having said that, I think this is a nice opportunity to experiment with transition, because I believe the majority of us have our fingers crossed for a typical start for the next school year. I do have a concern. It's a timing issue, is you want to have these plans before spring break, which is Monday, except for incline. And that's like really fast. So I'm sure we can do it. My real concern is, how much time does that give parents to decide when you've got this 2 weeks of spring break, which means different things for different people? I just worry about the clamor and the rush and the anxiety of Diane having to decide now what exactly I'm going to do, and is Diane Jr. going to be able to, go back? So it's just a concern. I have every faith that we'll get there, but it's a concern.
I think the beauty of this recommendation is that there is no time constraint going into this last quarter of school. So if 2 weeks after spring break, 3 weeks after spring break, a family has a situation, they're going to meet with the principal, with the counselor, and the school is going to make an accommodation for that student. And it provides that flexibility, as Ms. Leonard has talked about, how she has done that all school year. The 75% capacity just makes that ability grow, and then we don't have to have a time constraint this last few weeks of school. Does that make sense?
Does make sense, thank you. And nonetheless, good luck, because I know there are people that are like, yay, and you know, might be a few lines, but that can be a good thing.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. The only thing I'll add before I turn it over to my colleague, which in hopes of getting a motion, is that I appreciate the work. I mean, one of the things that, and I've said this before, I thought, the governor comes out on Wednesday, we can have everybody back in school on Thursday. And then, oh wait, no, I'm on the school board. I know it takes some time. Monday. I mean, and then I realized that it's a lot more to it, but I think where you've landed is, I'm one of those, I want everybody to be in full-time instruction as much as possible, as fast as we can. And I think based upon the guidelines that we have from the governor, in addition to transportation, nutrition service, and so on like that, I mean, I recognize that there's some things we can make happen and some things that we can't make happen. And I want us to be in the position where we're making happen everything we can make happen, so that if we can get as many school kids in as we can, especially those that really need it. And I think, and that's what I'm hearing here, so I appreciate that. I leave the meeting from the middle school piece and say, you know what, we are doing everything we can to make as much happen as we can, so we can get as many kids as we can that want to back into full-time instruction. And I think that's what we can. And if maybe you can't get full-time instruction for whatever the reason may be, your parents want you to distance learn or whatever, there are activities that are increasing, intramurals that are increasing, before school, after school, other opportunities to be involved. Once a week, come in for tech support or whatever. So even if your mom is still saying we're doing distance learning, or you have 1 million seventh graders and can't do anything with them, and so 3 of them didn't get in right now, whatever, but that kid has a bunch of times they can still be at school and come to school and be connected and get some help, and in all of those things. I mean, and that's important to me, and I'm sure to all of us, because we want to know that we're doing all that we can, you know, for these students. So, and I appreciate your coming up with something that I feel good that we're doing all that we can. We're increasing it and basically you're looking for opportunities to get kids in. That I appreciate. So thank you so much for that work. So I'll be in support of this motion should that recommendation come forward. So I'm going to go to Vice President Calder. Your light was on, then I see Trustee Thigpen, who may be ready for something else. Vice President Calder.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I make the motion, you know, I just want to make sure that to the thousands of people that are still with us watching online, I just want to make sure it's clear what we're talking about. If we say to bring everybody back to the extent possible, principals and schools will have to choose who gets to come back. And then in many cases, hybrid students who are back, not as much as they want to be, force them into full distance. And so for many students, they would actually take a tremendous step backwards because the capacities don't work. So the hybrid allows at least some in-person and flexibility for the schools. I don't want to force anybody into full distance learning, which it works at the elementary schools but not at the secondary level. So that's what would happen if we today decided everyone gets to come back while meeting the guidelines. Principals would have to pick, and then we all know what happens next. We get the emails, why wasn't I picked? I don't want to go full distance. Keep me in hybrid at least. I mean, that's a huge step back for me. That's what would happen. So I look forward to the day where we can get 100%, and we'll have to wait for that directive. So I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation to remain on the hybrid learning model for the middle school for the remainder of 2020-2021 school year, with each middle school adopting a plan approved by the Deputy Superintendent and the Area Superintendent to allow for an increase in students provided in-person instruction across all grade levels, all middle school grade levels, with specific consideration given to teacher, counselor, and family requests for identified students while following all up-to-date directives from the governor.
Madam President,
Thank you,
I have
Vice
a couple
President.
questions.
Wait.
Well, I had questions before he made the motion.
No. This is how
Second.
it goes. We get an option, we get a motion, we get a second, then there's discussion. So let's hang on for a second, which we just got. And now, absolutely, we can have discussion, Trustee Church. We can have discussion. Yes, sir.
I just have two questions that were not answered that I kind of wanted before the motion, and the questions are important. Number one, under the present system, can somebody opt out of the hybrid?
They can have distance learning. Is that your question?
Yes. So nobody's forced to, we have the I guess what I'm hearing is that opt-out exists today. It's not, would not be reinventing the wheel.
Trustee Church, that is correct. If a parent, I'm over here, sorry. If a parent, for some reason, their child is currently on the hybrid model, there's a family situation, and then they need to go to distance learning, the parent sets up a meeting with the principal, and they make that transition very, very quickly to meet the family's needs. And that has happened continually throughout this school year.
And again, I guess I didn't phrase it right. My fault. You brought up a good point. From the beginning, opt-out was, distance learning was an option. Okay. Second question. If we pass this today, the motion that's been read, and a kid, parents say, we want to go back full-time, they're going to be told no or yes?
They would meet with the principal, and the principal would talk about coming back full-time in person. If we have 75% capacity in a classroom, and there's plenty of classroom space for that student to come back, yes, that student can be accommodated.
Okay. This is very important. I just want to make positive I understand this. So we are going to have full-time, under this proposal, we will have full-time classes. Full-time, not hybrid.
So we have had vulnerable populations attending school 5 days a week this whole school year. So we have had students attending 5 days a week. When there has been a family need at my school sites and their school sites, they've met with the families, listened to them, and they have brought back students to 5 days a week that are not in the vulnerable population group due to family circumstances. And that would continue.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome, Trustee Church. And just in terms of meeting order, when there's a motion on the floor, you should get a second to that motion and then go to discussion, and that's what I was doing. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. There is a second to that motion. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1. Thank you to our middle school principals for being here. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you for having
Lauren.
us.
Thank you for being here so much.
Thank you.
So late. And thank you for your work. And keep getting students across through this year, as crazy as this year is. We're going to go to high school, and I'll turn to Superintendent McNeil to segue us into there.
Absolutely. As they come and get their seats, we've got the astounding area superintendent, Ms. Gina Curtis. We have our Sparks High School principal, Mr. Kevin Carroll, and we have Ms. Desiree Manderville from North Valley High School. And again, yes, I owe you all some massive Starbucks cards.
And thank you, Jen, once again for getting it all turned around and sanitized. Ms. Curtis.
Good morning, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, Vice President Cottle, and the trustees. Thank you for allowing us to be the last presentation today. So, when we talk about high school, there are several similarities to the middle school and our recommendation today. So I'm not going to repeat everything that was already said. I'm just going to build upon how it works in the high school with my peers next to me, Kevin and Desiree. Okay, so some of the things I will repeat, but the things that are most important we'll add upon. So the hybrid learning model has been implemented since the beginning of the 2021 school year, and it has stabilized student schedules, leading to improved attendance, engagement, and overall learning. And that has been very apparent during the second semester when schools had to possibly change some of their master schedule to make sure it is following the credit attainment procedures and making sure that they follow the accreditation of the schools. So with that, our schools have been able to maintain their elective programs, and at the high school we have AP, honors, CTE, and any electives that are related to their own school. So on the distance learning model has been offered to families, and our online tools and features such as Edgenuity for the high school level and online CTE program have enhanced the student engagement. Did you want to talk about Edgenuity?
What was that?
Did you want to talk about the Edgenuity piece?
Jumping in on that, and good evening. I was going to say good morning, but I think we're still before. No, we're after, aren't we? Yeah, it is good morning. Dr. McNeil, Dr. Taylor, and Board of Trustees, thanks for having us. When we look at bringing students back, I know Gina and Joel talked a lot about that. One thing that we're looking at Sparks High School is, I was talking to our special education department leader, and we have some seniors that are struggling on full distance Edgenuity that are on IEPs. That is a population that we do want to bring back in the building and work with them, and we have teachers in there that are going to be able to do that. So that's one way we're looking at that. And also students who are struggling just in general on Edgenuity, they can come in any time and come into the lab, and we have teachers in there working with those students as well. So that's one way we are looking at bringing students back after spring break. So.
And just to add on to that, again, good morning. We also are doing more with Edgenuity, trying to offer additional opportunities after school for kids to do a drop-in, possibly even during the day. Again, capacity levels, if we can manage that, and just so that we can help them get that Edgenuity, as well as offering digital Zoom or Teamsing in, as would benefit that kid if they could get that assistance.
Great. And with distance learning, we've had increased family partnerships, including academic concerns. And at the high school level, counselors have a very important, vital role, making connections and relationships with their students and offering support, whether it's mental health support or guidance to choose a college or a career path. And with that, we have our seniors have our graduation tracking meetings too. And so that's a very large component of our counselors and our senior class. Okay. To continue on our updates that the middle school said, just want to piggyback, we want to double click on talking about specially designed instruction at the high school level and our social emotional learning and engagement updates. At the high school level, the activities that the student leadership and clubs participate and plan and organize have been going on all year since the beginning, as well as looking at academic recognition events. So if you guys could touch on some of that.
Again, at Sparks, we've kind of like Gina was talking about earlier with the Spirit Weeks, we've had Spirit Weeks. Just a couple weeks ago, we had a kindness week for our students, so a lot of SEL activities for that. During the winter, we had a winter Spirit Week, dress-up days, things like that. Back in October, we did a drive-by trick-or-treat for our distance learners, and then our teachers were in the halls at lunch for our hybrid learners that were there as well. Valentine's Day, the admin team, teachers, leadership, we all wrote a personalized Valentine to all of our distance learners. So we're doing a lot of things like that, just getting creative and just really letting know our distance learners they're still a part of our school as well. So.
And I can piggyback on that, so very similar. We had our student leadership class, thought it was really important that, again, we engage those distance learners, making sure that we're trying to keep them on the hook, that they are Panthers, they're feeling part of the school. Mm-hmm. They wrote them individual hearts that we had sent. This was the beginning of the school year. Again, some of those activities have definitely started back up. We had, with sports coming back, we have an area in our football field where we paint a part of the field and it says the year, 21, and it would say the NV, and they worked on that and painted it so it looked good and just ready for everybody to come back. They've been doing campus beautification. We had Spirit Weeks as well. We did Kindness Month because we felt that it was something that we needed specifically for our school. Again, more and more of that stuff coming up, and then continuing, being able to do some award ceremonies and student recognition, academic recognition, scholarship night, specifically maybe for seniors, and a senior week. That's already starting to be in the works. I jumped the gun, sorry.
It's all right. You're getting excited. We're just happy you're awake. Okay, and then our current student enrollment at the high school level, hybrid is 11,000, distance learning is about 6,800, and in-person, which is our vulnerable populations, is about 1,440 students. So that's the updates, and now we'd like to move forward with our recommendations for our learning models at the high school. So again, balancing the continuity of teaching and learning while implementing site-specific plans to increase opportunities for students to attend school more regularly, including tutoring and interventions, as well as scaffolding and differentiation to provide Tier 1 instruction, co-curricular activities, clubs, intramurals, social activities, student council, JROTC, and then consideration given to our teacher, counselor, and family requests for identified students to return full-time with specific consideration for seniors as space allows. And did you guys want to talk about what you're doing on your campus with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this is really important as our seniors right now, and we really want to get them back in the building as much as possible the last 9 weeks. We have a lot of things in the works right now. One thing we're planning is senior week. It's actually been senior weeks because of the hybrid model. So the AB, if we have a dress-up day, all the seniors can dress up the same, and then rotate it for 2 weeks. And we're going to, at the end of that, we're actually going to have an assembly in the gym, and I've already sent a plan to Lauren with that, and the plan is going to be that seniors that are on track to graduate can come to that assembly. So a little motivation for them, and we're going to let them know that soon, so they can get on track to come to that senior assembly. We're doing it in the gym so we can show a senior video, and hopefully we'll have many of our seniors in there with obviously the guardrails there and the guidelines that we need to follow. We're going to have a senior sunset. We're already planning that. That's going to be out on the football field. It's going to be on the last day of school at Sparks High School. We do the traditional senior sunrise on the first day of school and the traditional senior sunset on the last day of school. So we have some ideas around that, some COVID-safe games and things where our seniors can come and celebrate that last day of school and that sunset. I think that covers that piece. Oh, and one other thing we're doing too, scholarship night. We're working on a virtual scholarship night, but we're also going to do an ROTC awards night in person, and that's in the works too. We're planning that, so. Ditto on that one.
So academically,
sorry,
since high schools are accredited schools, like I said, and the classes are credit bearing, so in order for them to graduate and receive a diploma from Washoe County School District, they have to maintain their credit attainment. So for example, students cannot switch their classes after the first 2 weeks of school. They have to maintain the seat time in their classes to earn the credit, to earn their diploma, to move forward. So any kind of changes academically with the master schedule it can't be done. So that's one of the things that we're concerned about, that you can't change any of their kids' schedule because then they won't get the credit. So you can't go from an art class for the first 6 weeks and then go into a music class the next 6 weeks. They don't balance. So academically, we were going to maintain that and offer opportunities for students to come in. And again, it'll be site-based, what their needs are. I know at North Valleys, they have a large amount of students on Edgenuity, and possibly offering after-school time or coming in and opening labs during the day. So however they can meet the needs of their students academically, we are going to give them the opportunity to provide that for their students. So what they're focusing on, as you heard, is more of that social aspect. And when we presented our graduation plan with you earlier, I was going to say yesterday, but earlier today, we talked about student involvement and getting the students, the committees involved and making sure we have student voice. So you can see that they're already planning that and have been listening to the students and families because they're looking forward to having this opportunity that the class of 2020 did not have. And so we're happy about that. Okay, anything else on that one? I think you guys did well. Okay, and then this is where we start repeating from the middle school presentation. So each high school will submit a site-specific plan prior to spring break, and it will be approved by the area superintendent and the deputy superintendent, and it's to give us an idea of what their plan is moving forward for the last 10 weeks of school.
And if you don't mind, Area Superintendent Curtis, I'm just going to jump in here. And the same considerations that Ms. Ellison and Mr. Etchart were speaking to on the middle school level as far as ADA compliance, human resources issues, transportation, nutrition services, custodial, obviously would apply here at the high school level as well too.
Thank you. So for the next slide, we did talk about the adhering to Directive 038, the 75%, 3 feet and 6 feet, and changes will be implemented after spring break. The next slide is about the high school learning models and how the classrooms fit with the 3 feet and the 6 feet as well. And then the next one was what Emily talked about with HR. You're ahead of me there, Kevin. The health and safety and transportation and nutrition that Pete shared with us as well. So with that, the rationale for high school recommendations. Second semester instructional schedules will keep intact and students will not be forced to change teachers or schedules. We want to make sure they have the same schedule and the same continuity of learning and the same relationships. No significant disruption to school in changing master schedule and classroom spaces. Balanced continuity of education while increasing opportunities for students to attend school more regularly. And so again, I know we're focusing on seniors, but I can attest that our principals have included students to come on campus case by case, and they are making those accommodations to make sure it meets the needs of their students, and especially in the high school level where they need that extra support to maintain their grades and get their credits to move on. Minimize impact to teaching and learning, especially with credit-bearing courses needed for graduation, and I talked about that with the seat time. And then additional capacity allows for increased social opportunities. And the schools will continue to work to support individual students, prioritizing seniors, and again, minimize disruption to family schedules and finish the year strong. Okay.
Okay, then once again, we're back here to the table for the recommendations. We see what the recommendations are. I know some of the same comments apply, but we'll bring it here to the table for any kind of input. We'll go to Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for staying here right to the end. Really appreciate that. I am really on board with this. I think it's great. One thing, and this is from a school visit that Trustee Nicolette and I went to last week to Reno High School, that I wonder, and I love that this has specific consideration for seniors in the recommendation, but one thing we learned is that freshmen have not even experienced high school really yet. So I wonder if there's any work being done there to kind of include our freshmen in some of these discussions.
So yes. Would be my short answer. That was for you, Dr. Nicolette. Okay, so that's definitely a huge thing that we've been talking about is they haven't had the upperclassmen to show them the way. They, with the restrictions of interaction, you know, they've kind of been stunted a little bit for sure. So we've talked about hopefully ninth grade or Jumpstart to ninth grade occurs this summer. And that's an amazing program that will allow them to come on campus and us to really teach them how it's supposed to be. Additionally, we have plans for the week before school would start to do a freshman orientation because we weren't able to do one that we would normally do in February, where parents can come in, we can give tours. We have a freshman mentor program that's really strong at our school, and they would help really kind of ingrain and teach our incoming freshmen what it's like. And we are very cognizant that we also have to continue to do that up the grade levels as we have this social gap as much as we have the academic gap as well. And then that will continue. But yes, definitely things are being put into our freshmen, let alone all the SEL components that we've been putting into our enrichment periods every single day, really working on those skills and what it means to be a high school student and how we mature and how we act. There's lots of work to do.
Wonderful, thank you. And my only thought on the recommendation, I don't think we have to include freshmen because that sounds like some work's being done there. I love that we have the consideration for seniors. I do think we need to add, to remain consistent, the bit about the staying up to, in accordance with the most up-to-date governor's directives, if my colleagues agree with that.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church and then Vice President Cottle.
I'll just, once again, I'll be very, very brief. Just for the record, the chart that we had last week, high school absenteeism went from 17 to 51%. And as far as my additional comments, I'll just say ditto.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments? Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. Everything I said for middle school applies. I'm glad that we're giving specific consideration to seniors. I think the other thing about high school is the continuity of their schedules. I know I've heard from actually a few students. I was talking to Principal Mandeville about this, some North Valley students reaching out, changing their and again, the autonomy with the schools, because they'll be able to work through all those challenges while bringing back students that they can accommodate. So this looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle, and certainly at risk of not repeating myself either, love the fact that we're getting as many students back in the school as possible. I think we certainly would all like to do that, and also an additional consideration which is important for me on this is the potential change in allocations that could happen, which of course impacts all of those things, master schedules, credit attainment, and so on. We would also not be very well liked if allocations began to shift at this point in time in the school year either, and rightly so. Not right for the students, not right for the families, and certainly not right for the staff. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate the commitment to students, to seniors, but also to those students that you call. We'll do what we can to work with you. I mean, I certainly believe that the commitment is there to do whatever we can to get the students in the buildings as much as we can for these last 9 weeks on what's been a very difficult year. So thank you for all that work. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. One thing I learned recently at the Reno High School visit I was on is that a lot of our high school students have jobs right now. That they can't necessarily leave because for whatever reason, whether that's I'm saving up to go get a jump start on college or I'm helping provide for my family. So I think we really don't want to disrupt that at all. And I'm also prepared to make a motion at this time.
Music to my ears.
All right. I motion that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation to remain on the hybrid learning model for high school for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year, with each high school adopting a plan approved by the deputy superintendent and area superintendent to allow for an increase in students, and I'm going to add there, in accordance with the most up-to-date governor's directives, provided in-person instruction across all grade levels in high school, with specific consideration given to teacher, counselor, family requests for identified students, and with specific consideration for seniors.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor, Trustee Thigpen, and I see a hand being waved. Second from Trustee Minetto. Any other discussion? I see discussion. Trustee Church, no? Okay, no discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion is carried 6-1. Let the record show it 6-1. Again, thank you, high schools. I know you brought up the rear principals. We appreciate it. Area Soup, Gina, we appreciate you. And have a good evening. We'll get about 15 minutes of sleep, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys.
And thank you for your work. Thank you. We know you're committed to getting these students back in the building.
Ma'am, public comment?
At this, we do have public comment. Oh, do we have public comment on this issue?
Not on this item.
We don't have, I'm sorry, what did you say you had, did you say we have public comment?
I thought there was a citizen waiting for public comment at the...
I don't, JJ doesn't have one. There may be a general
Per
public comment.
7.01.
Mr. Benford, did you have public comment?
No, Trustee Church. No.
Sorry.
No, we'll take care of it.
I'm
If with JJ manager, thank you. And if somebody has it, we don't want to miss them, but we don't want to be yelling out from the dais either, okay? All right, so that's it. We have to go to, it's not public comment time yet, Mr. Benton, so hang on, which is why we don't yell out from the dais. We want to keep it going in order. We have superintendent's report. Anything from Dr. McNeil?
No, President Taylor, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then our student representative is gone. And now we do have public comment, Mr. Benton. And you're up, sir. Is it Mr. Benton?
James Benton.
Mr. Benton, thank you, sir. Public comment time. Thank you for staying. It's been a very long evening. We appreciate that. Come on up. The podium is yours. You have 3 minutes, sir.
The board also received emails from Krista Weisenbach, Michelle Riley, and Brian Hicks.
Board members, I've submitted a quality of education form that could possibly be used in the future. In this, I discuss...
I can't hear. There's too many people in the background, and maybe you step closer to the microphone.
If we can do that and then get them to step a little closer. Thank you, Jen. You put the mic down. Because people are going to leave. We're going to hear the steps. But
Is that better?
Yes, it is. And tell you what
Okay.
we'll do. Why don't hang on a sec. We're going to start your time over, Mr. Benton, okay, to make sure you get your full 3 minutes since we stopped you. All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm submitting a proposed quality of education committee policy, starting out with the policy of the district. And I list several items that could be brought up and talked about and discussed by this committee. One, opening up schools as soon as possible. In the USA Today, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says that we must continue to reopen American schools for in-person learning as quickly as possible. The CDC survival rates for ages 0 to 19 is 99.997%. Also, there are very many successful treatments available for SARS-CoV-2. Number 2, bringing up agenda items for the next Washoe County School District meetings. Restore future agenda item requests to the meeting agendas. This is a brief agenda item that will increase communication and efficiency for the school board. Regrettably, upon Colonel Church's election, with no board vote, both future agenda requests and board member comments were removed, while leaving in place superintendent reports and student reports. Other previous agendas can be checked. To quote Colonel Church, when he was speaking to me, he said, "Mr. Benton, you have more ability to speak than I do. Every trustee needs to have more opportunities than I do. Future agenda item requests and board reports need to be put back onto future agendas." Number 3, increasing funding for gifted and talented education. Increasing funding for English language development. Academic progress for students. There is a need to concentrate on academics in order to improve academic progress. There is a necessity to say no to some things in order to concentrate on better things. Why has academic progress stalled for the school district? There is a need to focus more on academics. Set future goals. School district needs to complete testing and then develop goals based on those results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton, and you get a gold star tonight, sir, for this morning, for staying until this time in the morning. All set? Any more public comment, JJ? All set? Okay, thank you, everybody. Our meeting is adjourned. Just please make note, our next meeting, there'll be a 2-week break because of spring break. We will be at, I don't remember where. It's okay, March 30th. Vanjie will tell us. March 30th, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Everybody, please drive safely.